The Snow Country Hunting Life of the Northern Nobleman and the Raptor Wife. Volume 2. The Honeymoon of the Northern Nobleman and the Raptor Wife. By immerse. Translated by Cute Origin. Text editing and audiobook by Masquerade. Chapter 53. Seagullin's Activity Diary. Today, we are traveling to my country. We will spend about 2 days on a boat, and move by carriage to the capital. From the first day to the third day, we will participate in the ball. For the last day, we will stay inside and then return home. For this trip, we spent some time busily for it. I already had expected that Ritz heart won't rest even in the boat. Ritz, why don't you take a break? Just a bit more. Thanks. Ritz was doing the finishing touches on the wooden reindeer that was to be gifted to my family. He's been doing it for 3 hours after the boat departed. I thought that was complete. I thought so too, but on second look, it still had flaws, so I just had to fix them. With a knife, he was smoothing out the already grand antlers. He delicately carved the wood silently. I can stare at him working with a serious face for so many hours, but worrying too much is one of his bad points. Ritz, let's go buy some alcohol. Okay, for now. I managed to make him stop working. On the ship, there is a shop selling some stuff, though I'm not sure why they sell more alcohol than food. There are wheat spirits, corn, black tea liqueur, tiffin, many different types of wine, beer and also many drinks from my homeland. Siag, what's that? A cocktail of herbs, spices and fruit alcohol, liqueur. Hey, what I had in my hand is Jägermeister. It's both bitter and subtly sweet at the same time, and it even has herbs used for medicine, so it is said to be good for health. This might be a bit strong for Ritz. I see. But I want to try something different for a change. Then, how about noble rot wine? Idlefull wine. Noble rot wine, Idlefull wine, is one of the sweetest alcoholic beverages in the world, made from raisins. It's not very sour, and has a deep sweet taste, with a smooth scent like honey. Even people weak to alcohol liked this drink. Then I'll have that. Good choice. We also bought snacks that went well with alcohol. Cheese, chocolate, boiled eggs, smoked bird meat, dried fruits. After buying alcohol, we went back to our cabin. I sat on the bed, dragged the small round table close and served the snacks on a plate. Then, I took out glasses from the shelf and poured alcohol. It's red. Jägermeister is red like blood. It's strong, but it's clean. What Ritz was having had a beautiful amber shade. When I tried a sip, I ended up frowning from the sweet taste. I like sweet snacks, but I prefer my alcohol dry. I turned towards the snacks on the plate. Realizing my gaze, Ritz looked at me while getting something from the plate. Chocolate? Before I could answer, he pushed it into my mouth. Sweet, but it went well with the flavor of the alcohol still left in my mouth, and I could also feel myself heating up. Siag, what's wrong? Was the chocolate not good? No. I ended up remembering the thing that happened before, so I hid my mouth. But Ritz unexpectedly leaned in closer. Siag, nothing. The chocolate was normally good too. I see. Then what's this hand for? Nothing. When I said that, he softly grabbed my wrist and moved my hand away from my mouth. A moment later, we were locking our lips. The lips were warm, making me feel fuzzy. Somehow, it became a ridiculously sweet mouthful. As for the rest of the trip, we spent time playing games, watching the sea on the decks, drinking alcohol and chatting together. Time passed quickly. When I was on the boat trip from my homeland, I remember being very bored. However, with Ritz, it was so fun. A few hours before the disembarking time, I started dressing up. My family had sent me a dress. I took off the men's clothes I was used to and reached out to an undergarment. It was structured so that it was tied at the waist. I couldn't do it alone. Ritz. Yes? I spoke to Ritz, who was sitting across from me on the bed. Siag, what's wrong? No. Well, I might want some help. What? Can you tie the undergarment string behind me? Ritz casually agreed. Corsets do not only tighten one's waist, but also make women's breasts look beautiful. I untied the strings and placed my breasts well above the thick steel wires in the corset. Then, all that was left is to tie it from the back. The dexterous Ritz deftly tied the string. Siag, it doesn't hurt, does it? I'm all right. However, There was a problem. The dress waist part was a bit tight. I only recently discovered it. The strings have to tighten as much as possible. Ritz, what is it? I have a wish. Okay, can you tighten the strings a lot? Why? It's not good for your body. The new diet consisting mostly of meat made my body fit for the snow country. I wonder where the muscles that covered my body went. Now they're being protected by layers of fat. When I told that sad story to Ritz, he reluctantly sympathized with me. I put both hands on the wall and strained my feet. Then, here I go. Yes. That moment, the string pulled around tightly, but it didn't feel like it was enough. It's not possible to wear the dress like this. A bit more, Sieg, that's. Do as I say. Okay. The second coming of pressure. This time it was somewhat hard to breathe. Sieg, is this all right? A little more. This is the last time. The string contracted tightly around my body. Coo. I was clenching my teeth, but my voice spilled out. Once the sound of the string tightening was no longer there, I let out a sigh of relief. Thanks to Ritz hard, I was able to wear the dress naturally. I then went to the washing basin to put on makeup. I put on hair extensions, and hid my face a little with a hat. As I looked into the mirror, I thought that this way I would at least be seen as a woman. The dress too was designed along the lines of the body, without much exposed areas or decorations, so it was better than the dress full of frills and exposed areas that I got from my family before. Once I finished dressing up, I went out of the bathroom. You are, Sieg, you look cute. Ritz hard reacted as I expected he would. What's wrong? That appearance is. It's the foreign clothes that grandfather gave me. A squared-shaped fluffy white hat, and a fluffy coat. The black trousers and the black boots accented the white nicely. In the middle of the room, there was a snow fairy. I ended up feeling lost whether to feel regretful that my husband was much cuter than me or to sincerely appreciate it. Chapter 54. Siegelin's Activity Report Number 2. We arrived at a port of my homeland a little after noon. Being one of the biggest port cities in the country, it was crowded with people. Sieg, what about lunch? Let's see. We had about an hour and a half until our carriage ride. The restaurants probably are crowded. Let's grab something from the marketplace. That might work. The market at the port city had many goods, truly worthy of its title gateway of food. It really is the season of harvest. Indeed, the fruit store near the entrance had a mountains of autumn fruits. Ritz let out cries of joy. Apricots, peaches, pears, apples. We were surrounded in a sweet scent. Ritz had bought 2 green apples. Then, we casually went around many stores, such as a vegetables store, a flower shop, an alcohol shop and a sundries shop. Finally, we arrived in a street that had many stalls selling food. First, we went to the bakery. Hey, there are many different kinds of bread, from big ones to small ones. I heard that there are approximately 1,000 different kinds. Since he didn't know what to choose, we bought something called kitten, which looked as if long strips were just put together. Also, we couldn't forget sausage. Most people around us were eating one with yellow powder that had a spicy taste. These are popular at stalls. Finally, we bought coffee and sat down at the wooden chairs at the town square. Because we heated up the Noten bread, I could feel warmth from the paper wrapping, and when we split the bread in two it was emitting a bit of steam. When I bit in, it had a soft texture and a subtle sweet flavor. I used to prefer harder bread that had firm chewing taste, but as I had bread that Ritz requested the lady of the Rango family to make, I came to like soft bread. The currywurst was cut so that it was easy to eat, and it was on skewers. It is tomato sauce on top, so there's just the right amount of spiciness and sourness. Grilled until it's crisp. When bit into, the outside crunched nicely. The roughly ground meat overflowed with meaty juices. Sieg, this is amazing. I'm glad you like it. As for dessert, I had one of the apples we bought. They were a bit hard, but it wasn't too bad. Ritz too had an apple. Then he said one thing. You are sour? ? Maybe he had an unripe apple. Or maybe the apple is of that sort. It was indeed sour, but not inedible. Sieg, is your apple sweet? While placing the apple on his knee and looking like he has no appetite, Ritzhard asked. No, it's not sweet, but it's not too sour to be inedible. After asking if he wanted a bite, I handed over the apple to Ritz. He took one bite, and the next moment his face contorted. "This is sour too." "That's unfortunate." "Huh, Siag. Did you like sour fruits?" "No, not really. The apples in this country are taste sourer compared to other apples. So I was used to the sour flavor. But it felt different today. My body too was different from usual. This peculiar feeling could be that. Siag. See, could it be?" "Wait, calm down. We won't know until we see the doctor." Suddenly growing restless, Ritz advised that I should take my corset off. "If I take the time to take my corset off, we'll miss the carriage, and I won't fit back into my clothes. It's not that bad, so just be patient for a bit. It takes about an hour by carriage to the capital. It's not that long." After we arrived, we went to Ritz's father's family house to offer a greeting. We received a passionate welcome from grandfather-in-law who came out wearing bear fur. Then, we said that we had business in the city and headed to the hospital. The doctor diagnosed us, but because the only information we had was that I could eat sour food, so we could conclude anything. I didn't like sweet things to begin with, so it didn't help. "Well, it's like this, so it might be best to not tell grandfather-in-law yet." "All right. It seems that it's possible to know by hearing the pulses using a stethoscope 5 months in, but the doctors said that it was uncertain in this period. In 5 months' time, the belly will start getting big, so I might know then." Anyhow, since it was an uncertain piece of information, I warned Ritz hard to not get too excited. So I was warning my agitated husband like that. But after I had meat with red wine sauce for dinner, I suddenly felt queasy and left the seat. Probably the so-called morning sickness. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" After dinner, grandfather-in-law was trying to call over a doctor out of worry, so the two of us had to stop him. Even the doctor said that it's uncertain whether it really is pregnancy. When Ritz had explained the details, grandfather-in-law also understood. "I see. So can I be happy that you are now a real couple?" I recalled that our relationship back then was found out by grandfather-in-law. "Grandfather-in-law, back then? Don't worry. The one who's bad is my grandson, who is dense to death." Ritz had made a face as if he was getting punished. To that, grandfather-in-law said, "Are you a scolded dog or something?" Section. For the ball on the second day, grandfather-in-law prepared a comfortable dress that did not strain the body. "That's my homeland. I could find what I needed ready-made." When I went inside, my noble title was recited. "Countess Reventalit," they said. Every time I attended these balls, I was surrounded by young ladies, but this time no one approached, though I can feel glances. Then I greeted many acquaintances. Everyone was surprised at my change. "Well, your appearance changed, but your personality became softer too." Hearing them say that, I became curious at just how menacing I was then. Emmer didn't come. When I asked a soldier I knew, he told me that Emmer went straight home after work because he has a new wife back home. I talked to some other acquaintances. Everyone was surprised at my appearance. Finally, I talked with Ritzhard's friend. He sincerely congratulated this sudden marriage that was decided a year ago. After greeting people, I moved to a corner and got some fruit juice. Because there was the possibility that I was pregnant, I decided that I won't have alcohol. "Shall we celebrate?" While spinning the glass in his hand, he gazed at my belly. "It's still uncertain, but still." To my emotionless words, Ritz dropped his shoulders. However, it was not as though I didn't feel anything. "Well, shall we celebrate just in case?" Exclamation mark. I lifted the glass and gave a toast to new family. The glasses struck each other with a clear clang. The drink I had was amazing, and was unlike anything I had before, until the month that my belly would start getting bigger and that it would become certain that I had a child. Ritzhard and I spent the months restlessly. The new life would be born many months later, but we were already dreaming of the baby. Chapter 55. Sweet and sour cake. It's already been 3 days since we arrived at Siag's homeland. Today, the 3 of us, grandfather, Siag and me, are going to out together. At night, we will visit Emmer and Dana. In the living room, Siag and I waited for grandfather to finish dressing up. Today, Siag's clothes were tightened below her breast, but put on strain on the belly. It was a mild dress, of course, This was prepared by grandfather for Siag, who might be pregnant. Yes, she might have a baby in her belly. It wasn't certain yet, but just from thinking about it my heart beat faster and I grew restless. It seems that it showed on my face when I grew careless, so I was warned by Siag many times. Her crimson hair was tied into one. Her hair had some natural curls, so it was tied into a round shape. I slowly observed her, thinking that her hair grew quite a bit during the past year. Because I wasn't glancing but looking straight at her, I was pointed out by Siag. "What is it?" "No, I just thought that my wife is really lovely." "I don't want to hear that from you. What do you mean by that?" "I invoke my right to remain silent." I asked her what it was, but Siag crossed her arms and shut her mouth with a frown. "Well, no matter." I sipped some coffee, which had gone cold. "By the way, grandfather wouldn't wear bear fur, right?" "Surely he wouldn't." Grandfather really liked the bear fur coat we gave him. Every time he had the chance he wore it, wearing it like a cape as Tiburon did, and imitating his actions cheerfully. While we were chatting, grandfather came out of his room. He wore neat clothes for going out. "I made you wait." To grandfather who said that, I waved no. It was just that Siag and I were uselessly fast. "Grandfather-in-law, where will we go today?" "I'll leave that fun for later." "Is that so?" While getting dragged along by grandfather, Siag asked awkwardly, "Now, let's go." With that line from grandfather, our fun trip began. Grandfather took Siag's arm and declared himself her escort. He looked at me and asked, "Want an arm?" with a mischievous smile, but I respectfully declined. On our carriage, while watching steam cars pass by, we soon arrived at our destination. "Grandfather, this is the biggest zoo in the world." "Hey." The huge facility named after the capital was created some decades ago, and it apparently is one of the biggest facilities in the world. As soon as we went in we were greeted by a gate that was supported by two statues that had Far Eastern cultural designs. I was awed. The vegetation was thick, and the animals were relaxing about. There were animals that I never saw before, so I ended up asking many questions to grandfather. "Grandfather, what's that?" "What? You don't know monkeys?" There were so many unknown animals in the zoo. It was full of surprises. Siag apparently came here a few times with her family. She was dependable. What I was most surprised about was the white bear exhibition. I tilted my head because it was different from the white bears back home. "These are polar bears." "H.M. On the information plaque, it says that polar bears live on the seas in the Arctics." I heard the information from father, so it wasn't that surprising, but I was curious because it was different from the white bear I saw in the forest with Tiburon. It was also strange that it lived in the forest but did not hibernate. "Oi, what's wrong?" "Nothing." I decided not to think too much about them and continued on. After we finished looking around the zoo, we went to a store for lunch and went home. After we returned, Siag and I just rested. "Tonight we have an appointment with Emmer, so we don't have anything else to do." Grandfather went out because he had work. He bequeathed his title over to uncle, but he's still busy, or so the butler said. "Siag, I'm going out for a bit." "Where to?" "To buy confectionaries for Emmer." After saying that, I stood up, but my coat was grabbed. "NN, I'll go too, so wait a bit. I'll go fix my makeup." "Siag, please stay home. The zoo was big, so you must be tired," I said. "Why are you leaving me?" "Because we walked around quite a bit. I didn't want her to push herself." "I don't want you to go alone." "Even if you say that, I can speak the language and I'm used to the streets. It's different." "That's not what I mean." "Then?" Siag hunched and looked up here. "I wonder what my wife is being shy about." I grabbed Siag's hand. "What is it, Sigurlind?" "I won't know unless you tell me." I touched Siag's cheeks and turned her head towards me. She was frowning, so I caressed her cheeks to make her feel better. A while later, her frown disappeared and she returned to the usual Siag. "So, what is it?" "Well, it's not that important, just. A young woman was looking at Ritz at the zoo." That's all?" "Were you ashamed because I was like a country bumpkin?" "No, stupid." I was slapped lightly, but I was still clueless. "You look at an attractive person of the opposite sex, right?" "It's that." "Ah. I forgot that I was handsome here. So you were worried that a woman would whisk me away if I went out alone. I see. I did propose to Siag because I fell in love at first sight, so it might be natural that she's worried. However, after I married, no other women came into my sight. I want to tell her this, but it's probably hard to convince her. After I married, I could only see Siag though. Exclamation mark. Her grey eyes opened wide. Indeed, there were many pretty ladies at the ball, but Ritz did not look at any of them. See? It seemed that Siag did see that. How thankful. Then, there's nothing to worry about, right? I wondered if she was convinced, but seeing her face it didn't seem like that. I can't leave with Siag like that, I thought. Don't make that face, Siag. What kind of face? Somehow provocative face. But there was the possibility of her being pregnant, so I can't knock her over now. Okay, ? I clapped. Let's make a simple confectionery as a gift. Siag, you can help too. ! I grabbed her hand and pulled her up. Siag, what's your favorite? Fresh berry cake made by Ritz. Hearing her say that with a serious expression, I became embarrassed. There aren't any fresh berries in this season, so something else please. Then there is a confectionery of this country, called Black Forest Cake, Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte. It seems that the confectionery Siag is talking about is made using cherry liqueur. If it's this, I can make this by getting the recipe from the people in the kitchen. In the kitchen, all the ingredients were prepared and a patissier was there to help us. While receiving instructions, we started making them. First, for the cake sponge, we whipped egg whites to make something fluffy. Chocolate was mixed in as well. While the dough was being baked, we boiled alcohol and sugar to make syrup, mixed alcohol into a bottle full of cherries for flavor and made cream. Once the cake was baked, we sliced it with a knife. The cakes back home had a heavier texture, but here the cakes are soft and fluffy. Using the leftover heat, a layer was soaked in cherry alcohol syrup then left. Afterwards, we spread cream on top, placed cherries on it and then covered it with cream again. Another layer was placed on top, then pasted with cream so that the joint won't be seen. Finally, cream and cherry was placed on top, and it's finished by placing on chocolate shavings that look like bark chips. Looks pretty nice. Looks delicious. We wrapped it up and took it to Emmer and Anna's house. The four of us shared it together, and it was really nice. It was soft and moist thanks to the cherry liqueur. The deep flavor of the chocolate and the sour taste of cherries went strangely well. Anna wanted to learn how to make it, so I taught her. Meanwhile, Siag and Emmer were talking about past stuff. The fun night passed by quickly. Chapter 56. The couple, together, and separated. The fourth day, we prepared to go to Siag's hometown, and left after having breakfast. Grandfather saw us out. While wearing bear fur, I prepared a carriage that doesn't put much strain on the body. Grandfather, thank you for your concern. To Siag, who might have a baby, Grandfather was kind. Next time, let us watch the foxfires or something together. When it gets warmer, I'll look forward to our next meeting. The two of us bowed and left the Marquis's mansion. In the carriage, blankets and cushions to reduce the impact were prepared. How thankful, I thought as I locked my gaze with Siag's. It took about 3 hours by carriage to Siag's hometown. Siag, do you want to lie down until we arrive? Right. On the first day, she had morning sickness, so Siag had a really tough time. She couldn't have her favorite food, and she was a bit emotionally unstable. The doctor that visited last night said such things are commonly seen in the early phase of pregnancy. Siag, here. Sometimes, the carriage wheels can bump into rocks making the carriage shake. So, thinking that I had to support her body while she slept, I gestured for her to use my lap as a pillow. I laid a sheet on my laps and told Siag to lie down. Is it all right? Please go ahead. Siag lied down, so I covered her with a blanket. Then I signaled the driver to start moving. For some time, maybe because she was unused to such a situation, her body was stiff, but after I caressed her for some time, her eyes closed and she started making soft breathing sounds. Moving for long periods of time, traveling, was not recommendable for pregnant women, but she did get better after the first day, so the doctor said to just not put a strain on her. We decided that we won't tell Siak's parents yet. We couldn't say for sure if there really is a child, so that's why we decided so. Grandfather suggested that we rest at his house until her condition is better. However, a letter from Siak's house arrived, saying, "Looking forward to the meeting." When I told grandfather that we shouldn't change our schedule like that, he too acquiesced. 4 hours later, we had been moving slowly, resting many times on the way for Siak. Because we arrived later than expected, it seemed that the Watons were worried. We just took it slowly, enjoying the scenery. "Is that so, my lady?" "I'm no longer my lady." Indeed. The elderly butler was someone who served House Waton since Siak was young. So he said that he ended up saying that from habit, while smiling bitterly. That butler then guided us to the drawing room where hot coffee was served. After the butler left, we sighed that we arrived safely at her home. "Sorry it's disorderly here." "No, not at all." While chatting, Siak only enjoyed the smell of the coffee but did not sip it, just holding the cup. Pregnancy has surprisingly many limits. Indeed. Last night, we heard things that shouldn't be eaten during pregnancy, and the two of us were surprised at the amount. Coffee too was one of them. It didn't matter if it was just a little, but Siak thought that shouldn't have any. "Even so, ? She looked over here with a serious expression. When I asked her what it was, she replied that the lap pillow was good. How should I say it? It feels good to sleep while feeling someone else's warmth. Yeah, it feels nice to sleep together on cold nights. Indeed. We laughed while talking about trivial things. Our life together was good. So I did think that all was still good even if she wasn't pregnant. As Siak was pouring fruit juice into a cup, the door opened with great force. The person who opened the door was Siak's energetic nephew, Claus. "Oi, you arrived, Gra." Because of Siak's instantaneous Claus was cut off. Diffidently, he started talking. Grandpa, dearest grandfather wishes to talk a bit with Gra." Aunt. Father does." Claus nodded. "All right." Claus, be with Ritz hard in the meanwhile. Where's the reply? Why yep. Claus was left in the room with me. For some reason, I felt sorry for him. "Why don't you take a seat?" "Yes." I held out the cup of juice and recommended him to sit down. "You grew big in such a short time." "Thank you." Claus turned 13 this year, I think. It's an age where interacting with adults is hard. I took care to not make him nervous. He talked about school. Apparently, Claus is in the school club for tennis, a sport that is played by hitting the ball with a racket. I got an award in the last competition. He started because Siak taught him tennis when he was little. However, for the past few years, Siak only taught for short intervals and did not spend much time with him. Tennis. I could do it well, so I wanted to show her, but she always said that she was busy, so to draw her attention, that was why he was calling Siak Granny. Well, what should I say? I don't know how it feels to want to tease a girl one likes. However, I was surprised to see Aunt today. Surprised? She was womanly now. Indeed. Siak became prettier every day. So one must be surprised to suddenly see such a change. It's been a year since she started living in the forest, so we were thinking that she might have become like a wild beast, heavier than before. It seems that they're thinking that we're a tribe eating raw meat. Our people did eat raw reindeer meat and drink their blood, leading nomadic lives, but now our life isn't that different from the capital. Not a long time later, Siak returned to the room. "Claus, you weren't being rude, I hope?" I wasn't. While looking at Claus, who couldn't look straight at Siak, I told her that he had been a very good boy. Then Siak's parents came as well. "Ritz Hardkun, I'm thankful that you came all this way." "Yes, indeed." Siak's mother and father too were happy to see Siak again after a long time. Claus said that adult talk was boring and then exited the room. I was surprised at my daughter's change. Indeed, I never thought that I would see my daughter so feminine and plump. "Mother, surely you exaggerate." Mother-in-law wiped her tears with a handkerchief. "It's a good timing, so let us have a meal now." When mother-in-law rang the bell in her hand, servants came in the room to prepare the meal. Today, they said that they prepared what Siak likes. Hearing that, her expression went stiff. For the last few days, She said that she didn't want meat that had fat, so we led a lifestyle centered around fruits, vegetables, and light meat dishes. Pregnancy changed how food tasted, so Siak was avoiding heavy meat dishes. When she was in the military, she had a lot of grilled meat for strength. She was nervous that such dishes would be served today. I patted Siak on the back to reassure her. First came the aperitifs. Sparkling wine. Siak told the servant that she preferred water. Next came appetizers. Mashed potatoes and ham with cheese, and root vegetable soup. The main dish was grilled veal with red wine sauce. But of course, as soon as that came out, Siak pressed her mouth and stood up. She stared for a while, but soon ran out. A maid-servant who seemed to have realized the reason ran after her. I pondered what I should do, but her parents' surprised expression, I decided that there was no reason to hide it from them. Morning sickness. What? Well, I was worried about Siak, but for me to exit as well would be even more worrying, so I told everything while continuing to dine. Or so they say. Is that so? Sounds tough. Modern medical science can only discern pregnancy after 5 months. Indeed, my intuition, shall I say? Well, I had thought that she might be. She's gotten a bit plump after all. She really was a mother of 10. She told me that it was fine that we didn't tell them. Giving birth back in your country? No, we haven't decided yet. The doctor discouraged traveling during pregnancy. So I had thought of leaving Siak here and going home alone. However, this was not something I could decide on by myself. After having lunch, I rushed over to Siak, who was resting in her room. She was sleeping. The servant said that she had some fruits then went to sleep. It seems that a doctor came over as well. In the afternoon, father-in-law was going to take me to a lounge. I had to prepare. I kissed Siak's forehead and left the room. In the lounges, me played card games, pool, drank alcohol and talked about world events. Away from women, it was a rising resting place for gentlemen. Father-in-law invited me to enjoy some alcohol. Nice place, isn't it? You can drink however much you want here. It's like a secret base. Indeed. Secret base. A place where children spend their time out of their parents' sight. I knew the word, but I didn't have the leisure to make such a base. I just said what I learned from books. Now then, let's start off with a toast. All right. Father-in-law ordered dry black beer. I contentedly thought that the father and the daughter were very much alike. How is it? A bit too strong. I prefer ales. No, I mean about my daughter. Ah, that? So it was about Siak, not about the beer. How embarrassing. Since it was a serious topic, I put down the glass and fixed my posture. Sigalin-san is a lovely woman, someone that is more than I deserve. Ha? Eh? Ah, really? Are you sane? Yes, I'm not lying. Father-in-law looked bewildered and disbelieving. I told him again that it was true. No, sorry for suspecting you. Father-in-law invited me because he wanted to let my pent-up frustration out, but he was surprised at my response. Well, my daughter was very strong and not a bit feminine. We, my family, all thought that she was in complete control in the marriage. No, not really. Siak is skilled in many things, but she never tried to do something better than me, her husband. Nor did she try to force her stance on me. When there is a problem, we talked it out. I really am glad that my daughter is happy, and knows the joy of being a woman. However, I believe that it's all thanks to Ritz hard-con sacrificing himself. Father-in-law, just how were you seeing your own daughter? Working in the military from when she was 13 to 31, Siak may have never had the time to relax with her family, to know each other better. While sipping alcohol, I talked about our life in the snow country. In the end, father-in-law also stated that he wanted to come, which made me happy. We returned home late at night. When I realized it, we were talking very enthusiastically. When I heard that Siak was waiting for me from a servant, I panicked and ran over to her bedroom. Siak, sorry. I just returned. No, it's fine. Siak had her back on a backrest and was doing embroidery. Her complexion was better than before, so I felt relieved. So we were found out. Yeah, but that might have been for the best. Question mark. After stroking Siak's head, I sat down next to her. Then I told her what I had been thinking of. Siak, why don't you spend some time here? Eh? Here, the doctors can come over quickly, along with midwives that had birth experience. She could also probably spend her time more comfortably than in the remote lands. I'll be back in summer! Exclamation mark. Well, if she turns out to be not pregnant, I can come in spring. Either way, I can't take her to the extreme cold while she is weak. I don't have any plans to rest here a long time. There might be a child inside. I can't let you ride a boat for 2 days. The doctor said that miscarriages are possible in this phase, and there are no doctors on board. It will be bad if anything happened. There are elderly people who knew a lot about giving birth, but the chances of them helping Siag is low. I'm sad to be split from you, but not having you for the rest of my life is more painful. Siag accepted it. I'll write letters. Yeah. Her dejected expression made me feel pained as well. However, this was for the best. I can't push her to go back and possibly lose a life. Are you going back tomorrow morning? Yeah. There's probably mountains of work to do back home. There isn't that much work to do as a lord, but things do pile up when I leave the house for a few days. I wonder how I can get rid of this fear. Siag, I'm sorry. No, you didn't make a wrong decision. I distressed over how I could calm her trembling grey eyes, but the right words did not come out. What should I say? I'm surprised myself. It seems that I relied on Ritz quite a bit. That's not true. You were doing well in foreign lands. Then why is this parting so painful? Exclamation mark. I hugged Siag tightly. For me right now, this was the best I could do to console her. While I was hugging her and patting her back, someone knocked on the doors. When I opened the door, a servant delivered a letter to me, the sender as grandfather. It was an express delivery. When I opened the envelope while worrying that something bad might have happened, something absurd was written on it. My son and his wife, I captured your parents. How should I cook them up? It seems that grandfather found father and mother who were missing. Chapter 57. Parents, Punishment. My missing parents are captured after a decade. What's more, I can cook them up however I want. Ritz, what happened? Exclamation mark. I had been absent-minded, imagining about how I should cook my parents up. Sorry. I was just surprised. Question mark. I folded up grandfather's unsettling letter and put in the inner pocket of my coat. I then explained everything to Siag, who was watching worriedly. It's a letter from grandfather, saying that my parents are found. I see. I wonder what this is. I don't know whether to be feel good or bad. Siag too seemed confused about what we should do. What should I do? Right now, there are no carriages. I don't know how to ride horses, so I can't hire a horse either. Maybe it might be best to go next morning and take my parents to my village. If possible, I want to go right now, but I can't bother Siag's family. My thoughts may have shown on my face, because Siag then suggested something. Ritz, why don't I ask my father for a carriage? No, it's all right. It's not like they can escape from grandfather, so tomorrow's fine. But, aren't you worried? Worried, right. There's grandfather who's at the climax of frustration, and my parents who don't realize the graveness of the situation. I'm more worried about grandfather. He might faint from high blood pressure at this rate. You don't have to refuse. We're family, aren't we? Thank you. Then, please ask father-in-law. All right. We moved to the living room and asked father-in-law for a carriage. That's a piece of cake. Thank you. The preparations proceeded smoothly, and it was soon time to head to the capital. Father-in-law too understood what I meant by making Siag rest here. Now I could rest easy. Sorry, things became hectic now. No, it's all right. I felt that I won't be able to catch my boat tomorrow, so I promised to come back here tomorrow. Then, see you later. Yeah. I kissed Siag, who came out to the front entrance, on the cheek and left. If I dally here she'll be staying outside in the cold. 3 hours after I parted with Siag, when the day turned over to a new day, I arrived at the Marquis's mansion. Welcome, Ritz Hardsama. Sorry for coming at such a late hour. It's nothing, sir. I left my coat and hat to the servant and rushed over to where my parents were. According to the butler, they were waiting without sleeping because I might come. The butler opened the doors for me and I went inside. Father, mother, my parents were there. My Richin wa Harugun, long time no see. See their unchanging relaxed nature. Any ill will disappeared. By the way, Father calls me Haru-kun, because he called my maternal grandfather who had a similar name, Card, Haru-san. When grandfather was still alive, Father called him with kun many times. My father was in a weird posture. Why are you like that? Father told me to reflect on my actions all night. All right. Father was kneeling on the stone floor with both knees folded. It seems that it's a posture for reflecting in some faraway country. Mother stood behind him with a face that said, "How troubling." Then I asked what I always wanted to ask. Just where were you? Sorry, Richard. Mum and Dad were lost. Even though we wanted to, we couldn't get back home. I see. I sort of expected that. Well, I was never inconvenienced from the fact that my parents weren't there, so I didn't really have anything to condemn them about. Still, I'm happy that you're healthy. Mother and Father, you look healthy too. Indeed, we're very healthy. Anyway, Richard, you seem to be doing well, and you're an adult now. I'm glad. Right. Your face is that of an adult now. Well, I did age during a decade, and I had responsibilities as well. 10 years would change a person a lot. We now learned what we wanted from each other, so we fell silent after that. A while later, warm tea was served. Then, the door opened with great force. Ritz, you arrived? Grandfather. Grandfather came into the room wearing pajamas and a coat. It looks like he was waiting for me. I felt sorry. He looked at Father with an expression that said, "How ridiculous." Then he started talking. "Oi, I caught your parents. Do whatever you want." Thank you. Even if he says to do whatever I want, it's troubling. I don't really feel anger or resentment towards my parents. Why aren't you doing anything? You're going to feel much better if you hit my idiot son at least once. No, but that's a bit. You're not angry? Even after seeing your parents who forced the position of a lord on you and abandoned you for a decade? Grandfather was trembling from rage, but I did not have that emotion, which was weird. Most people would get enraged. Ritz, let out your anger on that man loafing around. What should I do? I strongly wished to live up grandfather's expectations, but I still had no reason to hurt someone new. Richel, why is your son so kind? With a frustrated expression, grandfather complained to Richel to mother. Dearest father-in-law, we were taught to not rely on others by Father from a young age, so Richard doesn't think to rely on us a single bit, which is why he's not angry. That might be true. I didn't expect anything from Father or Mother. I could say the same for any others, but then I realized that there was an exception. Sieglind. In all senses of the meaning, she was the only woman I could rely on. I felt happy that I realized I had someone like that. I felt refreshed to know how I felt about my parents, but that it was only me. Grandfather was shaking and holding his head. I can't bear it anymore. Grandfather, you idiot of a son. You're the root of all evils. After saying that, grandfather slapped Father with all his might. Father rolled on the floor, and Mother chased after him slowly while saying, oh my, I should at least do this to feel better. Ritz, make this idiot son the lord. Then you'll be living here for some time. That might be nice. Being so soft this easily. Really? Grandfather ended up being surprised and questioned me. Truth be told, Siag's condition wasn't very good, so I was planning on leaving her here until the child is born. But leaving her alone makes me feel anxious and lonely. Right. Grandfather ran over to Father and gave him a kick. Oi, you heard, right? Dad, I have something I want to ask before that. What? I'll tell you this now, but you have no right to refuse. That's, well, yeah, all right. Probably. What Father was curious about was Siag. Sieglind is Ritzhard's wife. Hey, Harukan, you married? My, Richard, is that so? My parents didn't react that surprised to their son's marriage. Well, I did expect this though. In this unchanging relaxed mood, grandfather concluded the story. Let's rest for today. You stay here and reflect. Richel, you can go rest in a bedroom. Well, father-in-law, it's all right. I'll stay here. I can't let you do that. No, it's paradise here. It's not cold, nor are there any beasts. Grandfather ordered only Father to sleep on the hard floor, but Mother insisted that she'll stay. In the end, grandfather yielded and gave a blanket for Mother. The next day, We left early to go the Waton's mansion. Not only did my parents accompany me, but my grandfather came as well. You moron. Son, don't say anything needless there, alright? Yes sir. Tighten the end. Yes. Don't extend it in the middle either. Alright. Don't say it quickly, and don't say it twice you idiot. This is hard. Thinking that it was a waste or something, grandfather poked father's pinky finger, but father happily said, "This is good for my shoulder pains." The mood was a mess, but at least the plan was decided. Either way, we have to go back to my country and write a paper to delegate my duty as a lord. Then I have to ask the martial race family to take care of my parents, and prepare for the polar nights. It's fine about preparing for the polar nights, Mum's used to it. Ah, I see. Mum was good at hunting small animals. She knows how to preserve food and how to make handicrafts. So I probably didn't have to worry about that. The problem was my father's ability as a lord. Since he did receive education, he probably would be fine regarding administering the realm, but I'm worried about how he would interact with the villagers or the soldiers in the fortress. Father, will you be alright being the lord? It's alright. Alright, probably. Seeing father all smiles, I could understand painfully well why grandfather gave up on the education for being a lord on his son-in-law. As I grabbed my brows, mother tugged at my sleeves. Richard, don't worry. If anything goes wrong, we'll apologize, right? I felt worried. While I was still distressed, the carriage departed. Grandfather kept lecturing further about what it was to be a lord, but I'm not sure if that got through. Section 3 hours later, we arrived at the Waton's mansion. Mother prepared a simple gift. The basket has a berry pie she baked. Of course, we couldn't get fresh berries, so she baked it using jam and syrup. She made it when I said Siag liked berry pies. It would be nice if she likes it. But she's pregnant, so her taste might have changed. If that happens, let's eat all together. All right. Being scolded to not say anything needless, father was very docile. It was the first time I saw wearing neat clothes. He was always wearing shabby clothes, and his hair was always unkempt. Seeing him wear dress suits, he did look like a dignified noble. Mother too had a dress on. I was amazed at the fine embroidery on it. The nice people of the house received my parents warmly. I'm really thankful. From my grandfather's lead, father could only introduce himself and reply with short answers. However, thanks to that, the first meeting went well. Siag liked the pie mother made. She said that she was happy because she didn't have anything because of morning sickness. Then, we talked about delegating the duties of a lord to father. After delegating my work to father, I'm thinking of spending time here until the child is born. That's a great idea. Fortunately, father-in-law agreed. I want to do some work here if possible. Then, won't you help with my ranch? We're lacking hands recently. That's if Ritz Hardkun wants to. If I can, please. Great. Full of greenery. This region is also called the Green Heart. Father-in-law, after retiring from the military, cultivated his private lands and was managing a ranch now. It would take at least a month until I could come back here though. We'll taking the boat tomorrow evening. Father-in-law said that we should spend the night here, so I graciously accepted his kindness. Mother-in-law too said that a couple should spend time together, so I moved to the room that was prepared. The moment the door closed, Siag hugged from behind. You are, Ritz hard. What is it? I'm happy. She said that was free from that anxiety of having to be alone, so she felt as though she could fly. We have to be split tomorrow though. That much. I can wait. I see. That's good. Then we chatted together until it was time to sleep. The next morning, I left while making as little contact with Siag as possible because it would be painful to part otherwise. I returned to my country and taught my father the duties. Then I also checked all the houses for the polar nights. As I did that, I also informed the villagers that I was leaving the village for a bit and that my father was taking over for a bit. The month passed by quickly. Then it was the day I left for Siag's country. Then, Harugun, see you. Give Sigalin-san and her family my regards. All right, Richard, have this in the boat. Thank you. Maybe it's because he's a lord now. He was wearing the traditional clothes that he said he didn't like neatly. Mother too was moving a bit faster to support him. Father, Mother, I leave the village in your care. Leave it to me. It will be all right. It's worrisome after all. However, more importantly, I was worried about my wife. Even as I apologized to the villagers in my head, I left for the foreign country. Chapter 58. Claus Von Waton's activity report. Having been a soldier for 18 years, she had a sharp personality and was more popular with women. She was tall for a woman, had a sharp gaze and looked valiant. According to the women, Aunt was someone that fulfilled the dreams of women. I'm not sure, but the aunt I know is stoic, and if she talks it's to lecture me. Peckish, not a bit feminine, but she does play tennis well. That sort of person. But then, even for aunt who was unfortunate as a woman, a change came. It's called marriage. I did hear from mother that aunt was looking for a marriage partner, but I thought she wouldn't be able to find one. Even if she did, I thought that she would marry a man that kept divorcing or an old man. My family all thought that too. My uncles were making bets on when she'll find a marriage partner. The consensus was that it would take about 3 to 5 years. While everyone was complaining that it didn't make much of a bet, a surprising news came from the capital. My aunt's marriage was decided. However, who it was not written. As everyone's expectations gathered, aunt brought over a foreign nobleman 3 years younger than her. Everyone suspected that she forced him to marry. However, he called her by a nickname, and he didn't look scared of her. Also, he was a man of valor who treated aunt as a proper woman. The foreign noble looks fluffy, but he's apparently a hunter living in the remote regions. Won't he fall over if he holds a gun? That's what I felt. However, as I listened, I really did think that the place fit my gallant aunt. Even after she left, my life did not change that much. It might have been different if it was when I was living in the capital with mother, but now that I was enrolled in a school with a dormitory I didn't meet aunt that much. So I didn't feel lonely anyway. But then, news came that aunt was returning home after a year. We all worried that she might have been divorced, but we were surprised that it was not that. When we all gathered at the Watons' mansion, everyone was thinking the same, and the topic of the day became aunt. Everyone thought that she would return with thicker arms and bulging muscles, but when she returned with her husband the change was different. When I went to the living room, thinking of saying Granny, as well as attaching chased out, there was some madam there, and the usual cross-dressing man was nowhere to be seen. The person in front of me was my aunt for sure. I only knew one woman who had red hair like the sunset along with grey eyes. The aunt I saw after a long time was very different. Before, she had short hair, an intimidating glare, and wore men's clothes. That was the cross-dressing granny called Sigurlind. However, today, aunt looked normal. She gained a bit of weight, and she looks softer now. Her short hair was no longer, and just where was she hiding those big breasts? The people in the mansion were surprised about aunt's change as well. My uncles and cousins all said that her husband made her into a woman. I'm not sure what that means, but alright. I wanted to talk with her marriage partner, but I didn't have the leisure to do so. Another surprising news was delivered the next day. Aunt might be pregnant with a baby. Since it's not good for pregnant women to go on boats, aunt will stay here while her husband is returning to his country. I was worried about many things, but I had to go back to the dormitory now. I wanted to say goodbye before I left, but the servant said that her condition was not good so I couldn't. A week later, I visited the Watons' mansion again. According to grandmother, she's waiting for her stable period. I'm not sure, but she's being docile until the chance for a miscarriage becomes low. Until then, she can't move much. So she can't play tennis, or so grandmother said. I'm not really here to play tennis though. I was caught by grandfather. Then I helped with the ranch until night. How careless. For dinner, the sausage we made during daytime was served. Maybe because I made it myself, it felt tastier than usual. Aunt too praised that it was good. I felt a bit happy. After that, I visited her 3 weeks later. Aunt was very bored. What? This ain't like you. Claus, speak more politely. Even when I said something rude, she just let me off with a soft warning. She's so different from usual. It's strange. It looks like you've become docile thanks to your husband's love. I wonder how was I anyway? Aunt always having a frown, with an aura that seemed to declare everyone around her as an enemy. What's that? Since everyone who saw Auntie said that you were scary. Well, that can't be helped. I never had an ally I opened up to. In the military that only had men, one mistake and I would be criticized, and people would denounce me for being a woman if I ever failed, so I had no leisure to be relaxed. I wonder if she couldn't find rest even amongst family. What a lonely life, I thought. However, it's different now. Anyone can tell. Aunt found someone she could rely on, and was now living in peace. Sorry for saying that it wasn't like you. Really? I like you better now. When I said that, Aunt smiled with a bright expression that I never saw before. I felt embarrassed somehow, that I said something rude again. What a relief. There wasn't even a trace of it. But your husband made you into a woman in just a year. What did you say? Exclamation mark. Her soft expression disappeared, and she narrowed her eyes. Where did you hear that? My uncles, I guess. Huh. So my brothers said that. Why yes, without a doubt. I see. I lost to her intimidating aura and ended up blurting everything out. Since it's winter vacation from today, my uncles are also coming back here. It's going to be very uncomfortable. I ended up shuddering even though it wasn't me. During dinner, my uncles had a dark expression, as grandmother asked what was wrong. However, Aunt glared at them so no one could say anything. Just who is this husband that made this aunt who has this glare of a raptor? Just how did he tame this crimson eagle? I wondered. After that, every time Aunt saw my uncles, she looked annoyed. Her anger did not subside easily. A few days later, her husband came. My uncles welcomed him as much as possible. How lame. Chapter 59. Reunion. The long-awaited reunion with Sigurd. I was so happy that I was so restless during the 2 days trip on the boat. At the port, a servant from Sigurd's house was there to guide me. In the carriage, a brother-in-law told me about the recent interesting happenings in the Waton's mansion. I'm glad that Sigurd's healthy. 3 hours later, we arrived at the lush lands that the Count ruled over. In front of the entrance, Sigurd's brothers were waiting for me. I wonder what's happening. They all greeted me with bright expressions. It's not weird if it's just one, but there were many bulky soldier men lined up. A strange scene. Welcome, Ritz Hardkun. We were waiting for you. Thank you very much. You do not have to be so polite here. We are brothers. Are we not? I see. I'll try to get used to it. I was troubled at how I should react to these soldiers who spoke with such a neat manner. In addition, there were people I saw for the first time. Rather, out the 5 present, I'm seeing 4 of them for the first time. They all had red hair, and faces of raptors. They were all a head taller than me, so it was a little scary to be surrounded by them. Brothers-in-law, why are you here though? No, that is because our strong, Siku, cute little sister. I am getting chills here. That is because you are saying something that you do not mean for real. Anyhow, Sigurd is slightly cross. Sigurd is? Hey, how unusual. Suddenly, my brothers-in-law all gasped and stared at me in disbelief. Where's Sigurd? To the room, please hurry. I was pushed by the burliest brother to Sigurd's room. He opened the door, threw me in and closed the door. I looked back at the door that was closed with great force, and tilted my head in wonder. And when I looked around the room, Sigurd was sitting by the window. When our eyes met, she stood up from surprise. Ritz long time no see, Sigurd. Before I could say her name, Sigurd ran over to me and hugged me. The moment our bodies met, I wondered if this was a dream, but when her red hair brushed my cheeks I realized that it was real. I savored the hug. Sigurd, I missed you. I whispered that into her ears, as Sigurd silently nodded. When my lips touched her earlobes, they slowly dyed light red. For now, I split away from Sigurd and made her sit down on the chair beside the window. How is your body? Not bad. I see, but she says that she still has morning sickness. Ritz, you look like you thinned a bit. Is that so? I might have lost weight from stress. I didn't have much time to rest because I had to teach further for a month. I was straining myself without realizing it. My thoughts on living together with my parents are utterly unspeakable. They were traveling for a decade, so their common senses became really weird. I got very tired from taking care of them. Really, living with Siag was the best. Sitting down in front of Siag, I reminisced about our life during the temporary period. I could only remember enjoyable things. Siag, what were you doing for the past month? Well, they said that I can't do this or that. I had many limits. Sounds tough. Mother-in-law and Siag's sister-in-law were next to her, keeping watch on her. They seem to think that I'll go out exercising the moment they take their eyes off me. Really, what a rude family. Because her family was worried. She was quietly sewing or knitting. Siag showed me her works. You made a lot. Well, I was bored. Woolen coat, gloves, scarf, socks. They all had neat trapezoid patterns. Siag put on the scarf on me. The scarf felt good to touch, being made with blue yarn. The soft feeling healed me. Is this for me? Everything here is for Ritz. Really? I'm happy. Guess what? All the woolen goods are for me. Thank you, Sieglind. I thanked her and kissed her on the cheek. When I split from her, my eyes locked with her grey eyes. Since we were separated for such a long time, I ended up getting embarrassed. We were staring each other for a long time, but Siag averted her gaze first. Her eyelashes were fluttering slightly. Leaning against the wall, Siag looked embarrassed. When our gazes met again, she tried to escape, so I put up both arms against the wall to capture her. Hey, Siag! Exclamation mark. Can I kiss you? You don't want to? Not really. Since she said didn't dislike it, I took one arm off the wall and wrapped it around her waist. I should have taken my coat off. Because of the fluffy coat, I couldn't feel her. Because my brothers-in-law were waiting outside, I didn't have time to take my coat off. However, if I back out now, it might be hard to capture the embarrassed Siag again, so I continued. She had hung her head down, so I put one hand to her chin and lifted her head up and kissed her. I wanted to savor this, but the brakes won't listen, so I kissed her lightly. I slowly split from her and looked into her face. Her cheeks were dyed red, and her grey eyes were moist, that it had a deeper glint than usual. When I stroked her chin, her eyes were closed. Since I didn't have this opportunity that much, I kissed her lightly near the mouth and let her go again. Now, I have to go to father-in-law. That's right. This was Siag's house. I couldn't stay here all the time. Where's father-in-law? He seems to be in the office. I see. Thank you. I gently patted her and started to leave, but Siag grabbed my coat flap. Right, my coat. I have to take it off. No, that's not what I mean. As Ritz said, living together was the best. Well, with family, we can't really have each other at the highest priority. For some reason, the time we lived together felt like a long time ago. We were split for just a month. It's weird. Siag too made a bitter smile. I wish we can go back home soon. Don't worry, we'll be able to go back soon. I didn't make the vapid remark of pointing out that this was Siag's home as well. Then the two of us went downstairs. Ritz Hardkun, nice work, ? I'm not sure what's nice, but my brothers-in-law were welcoming, so I bowed. So, about the ranch. Is there anything wrong? You are planning to work? Yes, I am. So, I seem to have said something strange, so I looked at Siag. Further is just surprised that Ritz Hardkun is so diligent. Really? When I looked toward father-in-law, he nodded in agreement to Siag's words. You came a long way. You should rest for 2 or 3 days. No, I can't possibly. It feels bad to laze around. I pleaded for some work. Really? I wish my sons would be a bit like this. It seems that my brothers-in-law, who are soldiers, aren't helping with the ranch, but well, they're here on vacation, so that doesn't sound fair. Ritz Hardkun, to be frank, it's a great help. Can you start helping me from the afternoon? Yes, of course. Thus, I challenged myself to this new work. Chapter 60. The Unfortunate People of House Waton. Father-in-law said that the ranch he started for fun after he retired was a small one, but for a country bumpkin like me it was plenty big. In the fenced field, there are sheep, horses, cows, goats. There are pigs in the large hut and there are chickens in the small hut. First, let us start with cleaning. Yes, sir, I was to clean the pigsty. The pigs go out strolling once a day, and cleaning is done in the meanwhile. A large dog is guiding them. It's barking towards the easy-going pigs to move them. Cleaning involves collecting the hay and replacing them with new ones. I am also to clean the feeders. Father-in-law showed me an example, so I understood the feeling, so I asked him to leave it to me. I thought I would be fine because I was used to taking care of reindeers and chickens, but the smell in the pigsty was beyond my imaginations. I didn't think I could endure it, so I tied a handkerchief around my mouth and nose before I continued working. When I was almost finished, I heard a dog barking. When I opened the gate, there were many pigs waiting with a dog at the lead. "Can you wait a bit more?" I asked them to wait, then quickly finished up. After that, there was more work and more work to do. There were about 10 people working on the ranch. He was doing this as a hobby, so he decided to not get too many people. You really helped out a lot. No, I'm still a bit slow. Father-in-law and I rested alongside each other. We were covered with dirt, but everyone was like that here, so I didn't care that much. I washed only my hands and sipped warm milk. Delicious. Unlike reindeer milk, cow milk did not taste strong and went down the throat easily. The flavor was thick, and the scent was soft. It feels good to have something this tasty after working hard. I'm glad you say that. All the dairy products they have at home are from this ranch. There's also sausage, ham and smoked meat. Most of them are not sold, but used by family members and servants. After the short break, it was time to feed the animals. While taking care to not stare into the pigs who were rushing over with great vigor, I put in feed in the feeders that I just cleaned. Today's work is finished. I didn't do much work, but my stomach shamelessly growled. Now, let us go back. Are you hungry? Before that, we should take a bath first. All right. On the wagon back, there were fresh milk, chunks of meat, and cheese wrapped in cloth. I sat down somewhere while father-in-law drove the horse. The day was already almost over. The cold breeze brushed my cheeks, but it felt softer compared to the breeze back home. Where I lived, the leaves all disappeared in winter, but here there was more green than white. The fir trees surrounding the ranch are supposedly evergreens, trees which do not have their leaves fall. Since I see it all the time, it is not that interesting for me, but I see that it is interesting for someone from the snow country. Well, the trees back home all shed their leaves before winter. I see. By the way, there is a song about firs, right? Celebrating Christmas. Father-in-law seemed to remember it well. He sang the song while humming some parts, though he said that it's a song for Christmas. It was totally a song for the evergreen fir dress. After we arrived, we delivered the goods to the servants in the kitchen and went straight to the bath. Ritz Hardkun, you can go first. No, father-in-law, you should go first. No, I cannot go in before the person of honor today. I didn't do much today. Everything is all right. Just go in first. I'll be fine with just some water in a barrel. What are you talking about? You will catch a cold then. We kept telling each other to go in first, so in the end we went in together. In the Count's mansion, there's a special bath for people who came back covered in dirt from the ranch. Now, shall I wipe your back? I am doing this out of gratitude. There is nothing to worry about. No, father-in-law, it's all right. I'll just receive your feelings. I can wash by myself. Hey, you don't have to hesitate. Hi. The first bath I took with father-in-law was awkward in another sense. I returned to my room without drying my hair properly. I undid my hair which was tied up carelessly and started drying it with a towel. We are having dinner soon, so I am wearing clean clothes. I also have to make sure my hair is clean. While I was drying my hair, there was a knock on the door. Come in. When I answered half-heartedly, the door opened. Sieglind came in. What is it? No, I just wanted to see you. I see. I moved the chair in the center and offered her a seat. Sorry about this. No, it's all right. I didn't want to show her me letting my hair down, so I always came out after fully drying my hair. But today, because there was father-in-law, I more or less ran away from the bathroom. It's the first time seeing your hair untied. Yeah, it's like a sad wet dog, so I didn't want to show her though. Shall I dry it for you? What? The towel was taken from my hand. Siag moved behind me and dried my hair with smooth movements. After she dried it, she tied my hair. Should I have tied it tighter? No, it's tied well. I see. That's a relief. Siag said that she played with dolls with her niece in case this might happen. What should I say? I feel like I'm dying. What do you mean? I can't do anything for this kind and cute Siag. I can't touch Siag that much because she has morning sickness. So I could only gently caress her hand. I had been off Siag for a month, so just touching her energizes me. Until dinner was ready, the two of us spent the time quietly. Unexpectedly, dinner was held at a small table for 8 people. Siag's parents and 2 of her unmarried brothers, in total 6 people. This was because father-in-law thought that dining with too many people would make it hard to talk together. Today was a really good day. Work went well thanks to Ritz. Sorry, we made you work the day you arrived. I felt much obliged from father-in-law and mother-in-law's kind words. I wasn't used to receiving praise, so I could only put on a shallow smile. My brothers-in-law were being criticized by father-in-law. Help at least a bit. To that, they humbly retorted, we do not need to help with a ranch that is run as a hobby. Even so, it is a relief. Siag was getting rough. I mean, getting lonely. Brother, that is. It is better now? A little bit. My brothers-in-law talked about Siag. Sigurlind sometimes become ferocious. I mean, tomboyish. But that's her cute part. Suddenly, my brother-in-law's expression stiffened and he dropped the glass he had in his hand. Are you alright? Sorry about that. After reviving from his stiff state, he said that without meeting my gaze. So that is why? The brother-in-law, who is a year older than Siag, sitting diagonally across from me, spoke up. Sigurlind can sometimes be overbearing. I mean, she is sometimes strong-willed. How are you doing? But her words are correct, so. How much is he train? Jeffu. He suddenly looked down at his foot and looked to be in pain. I wonder what happened. Siag, sitting across from him, also looked at him worriedly. Sigurlind, how nice that Ritz is a magnanimous man. With father-in-law's mysterious words, the conversation was over. Chapter 61. Lovely Sigurlind. After dinner I accompanied my father-in-law and my brothers-in-law in their drinking. They're Siag's family indeed. They really can hold their drinks. Because I said before that I like ale, they prepared a fruit-flavored beer for me. The side dish is of course sausage. Worst, the Thurinant sausage is handmade using pigs raised at the ranch and spices grown here. We're using only charcoal to grill the sausage, because that's what's needed to proclaim the sausage as a Thuringia. In addition, father-in-law warned me that the sausage being sold with the name Thuringia art is not a real thing. Why don't we make sausage together tomorrow? Yes, I was interested in making sausage from some time ago, so I was excited about tomorrow. Father, how about letting him rest tomorrow? Is that better? Brother-in-law, it's all right. I'm interested in making sausages, so I'm looking forward to it. When I said that, everyone shot me a strange look. Brother-in-law, did I say something weird? No, we are just surprised that you wish to work so much. Is that so? I had a similar conversation with father-in-law. It seems that Ritz can hardly rest throughout the year. Upon hearing father-in-law's words, my brothers-in-law looked surprised again. This is normal in our village. So, I've caused trouble to Sigurlind-san. No, use my daughter. She has enough energy. Right. She does have energy left over. Oi, stop. Do you want to face a miserable situation again? Right. When Sigurlind became the topic, my father-in-law and my brothers-in-law made a sad expression. They must be lonely that their lovely little sister married off somewhere far away. I didn't realize it. Maybe it would be a good to visit for some time at least once a year. Ritz Kun, what part of my daughter did you come to like? It seems that I should tell. However, to tell something that I didn't even tell her to her family, it is all right if you do not wish to tell us. I will tell you. Everyone looked sad, so I had to say it. I reminisced about many things, learning true love, receiving love, feeling relieved. Though that was only a few months ago before I returned to my country, I fell in love with her at first sight at the ball! grey eyes opened wide. I wonder if they're thinking I'm a light man. Well, it's not just her appearance. I was captivated by her spirited eyes. Ah, that. I see. Then I can understand. Indeed, my daughter's eyes are special. Indeed, she did have the eyes befitting the title the Crimson Eagle. While living with her, I learned many things about her diligence, her kindness, her undaunted stance towards the hardships of life. Everything about Siag was lovely. And then, it's okay now, thank you. I understand your love for my daughter. My father-in-law and my brothers-in-law were blushing. I might have talked too much about Siag's cuteness. Should we sleep now? All right. Because the alcohol did not go down well. The party was over. My face felt hot, so I washed my face and brushed my teeth before I went to my bedroom. The room next to the one I was assigned was Siag's room. There was no light flowing out from under the doors, so she must be sleeping. I thought of seeing her face before I went to sleep, but I didn't want to wake her, so I went straight to my room. Under the light of the fireplace, I slowly walked to the bed. And then, there was a lump on my bed. "You're late!" Exclamation mark. I almost screamed. It was Siag. Huh? Did I enter the wrong room? No. This is your room. Oh yeah. In the dark, I took off my coat and changed into the thin silk pajamas prepared on the chair. What is it? Is there something wrong? Nothing. I just wanted to sleep with you! Exclamation mark. Oh no. My wife is too cute. I wanted to be by her side quickly, so I quickly changed and climbed into the bed. Under the covers, there was Siag. This might be paradise. Just in case, I checked her body. Yup, she's wearing clothes. How unusual. They said that a pregnant woman should keep her body warm. How unfortunate. I put all my effort into not having wicked thoughts. Good night. Are you going to sleep now? Yeah. It would be nice if my love for Siag was always pure. Sadly, I am a man, so normally it would be fine, but once my desires start boiling, I don't think either my mind nor my body would be satisfied from light touches. Siag. What is it? I love you. I know. Even as she said that coldly, she hugged me tighter. You are. My wife is too cute. The rest is omitted. Because I was wearing thin pajamas, I felt her heat directly. Moreover, I discovered that she did not have any underwear on. Let's think of something else. What should I do? Since I just told her that I love her, maybe I should tell her about what I talked about with her father and brothers? What's wrong? No, well, too much stimulation. I can't sleep like this. Come to think of it, you took a bath with father? Exclamation mark. My head was drenched in pink, but from thinking about the embarrassing bath scene with father-in-law, I remembered the dark past from a few hours ago. What a relief. I think I can become unconscious now. In the end, I fell asleep as I talked about how I came to take a bath with grandfather. Section. The next day, I went out to the ranch in the morning. I milked the cows and got eggs. Fresh eggs came in the morning. I took off my working clothes and changed into clean clothes before I went to the dining room. It's hard being a noble. If it was my home, I would probably be just in my working clothes all day. There were only pretty people from House Waton for breakfast. Mother-in-law, the wife of a brother-in-law, and her two daughters, 6 and 9 years old, and Sigurlind. The little princess next to me was staring at me intently. What might it be? Princess? Princess? Mother, he said. Princess, don't raise your voice. Ah, I failed. It's hard to talk to women. Hey, that headband. Did you get that from Aunt Sigurlind? Yes, I thought so. So Sigurlind played dress up with her little niece. Aunt, you are very good. Thank you, Edeltraud. Is the story over now? I thought, but she was still staring at me. Hey, what is it? Did you come from the snow country? Yes, I did. I never saw a white-haired person before. There are many of us back home. Hey. It seems that a 6-year-old girl's curiosity is endless. After breakfast, the little princess of House Waton, Edeltraud, came over and told me to lend my ear. When I crouched down, she started whispering. You're actually a fairy, right? Exclamation mark. I ended up making a surprised expression at Edeltraud. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else. Thank you. I ended up saying yes. What should I do? I'm almost a middle-aged man. but a young girl told me that I am a fairy. When I discussed that with Sieg, she laughed. I'm being serious here though. Isn't it fine, a fairy? I'm almost 30, and I don't have special powers, though. A special power? Sieg smiled, then came over and whispered something. The snow fairy of happiness! Exclamation mark. From the surprise attack, my face heated up. I crouched down on the spot and waged a desperate battle against embarrassment. Chapter 62. Thringer. Today, I will be making sausages. The workroom did not have any heating, that my breath was white. Since we were making food, I tied up my hair and put it under a hat, tied a cloth around my mouth. I also wore different working clothes. A white one with an apron. I thought father-in-law's eyes were kind, but before we started making sausage, his 2 gray eyes beamed. They were like those of a noble raptor soaring through the sky. Sieg and father-in-law were daughter and father indeed. After we finished changing, he told me the secret to making sausages. Anyhow, make sure that the temperature of the meat does not get high. You must keep the meat's temperature low for a delicious sausage. I see. When it was about sausages, father-in-law became passionate. As the student, that energy was infectious. This is important for making sausage. From a cold storage, a white object was brought out. When I wondered what it was, he answered that it was salted sheep intestines. The salt will be washed away for about an hour. It seems that father-in-law put the intestines in water before breakfast. Then, that will be washed properly and wrapped around a stick. And this is the most important thing. Oh, with a bang. 2 large pieces of meat were placed on the table. Their pork, the lean meat and the back meat, kneaded with salt and saltpeter then frozen. What's most important is to not let the meat get warm. Sausages made under low temperature, so that the spice and the fat would mix well. If the temperature goes, apparently the fat comes off and the texture becomes worse. Then you grind the meat. It is alright in winter, but in summer you have to wash your hands in ice water before you do it. Hey, even in winter, if the work drags on, the hands get warm, so they still use water to keep their hands cool. The tools are also chilled. Even the meat is half frozen. Unless we do not take this much care, we will not be able to get the delicious texture. I am saying this many times, but be careful about the temperature. Yes, sir. I diced the meat and then ground them finely in the meat grinder. Once it is ground, add the powdered spices. Fitting of the name Thringer, it uses herbs harvested from the forest or grown in the area. Garlic, marjoram, caraway, coriander. There were many spices I saw for the first time. After the meat is seasoned, it is put into a metal container that had many blades that looked like feathers. The lid is shut tight, then the contents are stirred by rotating the handle. Even in this container, there was ice. It seems that they are needed to keep the meat cool. Even as I kneaded the meat, ice was added. Even though I wasn't touching it, the fast rotating blades heated up the meat. While taking shifts, we managed to grind the meat into soft and lustrous meat. Great emulsion. So, this is a great emulsion. Emulsion, finely ground meat. The finished meat is then put into the sheep intestines. One end is tied, then the processed meat is stuffed into the intestines. Ritz hard kun. Do not let your focus slip. Yes, sir. Even though a nice emulsion was made, the sausage was not complete. Here, if too much time is taken to stuff the meat, the temperature rises and the quality becomes bad. I quickly stuffed the meat into adequate lengths. At the end, I wiped the water off and dried them with a dryer. If the water is not removed properly here, the skin apparently becomes crumbly. After that, it is processed a bit, boiled then cooled. Then it's done. Father-in-law took out some thringers that were just made. He lit the stove outside, laid on a metal wire grill and put on some sausages. Sir, these are the goods you requested. Coming on horseback, the servant had a basket covered with a white cloth. The contents were unknown. Father-in-law wordlessly received the basket as he continued to grill the Thuringer sausages with a sharp gaze. The tools for grilling sausages were interesting as well. The handles were like those of scissors, but the ends were flat to make it easier to grab sausages. With a clicking sound, the surface was cut open. From that part, oil flowed out. As a nice smell flowed out, father-in-law flipped the sausages over with a serious expression. Nicely cooked. The sausages were like works of art. With swift movements, father-in-law removed the covers from the basket. What was there were long breads that were slit open. In one of them, he placed in a grilled Thüringer sausage. It was a bit strange, with the sausage being longer than the bread. As a finishing touch, he sprayed on mustard. Eat? Yes. One bite. The sausage was long, so the first bite did not reach the bread. It did not have the mustard either, so I could savor the taste of the Thüringer itself. It made a nice, crisp crunchy sound as I bit into it. And from inside, the meaty, spiced juices flowed out. The meat was firm and bouncy, and the more I chewed the more I could taste everything. I burned my tongue a bit from the juice, but I couldn't stop eating. Father-in-law, this is amazing. Of course, father-in-law too was eating a grilled sausage. At the third bite, I reached the bread and the mustard, exclamation mark. The Thüringer on its own was plenty delicious, but together with bread and mustard it was amazing beyond knowledge. The hard bread and the juices from the sausage went well together. The spicy mustard was outstanding in combination with the Thüringer, which did not have a spicy flavor. It's delicious. It's just delicious. I could only say this. How is this? I want to be a child of this house. When I said that, father-in-law laughed heartily while showing his white teeth, returning to the usual kind old man section. Adlerdraud was bored because Ritz wasn't here for lunch. Oh, it seems that the princess wanted to have a secret conversation with the old fairy. I did a bad thing. After that, I did not return to the house even at lunch, filling myself with sausage with bread. I worked a bit more than I returned. By then, it was already dark outside and my belly was already empty. Anyway, I didn't expect that you would take a bath with father again. Yeah. Well, I was surprised too. After returning home, we had a similar exchange to yesterday's, and ultimately bathed together again. Just like yesterday, Siag came over to my room while I was drying my hair after fleeing from the bathroom. Again, Siag tidied my hair. The way she stroked my hair felt good. At this rate, I'll end up falling asleep. To hold on to my consciousness, I talked about what happened at the ranch today. When my hair was dried, she decorated it and even put on a headband. Thank you, Siag. Yeah. Sitting next to me, her tone was grim. Maybe she overexerted herself. Out of panic, I looked at her. Siag, what's wrong? Are you unwell? No, it's not that. Are you tired from drying my hair? It's different. Then why do you look so sad? When I looked at her, her mouth was tightly shut. Siag, I won't know unless you tell me. Sieglind, please tell me, because she didn't stop being stubborn even after I pleaded. I teased her plump and soft lips with my finger, exclamation mark. There will be trouble if you don't tell me quickly. It's different. It's just my unruly behavior. Hey, I see. However, I want to know that side of Siag as well. While saying that, I gently caressed her thighs. They still feel very good. Ritz hard. Wait. As she commanded, I stopped and fixed my posture. After a moment of silence, Siag started talking. I know I shouldn't say this to diligent workers, but, I felt displeased because you looked so friendly with father. I see. Siag was feeling down because I was being so friendly with father-in-law. However, I can't suddenly stop meeting him. It's a difficult problem. Then, I had a good idea so I blurted it out without thinking it through. Right, okay, let's bath together from tomorrow on. All right, exclamation mark. You can't do that. Or so I thought she would say, but she coolly agreed. When I was about to say that the word slipped, the servant came and informed us that dinner was ready. What should I do? What will happen from tomorrow? Even as I thought of such things, needless to say, my face became loose from happiness. Chapter 63 Sieglind's Activity Report. When I heard that Ritzhard will be staying with me, I was really happy. Last year, we spent all the time working together, so I thought that it wouldn't be too bad to relax together. However, reality was not as satisfying as I had imagined. Ritzhard, being the workaholic he is, went out to help father at the ranch. Time passed by quickly without the leisure to relax. I wanted to help with at least some light work at the ranch, but mother disallowed it. She told me to stay still at home until I entered a stable phase. so my actions were restricted. Even I do know my situation. I do understand that my arbitrary actions may have a bad influence on the baby inside me. I said that it wouldn't be that bad to mother, but she only shook her head. The snow is piling up, and the cold northern winds are blowing as well. It would be bad if you caught a cold. Compared to the cold of the remote lands, the wintry winds here felt like warm spring warm breezes. I said that, but it wasn't believed. However, it was the advice of someone who gave birth to 10 people, so I decided to listen to her. I kept saying that I wanted to go out on the first and second days when Ritz came, but from the third day on I spent the time quietly at home. Another unexpected development was that my family took a liking to Ritz. Further along with my brothers and even my nieces took a liking to him. Amongst them, father especially likes him. I got a headache from trying to figure out why. Ritz also said this: you really can't weigh family members about who is the most important. I could really experience it. I wanted to return to the remote village and live with just the two of us, but it will put a strain on my baby, so I have to endure it. However, I was putting up with frustration and loneliness when I was separated for the past month. So I was thinking, let's enjoy the second newlywed life. However, reality was not that sweet, so yet again I ended up just waiting for Ritzhard's return home. Though I'm only complaining, I do think that Ritzhard is amazing. Most people don't really want to go to the family of their spouses, nor did they interact well with them. I would receive divine punishment if I ever complained. Evening. Coming back from work, Ritzhard joyfully talked about what he did with father today. Though I was thankful that he was doing work for father instead of my brothers who did not work, I felt a petty jealousy for father that I used to be the one who was working next to Ritz. From the second day of living together, I reached the limit of patience. Now, I can't help but draw his attention. Early morning. After waking up, I quietly went to my room as to not wake Ritz. In the room specially made for storing clothes, there were many dresses. I called over a maid and discussed which dress would be good. How about this dark one here? Ah, right. Let's use that. The dress the maid picked out had the colors of the summer forest that Ritz liked. The dress was designed so that it would not put stress on a pregnant woman's belly. It's open from around the neck to the breast, but from there the dress tightens, and below that the soft fabric unfolds into a long skirt so that it would not constrict around the body. To make sure that my body would not get cold, a piece of fabric like a blanket was placed over my shoulders and my knees. After that, it was time to put on makeup. Of course, the maid did it for me. She put on light makeup. What decorated my chest was something that my father gave me a long time ago. When I turned 16, when I made my debut in high society, a necklace with thick diamond decorations. It was very out of trend, but unfortunately this was the only accessory that I had. My hair, which reached down a little longer than my shoulders, were tied into one behind my head with many pins, then decorated with a flowery ribbon. Siegel in Sama, you look beautiful. Thank you. The maids and servants behind me praised my looks as I checked myself with a mirror. When I looked at the clock, it was already time to wake Ritzhard. While clutching my long dress skirt, I hurried to his room. Ritzhard was curling up on the bed. He probably is tired from doing work he wasn't used to doing. He was sleeping soundly. I woke him with a loud voice even as I felt sorry. Ritz, wake up. Yes. As usual, he's weak when he's waking up. I woke him up, but after responding he blinked a few times and returned to sleep. Because it couldn't be helped, I put one knee on the bed, approaching him to shake him awake. Ritzhard! Exclamation mark. When our gazes met, he opened his eyes wide and got up. You are? What's wrong? What? It's just Sieg. I thought a goddess came for me. Dressing up from the morning had some effect. Though I only acted as an alarm before anything. Ritz moved with vigor unexpected of someone who just woke, changing his clothes and washing his face. I thought he would want to braid his hair, but he went out with slight wet and unkempt hair like yesterday and came back in with his hair tied up neatly. Ritz sat down next to me and showed me a kindly smile. Sieg, are you going out somewhere today? No, not really. How about you? Ritz. Making cheese. Is that so? Even dressing up failed to draw the attention of the dense Ritz. However, there was no reason to worry like yesterday, so I answered composedly. Still, I'm glad. About what? Ritz hard stroked the back of my hand, and tiptoed as he gently touched my lips. I don't want to show such a beautiful siag to anyone else! Exclamation mark. I take everything back. My effort from the morning were properly coming into fruition. Section. That day, I made sweets with my two nieces. The house's patissier guided us. Today, we were making foreign sweets called chocolate truffles. Hey, what's chocolate truffle? Chocolate truffle is a sweet that is made by coating small brown chocolate ganache with oily chocolate, then finished by sprinkling cocoa powder. Hey, sounds nice. The ever-curious Idledraud kept asking questions to the patissier, who was from abroad. Her older sister, the 9-year-old Idlegod, was listening quietly. Their personality was opposite of each other's. First, we cut chocolate into small pieces. For handling the knife, Idlegod and I did it. Idledraud watched from afar on a stool. Next, the chocolate pieces are to be slowly melted in water. There were 2 bowls stacked up. One had hot water, while the other was for chocolate. The older sister held the bowl while wearing gloves, as the younger sister stirred the chocolate with a spatula. Meanwhile, I warmed cream in a pot, making sure to turn the fire off before the cream started boiling. Once the chocolate melted nicely, I mixed in the cream until it went soft. This is ganache. Indeed, soft chocolate made by mixing chocolate and cream is called ganache. The finished ganache is cooled to make it easier to round until the chocolate hardened. We took a short tea break. Do you two usually cook? No, it's the first time today. Right, Anichen? Idlegod shyly nodded. It seems that they are planning to surprise their parents and grandparents with a present. Aunt Sieglind, you also have to tell us how Uncle Ritz hard reacted. All right. While we were chatting, a servant came and told us that the chocolate was ready. The hardened chocolate is made into bite-sized round shapes. Then, those are put on a skewer, then submerged in liquid chocolate called couverture chocolate to coat the surface. After that, it's finished by sprinkling cocoa powder on top, neatly wrapped. It looked like a product from a shop. I asked Ritz hard to give me some time when he came back for lunch. Siag, what do you need? I made this with Idlegod and Idledraud. You are? What is it? Ritz hard unwrapped the box. Chocolate. It's a foreign sweet called chocolate truffle. Hey, Ritz asked if it was okay for me to eat, then threw a chocolate into his mouth. Delicious. I see. Since I thought his mouth would be filled with sweetness, I asked if he wanted some sparkling water with fruit juice. Rather, I need the goddess's kiss. Even when I asked where this goddess was, he called my name in a carefree manner. Since he suddenly said that, I quickly kissed his forehead. It's for cleansing my palate. But you're doing it on my forehead? So that's what you wanted. I hung my head down. Ritz hard closed his eyes and stayed still. Since a light kiss isn't that embarrassing, I drew my face in closer. However, the moment our lips locked, we were locked in an embrace and savoring it. Though he looked aloof, when I approached he came all out to me, so I was surprised. Everything tasted like chocolate. Yet again, the memory of chocolate overlapped with the memory of kissing. Chapter 64. Like a noble. After dinner, I was called by mother-in-law and her daughter-in-law that there was something they wanted to talk about. A secret talk maybe, I thought as I headed to the room. When I opened the doors, I was greeted by 2 women with scary faces and my father-in-law who looked uncomfortable. I sat down next to father-in-law. Ritz hard-san, I heard that you do not drink. Yes. Please don't mind me. The drink on the table was left alone, and instead brother-in-law's wife poured some juice for me. Meanwhile, mother-in-law kept opening and closing her fan. So, what might it be? Snap. As if they planned it out beforehand, they stopped moving simultaneously. I became scared, so I looked towards father-in-law to request help. However, father-in-law also looked terrified. Sister-in-law opened her mouth first. Since Sieglind would start worrying if we kept you for too long, I'll say this honestly. Ritz hard-san, you are overworking! Exclamation mark. Of course, working is not bad. However, before that, are you not a noble? Are you saying that mother-in-law and sister-in-law are angry because I did not act like a noble? Yes. Wait, it was I who requested Ritz Hardkun's help with father-in-law. Please remain silent. Yes. Though I was the one who said that I wanted to help out, I decided that it would be better not say anything unnecessary here, so I watched on. I felt sorry, but the two Amazons in front of me were too scary. Father-in-law, I won't forget your sacrifice. There's still more that I want to say! Exclamation mark. The talk wasn't over, nor was her anger gone. I pondered whether I should hide behind father-in-law's back, which was trembling, but I decided to fix my posture and listen. You are neglecting Siag too much. I don't have anything to say against that. Really? I'm only meeting Siag in the morning and in the evening, and for the rest I'm at the ranch. When I thought about lazing around without doing any work, I felt bad, so I ended up helping even when they didn't ask me to. Sigalin-san was always looking forward to meeting Ritz Hard-san, but to never spend a day with her. I'm sorry. That was the only thing I could think. Any objections? No. Nothing. I was overwhelmed by sister-in-law's force. Rather, mother-in-law is scarier, saying nothing with a smiling face. Ritz Hard-san. Yes. Starting from tomorrow, under mother-in-law's guidance, you will live like a noble. What do you mean by living like a noble? Or so I thought, but I thought that I would end up receiving another long lecture, so I could only answer, yes, surely. Section. After receiving that declaration, they coolly let me go. I thought of having a drink with father-in-law, but he was still left in the room. I wanted to rescue him, but there was sister-in-law and mother-in-law, so I could only return to my room while praying for him with teary eyes. In the bedroom, Siak was already waiting on the bed. You're late. I was with father-in-law. We were being scolded. I couldn't say that, but then I remembered that she felt annoyed at me being so friendly with father-in-law, so I quickly changed the topic to the schedule tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll be with mother-in-law. What did you say? Of course. With Siag as well. With me? Yeah. Her sharp eyes returned to normal. She almost thought that I was getting friendly with mother-in-law as well. Dangerous. How did it turn out like that? Well, I thought it might be good to learn what it is to live like a noble. You don't really have to change though. Is that so? I won't tell her about them getting angry. So, I told her that I wanted to learn. I don't think that there were any problems. Come to think of it, even though I am a count, I didn't live like a noble. Back home, I was no different from the villagers and had no dignity as a lord. Maybe there is a fatal flaw in my behavior. Maybe the villagers will see me in a different light if I fix that. Well, experiencing it isn't a bad idea. That's true. While talking, I changed and climbed into the bed. That's how it is, so please take care of me starting from tomorrow. All right. I gave her a good-night kiss on the forehead and went to sleep. Section. In this country, the season for high society is autumn. From grand balls held by the king himself to small tea parties held by noble madams, there are many opportunities for socializing. Today, there is a luncheon held here. Ritz Hard-san and Sigalin-san. You only need to come to the meal. Until then, you may rest. Thank you, sister-in-law. With sister-in-law's orders, Siag and I waited in a room. We haven't felt this in a long time, have we? Indeed, it really has been some time since we relaxed together like this. As always, Siag woke up early. Maybe because of the luncheon. Her makeup was thicker than usual. She was wearing rouge on her lips. They almost looked like ripe seasonal fruits. However, I cannot taste them. If I do as my desire leads, her lipsticks will be ruined. Right, Siag, let's play games. To disguise my immoral thoughts, I asked Siag if she wanted to play. Then, why don't we wager something? Siag suggested. Of course, I answered. What should we wager? How about the right to order one another forever? Well, all right. What should I say? I would be happy to listen to Siag's wishes, and I would be happy to make her do what I want. So it wasn't much of a wager. What is it? No, nothing. I had a sly smile again, so I was suspected. The result, I lost. It was a clean defeat. It's not as if I thought that it would be better to be ordered around by Siag. It was an earnest match. To the winner, Siag. I kneeled on one knee like a knight swearing his loyalty to his liege. What is your order? My queen. Since her cute nieces are princesses, Siag is the queen. Of course that's just inside my head. Then, yes, here, from now on, live as you wish. Pardon? I don't mind if you want to go out to the ranch all day, and I don't mind if you want to stay alone when you're tired. Why so suddenly? You were told something by sister-in-law or mother, weren't you? No, not really. Tell me the truth. They did. Surprising. Siag saw through everything. From the posture of swearing loyalty, I bent another knee and changed to the reflecting posture of a foreign country. So, Ritz, you have to listen to my orders, to live as I wish? Indeed, I never heard of such an order. When I looked at Siag in my confusion, she had a warm smile. My chest tightened. How can I explain this feeling? I almost wanted to cry. Chapter 65. As a noble. For the luncheon at the mansion of House Waton, it was being held at a different dining hall from usual, a much bigger one. After reciting to myself that husband and wife should go in with their arms locked, then greet the participants at the door, then take seats, I went in with Siag. In the dining hall, there were already many people there. I made a shallow smile, bowed down and went to our seats as per the butler's guidance. How fancy. Looking at the well-dressed-up ladies, Sigelind said in a quiet voice that only I can hear, but Siag is the prettiest. I whispered as I parted from her to sit across her. It seemed that we were the last to arrive, since as soon as we sat down father-in-law gave a toast to thank everyone for coming. As the servants busily started setting the table, I started talking with the people around me. Everyone seemed to be interested in me, a foreigner. So they asked many questions. That's a rare hair color. All the people back home have the same hair color. I see. It's like the hair color seen only in stories. Well, yeah. What was it? There was this story I read when I was little. I wonder if the snow fairy story is famous here. If this many people say that I'm alike, it's worrying as to how similar I am to that. The luncheon ended without much event. I had 2 flowers, young ladies, next to me. But I found out that I only yearned for 1 flower. Thinking of how I used to love all women equally, I did change a lot. After the meal, we split into men and women and spent relaxing times. The women had an elegant tea party. The men had vulgar talks with cigar and alcohol, to vent out their frustration. Since there were many people around father-in-law, I sneaked away to a corner to not be spotted. I sipped a glass of sparkling fruit liqueur, almost lapping it. May I sit next to you? Yes. The man who approached this lonely corner was the husband of the lady who had been sitting next to me, Comrade von Beowulfgen, at your service. Ritz hard Salon Reventulit. We introduced ourselves and raised our glasses. Comrade was the same age as I was. Moreover, he was Siag's subordinate. Today, I got really tense. Indeed, Siag looked happy throughout the banquet because she was enjoying her reunion with a former colleague. I also learned something unexpected. He was also an acquaintance of the only friend of mine in this country, Kenneth von Brzezinska. I told him about Lieutenant Waton. She's Lady Reventulit now. Anyhow, it seems that it was him who told my friend about the Crimson Eagle. What a coincidence. Truth be told, it wouldn't be weird for her to have a higher command, but she refused promotions and stayed in our unit to continue commanding us. The stories of Sigelind in her military career were brave and valiant. I apologize. I ended up talking too much. No, it's all right. Since I couldn't possibly say that I wanted to hear about Siag's heroic exploits, I told him that I was thankful to hear such priceless stories. Right. This weekend, there will be holding a hunting competition. Kenneth is coming. Why don't you come as well? Since I had my head full of Sigelind, I haven't been in contact with my old friend. I did meet him at the ball last month, but I only exchanged brief sentences with him, so I want to have an opportunity to slowly talk with him. How about it? Is it the first time hunting? No. I enjoy it. I didn't have any worries about hunting, but I couldn't arbitrarily decide here. May I ask my wife first? Yes, of course. After saying that, I regretted it. It's bad to say that my actions were being controlled by my wife. When I hastily made up an excuse, he smiled and said, "The lieutenant is a good commander after all." Comrade, you are a good man. Section. After safely finishing the luncheon and having a reflection meeting with father-in-law, we had dinner. When I went to my bedroom after taking a bath, the goddess was lying in the bed as always. Since I was thankful, I clasped my hands in my head. I changed into my pajamas and dived into the bed. I talked about Conrad. So, I was invited to a hunt. Of course you can go. Thank you. What about you? My wife is having a tea party at Conrad's mansion. Siag too was urged, so I tried asking. Can I also? All right. I'll write that in the letter. Please. Since I didn't have anything more, I closed my eyelids to go to sleep. But then Siegelind poked my shoulder with her fingers. Siag, what is it? Just a bit before we sleep. Okay. Siag talked about many things that happened today. While listening to her story, I thought that it's tough being a lady. Today, there were only young and pretty ladies, but I was glad that Ritz said that I was the prettiest. Of course Siag is the most dazzling person in the world. Is that so? Saying that, I brushed back her hair and rubbed the ornament on her earlobes with the tips of my fingers as if to check it. Maybe because that act was ticklish, she had her eyes open thinly. I just wanted to talk. Sorry. This is somehow embarrassing. It got long. Let's sleep now. The hand that was caressing her earlobes were grabbed and returned to its original position. Even though I felt disappointed, I shut my eyes tight from the thought that Siag too must be tired. Good night, Siegelind. Sleep well. The quiet night passed by peacefully. Section. At the weekend hunt, we were looking for a small animal called roe deer. Surprisingly, it seemed that hunting was done for entertainment among nobles. Even the target is predetermined. Royalties hunt deers, nobles hunt roe deers, and the rest hunt rabbits. The dogs will find the prey in the forest, so please wait. All right. I learned the rules, then mounted the horse, proceeding into the forest with my old friend, Kenneth. Kenneth, we're finally alone together. You idiot, don't say something so disgusting. Sorry. I just felt happy. Kenneth von Brzezinska. He has many circumstances, and became a noble when he was 18. He doesn't speak like a noble, but thanks to that attitude I quickly got close to him. Really, I didn't think you'd marry the Crimson Eagle. Right. I never thought that she would agree. When I told him about the 1-year-long temporary couple life, Kenneth said that it's nice that I had a miracle. Really, Siag is the goddess of miracles. So, I was right about getting a strong wife, eh? Well, indeed. Kenneth advised me to find a strong woman who could survive a harsh life in the remote lands. However, because I only went after women who were pretty, I kept getting rejected. He had not wrong about getting a strong wife. Since we were chatting so much, the animals didn't come near us, and the dogs looked disappointed because they could not find any prey. Since it's hunting, I thought you'd go all out. Well, it's a bit different from back home. Indeed, hunting animals for entertainment didn't feel good, so I couldn't put my heart into it. For me, hunting is done for survival, not for entertainment. Old habits die hard. When I returned to the meeting point, people were evaluating who got the biggest one. Seeing that, I really did feel the difference in culture. Chapter 66. Family. While learning how to act like a noble, or helping father-in-law's ranch, or relaxing with Siag, the first winter at the foreign country passed quickly. It's already about 5 months since I came here. Siag's belly was heavy with a child as well. According to the doctor, she's about 7 months pregnant. At the beginning of summer, a new life will be born. Siag wanted to return to my country since she was now in her stable phase, but because people around us fiercely objected, we decided to stay here until childbirth. I am happy that she loves the remote lands. However, there are no doctors in the village. In contrast, here there is mother-in-law who is experienced in giving birth along with servants, so it was reassuring. Thus, I decided to stay until summer. Section. Today, I strolled the lush spring forest with the 2 little princesses and Siag. Idlegard and Idledraud walked with baskets to put flowers into. Without delay, the energetic princess looked over here and asked me a question. Dearest Uncle Ritzhard, what's that violet flower? That's blue mallow. It's used for tea. Really? The tea is blue like the flower, but with lemon it turns a pretty light pink. Hey, amazing. I want to see it. Then, Why don't we try it back home? Though it will be a few days later because we have to dry it. Blue mallow is good for sore throats. It also protects mucous membranes, so it's good for stomach aches as well. As I told them, the sisters picked only the flowers into the baskets. It is a little hard to drink though. Blue mallow doesn't have a particular taste or smell, so it isn't really tasty. When I was little, I remember drinking it with honey when I became sick. The flower tea doesn't taste good. I refrained from saying such a dreamless thing to the two who were joyfully picking flowers. Well, they might still be able to enjoy it from seeing the color change, or so I thought, and gave up about talking about the taste. With slow steps, Siag followed by. The servant holding up a parasol behind her was sweating profusely, so I held out a handkerchief. Siag, are you all right? I'm fine. I took off my coat and laid it out on the floor to offer her a seat. Sorry about that. No need. The two of us sat down on the grass and narrowed our eyes from the sunlight. In the forest, many birds were chirping about as if they were whispering. From above the trees, the squirrels occasionally peeked out. The breeze brushing the leaves carried fresh air here. As I enjoyed the genial forest, I heard an energetic voice approach. Dearest uncle, is this enough? You've collected a lot. Their baskets were filled with violet flowers. Shall we go back soon? All right. In this country, the tree branches intertwine greatly, that the lush colors turn dark deeper in the forests. There are not many places where one can stroll in the light. Moreover, it was not good to make Siag walk for too long, so I decided to return home. After drying the blue mallow that was collected from the forest for a few days, a beautifully colored tea is made by extracting the substances of the flower with warm water. Pretty. Seeing the freshly brewed tea, Ilgud and Idledraud gleamed their eyes. Then, when I dropped in some lemon juice with a teaspoon, the blue liquid turned pink. Wah, amazing. Even Idlegud was exclaiming in surprise. Blue mallow is also called the herb of dawn. Dearest Uncle Ritzhard, this is magic, right? Pardon? Even though we lived together for many months, it seems that my image as a fairy had not changed. I ended up smiling wryly because I did not want to disappoint the two princesses. I boasted my trivial knowledge about herbs. Then, Idledraud said, that's the fairy for you. You know everything about the forest. This old fairy is moved to tears. Section. The season quickly changed, and it was now summer. When the sun peeked out from below the horizon, a new life was born. The red-faced newborn was declaring its birth. When I gave words of encouragement to Siag, who became completely haggard, she vigorously responded, this is nothing. The baby was washed by the women and wrapped in a soft cloth before handing it over to mother-in-law. The hair color was white. The eyelids were chubby as through they were bloated, that it seems like it will take some time for the eyes to open. Even from marriage with foreigners, the babies born from the village have white hair. It's a mystery of the village. We don't yet know who's more alike, but it's so cute, mother-in-law said as she looked at the baby's face. Hey, Ritzhard-san, are you all right? Yes, I was still a bit agitated, and the fact that a baby was born didn't feel real. I was hugging it in my arms, yet it felt like a dream. I took the baby to Siag, who had now recovered. Siag, look, it's our baby. What a relief. After seeing the baby, Siag looked very relieved. Siag, thank you. I am glad that you are both healthy. No words of thanks were enough. Protect the family, Dad! Exclamation mark. I came to my senses from mother-in-law's words of encouragement. Then I really felt it, that I finally had new family that I had been yearning for. Section. The baby is a boy, and the name is Arno. Grandfather named him. Become strong like an eagle. It meant grandfather was fawning over his great-grandson. It's a son fitting of the name of a raptor. Look at his sharp gaze. Arno had white hair and blue eyes like me, but his face was more like Siag's. He had all the traits of a creature living in the village of fairies in the remote lands, but he was more like a brave eagle chick than a baby fairy. Grandfather must have been thinking the same thing, since when we looked at each other we ended up laughing. If it's this child, he will live well in those remote lands as well. I hope he does. Of course he will. Thank you, Grandfather. Arno, whom Grandfather was holding, suddenly started crying. Since he was just drinking milk, it might be the diaper. By the way, can you change the diapers in the ship? We can. The servant brought a new diaper over, so I continued chatting while swiftly changing it. Tomorrow, I am finally returning to my hometown after 9 months. Father-in-law wished for me to stay here, but I was worried about the state of the village, and Siag too wished for the life of the village, so I respectfully declined even as I felt sorry. In addition, I was worried about how father was doing as the Lord. I received letters a few times a month. Everything's all right, that sort of loose reports were being sent, but worryingly no letters came from the villagers. I felt anxious because something bad might have happened to the village. About that, are you really fine with it? Well, for now, almost as if we were swapping places, it was decided that father and mother will come to this country to live. There was a request to father to present his research or something. If it's only the two of them, I would be worried, but there's grandfather, so it will be all right. The next day, it was the day to return home. Before we left, we bid goodbye to grandfather. Ritz hard, a parting gift? Grandfather pointed to a square black bag on a small table. The Marquis's butler held up a document to sign. What's this? Chocolate. Pardon? It's special chocolate, so there is a special procedure for this. Stop yapping about and just sign it. Why yes, it didn't exactly know what it was, but I wrote my name where the butler was pointing towards, to the carriage. A servant carried the bag. Why chocolate? It's the parvenu style that's trending recently. Ah, that. I recalled that I heard about it a few days ago from brother-in-law. It seemed that recently nobles are stacking chocolate shaped like gold bars on tables like parvenus to enjoy their drinks. I already had these. I don't need them, so take them without complaining. You understood. The butler opened the bag slightly and showed the chocolate inside. The dazzling wrappings looked like the real thing. Huh? These look real. I flinched from grandfather clearing his throat, and was reminded that it was time to go. Grandfather, thank you for so many things. I will be back again. All right, so go already. I bowed my head down to and ran over to my family who were already waiting in the carriage. While watching the scenery move as the carriage started moving, I bid farewell to Siag's homeland. During the 2-day-long boat trip, when I grabbed the bag grandfather gave me to have some chocolate, it was suspiciously heavy. It was almost as heavy a kid in their early teens. Since the servant from the Marquisate carried it to the cabin, it was the first time I was touching it too. What there? This? It's sort of heavy. To me who was not moving from in front of the bag, Siag came while hugging our son. What's in this bag? Chocolate, from grandfather? The weight wasn't that of confectionery for sure. When I carefully opened the bag, there definitely were gold bars inside. This is? It indeed is real gold. Believe it or not, grandfather's parting gift wasn't chocolate, but 30 gold bars. Other than the gold bars, there were many documents and a letter from grandfather, which could be summarized as, non-returnable. I was tricked. No, didn't you realize it when you were told to sign a document? No, but, he was rushing me. A son and gold bars. I returned home with great gains. Final chapter. With gratitude. Visiting after a long time. The remote land was now completely summer. By now, the village women must be putting their effort into picking berries. It was a long 2 days trip, but it ended without much trouble. Siag, you must be tired. No, I'm all right. That's good to hear. My wife was dependable as always. My newborn son also did not cry except for milk and diapers. My son, Arno, was staying still in my arms. His hard and gleaming gaze was sharp for a baby. That's indeed the child of the Crimson Eagle. His eyes, which opened about a week after his birth, are blue like mine. With those blue eyes, he gazed at us. Arno, at the village, Grandpa and Grandma are waiting for you. It's also pleasant to imagine just how my parents would react at seeing their grandson. The carriage stopped in front of the fortress, and the coachman opened the door. The luggage will be moved to the mansion. Thank you. Since the bag full of gold was hard to move, I requested for the servant to accompany us on the carriage. It was someone who was from the Marquisate, so we trusted the servant. While carrying Arno in my arms, we went into the fortress. Ah, my lord? There was a relatively young soldier at the reception desk. With his shout as a signal, people flooded out from the room behind him. Oh, your lordship has returned. Please say that you won't leave us now? We've been waiting for you. Because of their mysterious greeting, Siag and I stared at each other and tilted our head. It's been a while. A little later than the rowdy soldiers, Captain Artonon came. Wow, how cute. Captain Artonon stared at Arno, and had a smile as if he was melting. Then, he glanced at Siag and asked, "Girl?" With a serious expression. "A boy, the name's Arno." "Ah, I see." "Ah, no. He just looked so like the Countess." As if to console Captain Artonon, Arno had a nihilistic smile. "Rather, what's with this smile that's not like a baby?" When I asked Siag, she said that she didn't know how to teach people to smile, while having a smile similar to her son's. "By the way, how's the village?" Right. Peaceful. What is this? What is this report that feels incomplete?" Could it be that Father did something? His lordship has been doing his work perfectly." "Really?" "Really," the captain responded without looking at me. "Ritz, let's get going soon. We're disturbing their work." Right." Hearing that, Captain Artonon offered, "Why don't you have some tea?" With a dismayed look, however, I politely declined, saying that my parents were waiting. We exited the fortress and proceeded into town. As I had my attention drawn to the village surrounded in greenery, I came across a villager. The young man who met my eyes shouted, "The Lord is back!" "What?" We were surrounded by the villagers in an instant, and were warmly received. There were even elderly people. They joyfully looked at Arno. "My lord, you will keep being the lord here." "Yes, the Lord is back. Thank goodness. Please be a lord again quickly." "Maybe it's because I have a baby. It seems a bit too much." Did father do something?" When I asked that, everyone's faces grew grim. When Siag said, "Father-in-law and mother-in-law are waiting for us," people quickly dispersed. Just what happened? I was curious, so I went to shop lady to learn what happened. Section Wa, Harugun, Sigalin-san, welcome bar, CK. The person in question was relaxedly sketching plants in the front yard. Hearing that, mother also came out. Welcome back, Richin. Lin-chan. Of course. Lin-chan refers to Siag. Further said, "So cute," while looking at Arno, while mother was teary-eyed. "Father, will you explain what happened?" "Pardon?" I questioned my father, who stopped sketching plants and was about to start sketching Arno. For now, mother suggested that we come inside, so we moved to the living room. So, Siag, father and I, the three of us talked together. I left-handed to mother. "It's not so." "Why did you act as you wished?" Further tilted his head. It seemed that he did not know why he was getting scolded. "What I learned from the shop lady was my father's tyranny. He didn't disrupt religion like grandfather, but he ordered the villagers to report every detail on the number of prey they hunted, acted harshly to the elderly people who disliked foreigners, and forced people to participate in the spring farm work. But I did nothing wrong. Of course, the number of the animals in the forest needs to be tracked. If the balance collapses, some animals might even become extinct. However, the villagers know which animals are diminishing and which animals are increasing in number. Thus, we controlled what was hunted by ourselves. Let the elderly people be free. That was something I decided on when I became a lord. Of course, fixing their xenophobia might be good for other people from foreign countries and Siag. However, getting that scared is too much. The farm work that is being done as an alternative to taxation is not forced. That was because not every family had a working man. There were many people resistant to change, so I did my duties as a lord with the mindset that small changes will be better. However, like grandfather, father did not care for how the circumstances or the feelings of the villagers. "Well, you are too soft, and there were problems because of that. So isn't it all good?" "Really?" "Right. Plus, won't it be easier to work after an evil lord ruled?" Indeed, the elderly people were overjoyed at my return. It probably wasn't just thanks to Arno. "Father, could you have aimed for that?" "No, it just ultimately turned out like that. I heard from grandfather that father is shrewd man, but he was the usual fluffy. He might actually be cold-hearted, I had thought, but I soon regretted thinking that." From there on, The 5 of us lived together peacefully. I went out hunting, while Siag worked indoors. Father devoted himself to research, and Mother joyfully took care of Arno. A month later, a letter from grandfather arrived, demanding father to come. Even that aloof father seemed to like Arno, that he started mumbling that he didn't want to leave. However, the next month, an intimidating servant from the Marquisate came and took him away. I thought Mother would of course accompany him, but she waved her hand to father, saying I have to take care of Archan. Father looked crestfallen as he left. So, it became 4, but the relaxing warm life did not change. After having lunch with Siag, I took Arno from Mother to let her have some food as well. Drinking milk properly every day, sleeping well every day, crying and living energetically, Arno was now a handsome baby. His cheeks were puffy that they looked as though they would be tasty. When I hold out my finger, he holds tightly onto them. Even that feeble grip was lovely. Siag, sitting next to me, was also staring at Arno. Hey, what is it? How do I convey feelings of gratitude? No matter how many times I said thanks, it never felt like it was enough. I couldn't express this joy in words. Ritz, there's this thing you do all the time. No? Pardon? Showing gratitude. What did I do last time? What was it? When we hunted wild reindeer together for the first time, when I gave you the bracelet I made, and when I accepted the marriage. You still don't know? Ah, I remembered that I kissed her on the cheek. When I was overjoyed and excited, I put my lips to Siag's cheek, and also kissed Arno's forehead with feelings of gratitude. A warm feeling filled my heart. Arno made a nihilistic smile again. So Siag and I ended up laughing. In the following years, 4 more children were born after Arno. The eldest son Arno took after Siag in both his appearance and his personality, growing into an honest and earnest boy. The eldest daughter Veronica took after both her parents, growing into the relaxed girl. The second son Ulrich was docile and liked reading. The second daughter Kriemhilde was wild and energetic. The third son, Ian-Fried, was spoiled and loved Siag and the mother. Arno's looks took after Siag, but the other 4 looked just like me. Before I realize it, I had the most children in the village. The village was slowly changing, but it was still peaceful. There were more permanent residents from foreign countries. My parents were the same, the children were healthy, and Siegerland was still a hard worker. I really am a blessed one, I felt every day, and this joyous life continued every day. The snow country life of the northern nobleman and the raptor wife extra fin. Bonus chapter. Lucas Salon Reventalet's activity report. When I returned to my homeland, what awaited me was father's reception. Kukaku. Ha, ha ha ha. Father laughed loudly as he pointed towards me. Hey, how about calming down now? Ha, ha. As if I cannot laugh at this. Phew, phew ha ha. As to why he is so happy, it is because he was amused at seeing depressed from coming here without my wife. HMPH. Serves you right. You're receiving punishment for pestering your son. Well, I wonder about that. Being so carefree like that again. You really have no shred of cuteness. Father especially doted on Ritz hard from a long time ago, according to the servant. He does have other grandsons, but maybe they aren't cute like me. As a researcher, I thought that I shouldn't disturb the village's customs and cultures too much. So you thought that you shouldn't help your son? Right. Then you're just a shitty parent. I won't deny it. I hope your true nature is revealed to your family, you black-hearted man, but everyone will coolly accept me. Go to hell. Further clicked his tongue and left the room. I felt glad that he is healthy. Then I was also surprised at myself for thinking that people do change. I started adventuring the world a few decades ago. When the research that I have been doing for many years was finally recognized by the world, my colleague said that I must be happy, but I said that it wasn't so, which surprised him. That might have been the motive. Lacking emotions. Father always said that to me. I thought that it was fine if I was okay with it, but I was told that I am a black-hearted man. Then I remembered a line that was bothering me, from someone's research paper. I felt the joy of life and how important it is for people to have one another. Joy of life. The importance of meeting people. I never felt that, but I didn't have any hardships because of that. However, I was curious at this feeling inside me that I did not have. If I travel around the world, I might be able to experience this mysterious thing. People around me tried to stop me, but I went out traveling after all. Traveling the world costs a lot of money. If I want to travel safely, it would cost just as much. My savings were quickly depleted, and I even had to use the allowance I was given by father. I read the travel guides written by a certain man again. When I went to the countries and the villages written on them, I received a warm welcome just because I was one of his kind. From their words, I could also learn of his kind personality. Of course, not all was good. I was tricked by an interpreter, once lost all my money. I was assaulted by bandits when I was moving on a wagon. I even spent a night in prison. Even so, I couldn't stop traveling. More than the fear of losing something, the want to learn about the world was greater. Also, I was bothered. In one village, an elderly lady whom I owe a favor said, "There is a treasure that cannot be replaced for you somewhere on earth. If you find that, you will definitely become happy." She didn't explain what the treasure is. Something that is irreplaceable for me. I couldn't imagine it. Something irreplaceably precious. I could only tilt my head. A healthy body and money for living is important. I can say for sure that they are not treasures. Without a clear answer, I continued my travel. The travel guides moved on to talk about the Arctics. Amongst them, there was an interesting people. Inuit. I was greatly intrigued by this people eating raw meat. Inuits live north of the Arctic line. They live in the Arctic Circle. Even among that, the place where the Inuits live are detailed as the worst possible environment for human survival. The guide also had what I should look out for. First, I was to be careful of scurvy. Simply told, scurvy is caused by the lack of water-soluble vitamins found in fruits and vegetables and is a lethal illness that leads to death by blood loss. Throughout history, there are many books about scurvy. What tormented the sailors of the Age of Exploration and the soldiers going to war was this as well. Water-soluble vitamins dissolve from heat, and raw meat has lots of water-soluble vitamins. Inuits are eating raw meat to prevent scurvy as well. In addition, the Inuits were never invaded because those regions have no value, according to the guide. Why do they live there? I was curious about that, so I headed north. However, when I arrived there were no Inuits. It was written that Inuits are Mongoloids, but the woman in front of me was without a doubt white. When I turned around to my guide, he was already gone. A visitor. She spoke Finnish. I didn't think a subject I took out of women university would help. When I looked at the passport I received from the guide, it was issued from somewhere else. I was tricked again. I hung my head down. Did something happen? Are you hungry? I noticed that the woman in front of me kept talking to me. Where is this? This the village of the Sami people. Sami. White hair, white skin. The woman who looked like a fairy smiled while holding a bloodied rabbit in her hand. The place where the guide led me to was a relatively temperate village where people called Sami lived. Compared to the Inuits, who are said to have warm temperaments, the Sami had tough temperaments befitting the extreme cold. However, from hearing their story of getting abused by outsiders, it felt natural that they would be cold to others. The more I saw, heard and learned, the more I felt the harshness of the Sami. However, the Lord's daughter, Richelle, was different. She was broad-minded and kind to anyone. It didn't take long for me to come to like her. I married Richelle and had a child. Then I learned what it meant by my treasure. I wanted to say thanks to that elderly lady who gave me an objective to traveling. However, it took quite some time to get back to that village. When I visited that village again after a few years, she was already gone from this world. It was just at her grave. But nevertheless I thanked her with Richelle that I was able to find my treasure. I wasn't really reflecting about neglecting my son because I was confident that he will be a good lord. I adequately cleaned up my research and presented them for a few years, then returned home. When I got back home, my family greeted me. I had 5 grandchildren already. It was decided that this old man who had no talent in hunting would do the babysitting. It was the land of extreme cold, yet I felt warmth. The village was overflowing with treasure. I thanked God for this miracle and vowed to enjoy this life. Bonus chapter. Extra afterstory. My room was taken over by father, and in was infested with books. There were books even on the bed. I was at a loss for words. Within that, I found an old and used book. It was something like a travel guide written by an adventurer. That adventurer went to many places and interacted with many peoples. What interested me the most was a hunting people called Inuits that also lived in the extremely cold regions like us. Like this village, they lived in the Arctic Circle, but it is recorded that they live somewhere even colder. Their prey are animals that live under the ice. Their main source of food, seals, are shown to be long and slender. Seals are mammals, breathing through their lungs. They come above the ice to breathe in air, so they hunt by aiming for that moment. Other than that, narwhals, dolphins that have horns, to be exact, a fang protruding from the forehead, are also hunted. They too are hunted when they come above the ice to breathe. Depending on the region, they hunt polar bears, rabbits or reindeers. As for the culture, there are aspects that are similar, and those that are not. It seemed that cherishing children were similar all throughout the world. I was most surprised about their sense of virtue. When they go out for long periods to hunt, they leave their children and wives to other men. Then, if a husband does not come back from the hunt, the wife and children become the man's. Of course, hunting does risk one's life, but it's hard to believe that such a culture existed. That was plenty surprising, but it also stated that it was not surprising for a husband to come back and be greeted by a pregnant wife. It seemed that such a thing was not that much of a big deal. Such custom came out of the thought that children are the treasure of the whole tribe. Or so I read. To think there would be a place colder than this village. Surprising, eh? Before dinner, I spent time with Siag by talking about the Inuits. Arno, maybe satisfied from getting milk, was looking up here, though I don't think I want to leave Siag and Arno to anyone else. Well, the world is wide. Even so. Well, it's not easy to accept cultural differences. Siag, was it hard for you as well? No, come to think of it, not really. I was worried if she holding many things in, but I felt relieved that she wasn't. While we were chatting, dinner was delivered to the table. Thank you for waiting. Mother served the dishes. On days when Oyuparon was not here, Mother prepared dinner for the day. When Siag and I tried to help, she said, "Leave it to me," and chased us out. Not just Oyuparon. It seems that people don't like others messing with their cooking. I put Anna to sleep in his cradle and then sat down. Mother learned cooking from all over the world and was enjoying our reactions. The village women were also interested in foreign cooking methods, that she was opening a cooking class once a week. Today, there were only dishes that I saw for the first time. Mother joyously started explaining. Today, we have shepherd's salad. Shepherd's salad is a refreshing salad, made from many summer vegetables with a dressing made from herbs, oil, pepper and citrus juice. It seems that it was named so because shepherds ate this at ranches. Then we have rustic red bean soup and wrapped reindeer meat and mushrooms. The red bean soup had a simple taste. It was good because the beans had a subtle sweetness. The wrap dish was a top-grade dish, made with a thin wrap, made from mixing flour with water and herbs. The reindeer meat and mushrooms are wrapped in those and grilled. When I put a knife, it sliced easily. When I asked how the reindeer meat got so soft, she answered that she put the meat in yogurt, a fermented dairy product. Apparently, this method is used often in foreign countries. Yogurt was also used as sauce. It had a sour taste and deepened the meat's flavor. It was a refreshing sauce that I never had before. Mother, what's this? I said as I spread a black paste from a jar. It had an exotic flavor, but I quite liked its texture. I was curious as to what it was, so I asked Mother, "That's cannabis spread?" Exclamation mark. I heard her reply when I was swallowing it, and choked from hearing what it was. Ritz, that is made from the fruit, not from the leaves or the stalks. It doesn't have poison. I see. What a surprise. It seems that cannabis is a common ingredient in Siag's country. Luncheon. Is it not good? No. It is tasty. I fixed my posture and continued eating. For dessert, we had raspberries that Siag picked from the forest. It was sweet and sour. The herb tea Mother made from plants picked from the forest was handmade, but it was strangely bitter. I endured it thinking that it was medicine for my body. Mother-in-law, it was very delicious again today. Good, good. I'm glad it's to Lunchan's liking. I was a bit worried about living together with Mother, but it seems that there won't be a problem. It seems that she is on friendly terms with Siag as well. After dinner, I bathed Arno. First, I washed myself and then asked Siag for a small bath for Arno. The bath for the baby had a perfect temperature. My Uperon prepared it. First, I put a towel on my lap and put Arno on top of that. I started from his hair, then washed his body, hands, feet and back. Does it tickle? When I asked that, he giggled. Finally, when I put him in the bath, he looked so comfortable and pleased that I felt healed as well. Looks like he's warmed up enough, I thought, and lifted him up. I properly dried him with a towel and put on baby clothes that were warmed up beforehand. A warm baby, coming right up. Good work. Arno was handed over to Siag and moved to his bedroom by his mother. When I came out from the bathroom, Siag handed me a towel. Thank you. Siag and mother already bathed. Then all that's left is to sleep. I changed to my pajamas and headed to my room. Archan's asleep now. I see. Mother, who was gently patting Arno to sleep, said joyfully. Mother said that she wanted to take care of Arno at night as well, but she doesn't have milk so she couldn't. I'm already very thankful that she's helping us out during the daytime. She disappointedly left Arno's bedside. She bid goodnight and left the room. After that, Siag came in. She smiled faintly from seeing her son sleep peacefully and climbed into bed. The moment Siag rolled over here, I embraced her. We're finally alone. Right. We couldn't really be lovey-dovey in front of mother, so I could only touch Siag at night. Well, I was thinking that I should stop being so lovey-dovey to Siag since I'm a father, but at night the joy was double because I was holding back, so this is all right, I suppose. Arno. I think he can soon sleep until morning. Really? Breastfeeding was done at least 10 times a day. It's easy to know since he cries when he's hungry. Day and night did not matter. So the mother usually suffered from lack of sleep. At the least, I woke up when Arno was crying for the diaper. It's hard, raising a baby, but there's something very fulfilling about it. Indeed. Babies are cute, and it's fun to watch how he was growing as well. We might have about 4 more children. There you go again. I couldn't imagine that I would be surrounded by 5 children sometime soon. There's no telling what might happen in life. Bonus chapter. Arno Salon Reventalet's activity report. The morning of the remote village begins before sunrise. I cleaned the doghouse and the reindeer pen and fed them. I checked how many more firewood we had. We were lacking, so I split some with an axe. While I was working, someone talked to me from behind. Luncheon. It's time for breakfast. The person standing behind me was my little sister Veronica, who is 2 years younger than me. I couldn't sense her coming up to me, so I got surprised. What is it? That's. She looked a bit troubled. It was because she failed to wake little brother Ulrich. He might have holed up in grandfather's study and stayed up all night again. After I went back inside, I headed not to the dining room but to Ulrich's room. He was curled up under his blanket, so I took the blanket off and shook him hard to wake him up. Ulrich, wake up already. Weak in the morning, not waking up well. That part was similar to father. However, the fight with the half-unconscious Ulrich is easily settled by taking his pillow away. Wash your face and come to dining room. Okay. I took Ulrich to the washing basin, and gave him the bitter powder for brushing the teeth, made specially by grandmother. Now he should be awake. I thought it was okay now, but from a nearby room I heard a loud crash. Kriemhilde? The sound came from my little sister Kriemhilde's room. I could only get bad feelings, but I couldn't possibly pretend to not have heard, so I headed there. Rim. I'm coming in. It's a lady's room, so I knocked before I entered. Though she's only 7, she's still a proper lady. Luncheon. Good morning. You're up early again today? I saw a ripped lace curtain and my little sister lying down on as if she gracefully landed on the cushion. Oi, how did this happen? Well, I was hanging from the curtain, playing. You idiot. Kriemhilde is a girl, but she is the most energetic and mischievous of my siblings. Just how did this happen? I agonized. In addition, Ulrich and Kriemhilde are twins, but their personalities are strangely the opposite. Luncheon. I have a request. I decline. No way. You're joking? You have to apologize this time. No, tell me you're joking. Before, she climbed a tree and got a hole in her skirt because she was crying so much. Thinking that she will be scolded harshly by mother, I got fabric that had the same color and fixed them in secret. However, I don't have the confidence to make lace products, so I declined it this time. How cruel. It's not cruel. You dug your own grave. Still, you don't have to say that with such a scary face. My face is in 8. At this rate, my little sister will keep whining. I picked up Kriemhilde and carried her to where mother was. She was rolling over on the floor, so I had to check her for any bruises. After I handed my little sister over to mother, I could finally go the dining room. Arno, morning. Morning, Dad. Further stood up and came over here with sleepy eyes, and kissed me on the cheek. It's the usual daily greeting, but recently it's become a bit embarrassing. Though, if I say no, Father makes a sad expression, so I silently receive them. Not too long later, the whole family came into the dining room. Mother came in last, with the youngest, Fried, and Kriemhilde, who was half in tears. Looks like little sister was scolded harshly. She needs to hold back a bit when she's playing, or she'll get hurt badly. Plus, she's a girl, so I wish she acted a bit calmer. When everyone was gathered, Myruperon served soup to our bowls. The bowl got filled with cabbage and reindeer meat soup. I like both the pickled cabbage that was made in summer and the special soup that was boiled for a long time. I put a salted herring on top of a thinly sliced tripe bread and ate it. The refreshing flavor of the herb and the sour taste in the fish went well with the bread. When the soup bowls got empty, Myruporn took them away. I bowed in thanks. Hey, Myru-chan, are you really all right? Yes, I recovered now. I see, but take care of yourself. Thank you, Grandmother said while looking at Myruporn worriedly. Myruporn gave birth just a few months ago, but she returned to work a few days ago. Even as we saw her working energetically, everyone was worried. It seemed that the child was being taken care of by Myruporn. Tapran seemed excited, wanting to raise the child into a warrior or something. The usually energetic husband becomes really timid at home. I don't know if I should feel pity or if I should be amused. After breakfast, everyone went to do their own things. Grandmother was going to do housework with Myruperon, while Veronica, Ulrich and Kriemhilde was going to study with grandfather. I was going to go out hunting with mother. Father was going to watch the house with Fried. Well, though I say watching the house, they still had something to do. Go. Fried threw a rope with a ring on one end to a tree branch that was carved in the shape of a reindeer antler. It's the first thing a child of this village learned. If this isn't done well, controlling a reindeer is hard, so it's an important technique. What's surprising here is Father. You won't be able to reach the reindeer antler that way. Swing the rope stronger. Father is usually fluffy, but when he's teaching he becomes strict. He's merciless even to the 3-year-old Fried whom he usually dotes on. I thought that the spoiled Fried might cry, "Dad's scary," or something when he started training. But despite the tears he is trying his hardest every day. If he does it well, he'll be praised by father, mother, or grandparents, so he's doing it earnestly. As I watched father and little brother's passionate class, mother came with dogs and guns. We went out as the 2 house sitters saw us off. On the way, mother said that she had to visit the shop, so I waited outside. While waiting, I saw the door of the shop diagonally in front of me open. The person that came out was a girl 3 years younger than us. It's Ari, the daughter of Aina-san, who runs an accessory tailor shop. The dogs got excited and tried to get to Aina, so I silently calmed them down. Ari doesn't like dogs, but even still she approached even as she grimaced. "Sorry. Are you alright?" "Why yes." I thought that she had something to say to me, but Ari only fidgeted without saying anything. "Are you going to help at the shop today?" "It's not related to you." "I see." Ari's not very honest. As always, according to her mother, it's a disease that's cured as one naturally grows up, so she asked me to patiently hang out with her. Well, it's cute compared to my little sisters or brothers. Then, as she left, she silently handed me a paper bag. I could smell something sweet inside. "Ari, this is." When I was about to thank her, Ari had already ran off. Because I was scolded when I chased after her before, so I silently saw her off. It had best to write a letter and place it on her room's window, Like the usual. A while later, Mother came out of the room. "I made you wait, Arno. Let's go." When I looked up at the sky, the bright sun was shining down on the snowy plains. Until the polar nights where the sun does not rise come, we have to secure food from the forests. The hunting in this period is very important. Some time ago, when Father said that he's leaving the hunting this time to me, I was really happy. I resolved myself that I will hunt enough to fill my family's belly. Like so, the hunting life of my family and me continued. Whimsy. Additional chapters. Chapter 71. Additional chapter, with father-in-law. Morning. I woke up from the violent chirping of the birds. The sun had not risen yet. Today I was going to go help out father-in-law at the ranch. So it's a perfect time to wake up. I wonder I can't feel thankful for getting woken up though. I complained to the bird that it should tweet in a cleaner tone. Siag was still sleeping. I whispered I'm off, brushed her hair and kissed her forehead. I also told the baby in her belly to be a good child. I changed into my working clothes, washed my face, brushed my teeth and headed outside. Good morning. Morning. Yet again, father-in-law was here before me. Is it all right today? Yes. I have permission from both mother-in-law and Sigurlin-san. Father-in-law nodded his head, going Managing the ranch was father-in-law's hobby, so mother-in-law did not really want me to work there. Thus, I can only help about 2 or 3 days a week, and for the rest of the week I am living like a noble as per mother-in-law's directions. We rode on our horses and headed to the ranch, a little way from the count's mansion. After I arrived at the ranch, I fed the animals, cows, horses, sheep, pigs, chickens and more. There aren't that many animals, but there aren't many people either, so the work is tough. For the horses, cows and sheep, the fodder consists of dried plants and many kinds of grains. For the pigs and chickens, the feed consists of ground grains and plants. Having empty stomachs in the morning, the animals got very rough for food. So I said, please wait a bit, showing a humble attitude and trying to get into contact as much as possible. When that was over, we would get away from the ranch for a while. It was time for breakfast. Father-in-law, it's almost time for breakfast. It's already this late. We mounted our horses and rushed back home. If we're late for breakfast, we get scolded by mother-in-law. We rode through a small trail from the ranch to the mansion. The flora around us was swaying gently in the soft breeze. The wind in this season feels nice. Is that so? After the cold season passed, warm and refreshing winds brushed the cheeks. The spring in the foreign country was this warm. I was surprised. I could understand why people say I can't wait for spring here. My relationship with the horse I met here also quite good. I learned how to ride the horse from father-in-law. It doesn't rock as much as the sleigh, and it feels good to ride on. The horses, used to humans, obediently followed us. It was so cute. When I was young, I used to go out on rides with my wife on the hill a little ways from here. In this season, the budding trees are very beautiful. Hey. Of course, mother-in-law was a soldier as well. When I asked if she valiantly rode her horse alone, he told me that it was so, though I don't recall seeing her ride horses recently. She hasn't been for about 30 years. She couldn't after she had children. So it's like that. As I thought, I remembered that mother-in-law said a biting remark to me who was focusing too much on the ranch. This is the only period where you can still be cared for by your wife. Father-in-law, why don't we go out on a ride to that hill? Just you and me? No good? No, that is not the problem. Well, I am worried about getting scolded by Siag. Some time ago, Siag said that it wasn't amusing when I was being friendly with father-in-law. Siag and mother-in-law will soon hold a tea party, inviting other ladies, so I suggested that going out together is pretty tough. Sorry. My status within the family is rather low. It's okay. When we were about finished arranging the date for the ride, we arrived at the mansion. We led the horses to the stable and went in through the back door to the bathroom to wash ourselves. After breakfast, we headed to the ranch again. We milked the cows and sheep, and cleaned their pens. Today, we will be butchering a sheep. Father-in-law decided to butcher a sheep whose milk was declining. Ritz hard kun. Have you ever tried sheep meat? No, never. Unfortunately, there are no sheep back home. I heard that the history of domesticating sheep for wool or milk goes back 11,000 years. In addition, it seems that the area in which wild sheep can live are limited. When I learned how they butchered, it wasn't that different from what I've usually been doing. So I helped them. First, we drain their blood through their necks, and hang them by tying their hind legs. The part near the belly button is slit open, and the sheep gutted. Finally, it's finished by carving the thigh meat. It takes about 10 days to mature the sheep. Well, I do not know if it will be delicious since the species is one bred for milking. There are sheep bred for wool, sheep bred for meat, and short-haired sheep for tropical areas. It seems that there weren't many breeds for milking before. So the taste is a mystery. In this region, do you have sheep meat often? No, not very often. For the sheep meat, there is lamb, which refers to meat from sheep in its first year, and mutton, which refers to meat from sheep after its second year. Mutton has a deep flavor and a good texture, but the smell is strong. Normally, it is said that mutton is not tasty, but it might be because people usually eat ones that are not refrigerated properly. This one was 2.5 years old, so this is mutton. Hey, but it might be tasty because it's a female. Right, female ones are tasty. Father-in-law and I got excited at a weird point. We went to a cool storehouse to age the fresh meat, as well as take meat that is prepared. Ah, this looks good. So this is sheep's shoulder, spare ribs, rack, short loin, legs, arms, flanks. There are many parts. Shall we have a taste? Sounds good. We acted fast when the matter was decided. A barrel cut in half was placed on some bricks, then gridiron was put on top, then a fire was lit. How about the shoulder? Though he said that it was just for tasting, what was picked was a meat with quite a bit of white parts in the meat. That is then sliced thinly, then grilled with herbs because the smell is strong. On the heated grill, the mutton shoulder was placed. As it was heated on the fire, the white parts slowly melted and the fat started boiling. Though it is said that the meat has a bad odor, but I could only smell something delicious, maybe because of the smoky smell or because of the herbs. Father-in-law: it looks great. Just a little more. Waiting in front of the barrel. The two of us probably don't look anything like a noble. Mother-in-law said that nobles should always act elegantly, but let us off the hook just this time. Now looks like a good time! Exclamation mark. The grilled meat was skewered with a stick carved out of a nearby fallen branch. I took a bite into the meat that was dripping with fat. Delicious. The sheep meat tasted surprisingly clean. The tasty is about halfway between pork and heifer beef. I couldn't think up an adequate description. It didn't smell well. This might have been because I'm used to eating game. Father-in-law was having a little trouble. Then mother-in-law won't like it either. Grandfather liked reindeer meat, so it might be a good idea to take some as a gift for him. I think Siag will like it as well. Then you can have more. Sheep meat is abundant in nutrition. Sheep meat does not have much animal fat, and does not fatten one much even if it's eaten a lot. It is also abundant in iron, which pregnant women lack, so it's perfect for Siag. As for the sheep meat that came out for dinner, mother-in-law did not like it as expected. And as expected, Siag liked it. Mother-in-law said that she didn't want more, but when father-in-law said that it was good for reducing weight, she suddenly started asking more questions. Later, the tea party was changed to a party to have sheep meat. Chapter 72. Additional chapter, with nieces. Today we are going out with the cute girls Idlegard and Idletraud. The destination is the shopping district in the city. The nice girls wanted to hold a tea party and invite Siag, so I volunteered to help out. Dearest uncle, you really know how to make reception goods? Of course. This time it wasn't a normal tea party. We will be serving confection and jam that we made on our own, different from the nobles in the area. As to why such a tea party was organized, it was because the princesses found a book called The Tea Party in the Little Forest. In the story, there is an animal princess who made confectionaries with berries from the forest, and tea from wild herbs, and then invited the queen of the neighboring forest over to a tea party. After reading that, they said that they also wanted to try such a tea party. While browsing the plan, Idlegard wrote, "We went shopping." On the picture, there is a type of round cake with the a hole in the center. and a small baked good with 2 kinds of jam and fruit. This round cake is lemon pie. I see. The usually quiet Ilga did her best to explain. Though she said lemon pie, it seemed that it was different from the idea of pies back home. For the crust, they used one that is made by folding mini layers made from flour and butter. I tilted my head when they said that it was crunchy, but I thought that there won't be any problems if I have advice from the kitchen staff. For the lemon pie, lemon curd is necessary. Lemon curd? Lemon curd is something made by clotting lemon, apparently made by heating the juice with butter, eggs and sugar. We have pesticide-free lemons, so they're perfect for making lemon curd. Since even the peels are used, it is recommended to not have pesticide. Then we'll have some please. Other than lemons, we bought ingredients for other jams, such as strawberries, oranges, and grapefruits for making juice. We then proceeded to other shops. While I was talking with the shop lady, Idlegard and Idletrod were hiding behind me. Maybe it's the first time they were this close when they're shopping, that they're embarrassed. Next we went to the shop that handled goods for baking. Here, we bought molds for baking cake, tools for hollowing out the pie, and jars for jams. Wah, Emmer, look, it's pretty. They ran around the store as if the quietness from before was a lie. There weren't other customers, so the shop lady kindly let us pick out what we needed. Other than the tools, we also bought flour for baking, walnuts and dried figs. After returning home, the 3 of us cooked. We washed our hands cleanly and then divided the work. Idlegard, please weigh the sugar, and Idletrod, please hull the strawberries. I also asked other servants to supervise their work, though I'm not leaving the dangerous work to them. There are many sharp knives and tools as well as fire in the kitchen. As for what I did, I brought out a pan to boil fruits to make jam. It was a copper one I borrowed from the head chef here. The heat conduction is superb, that the fruit is boiled down very nicely. This is a specialized pot, called a jam bowl. If fruits are boiled for too long, the flavor dissipates slightly. Thus, the copper pot for making jam is an essential tool because one can cook quickly with it. After I returned to the cooking table, I focused on making orange jam. First, I washed the orange with lukewarm water and peeled it. The peels are also washed with lukewarm water. The peel is then thinly sliced and boiled to remove the bitter taste. In fact, only the squeezed juice is put into the pot. After that, it's boiled with sugar in the pot. The scum has to be removed during the process, and it's done once the mixture becomes thick. While I made orange jam, the sisters made strawberry jam. Strawberries, sugar and lemon juice is put in a pot and boiled as the scum is removed, and it's done once it is a pretty red color. The finished jams were then stored in sterilized jars. Next is making fig and walnut cake. This was very simple. The dried figs are shredded into small pieces, and the walnuts are cracked into small bits. Butter softened in water, egg yolk, sugar are mixed, and then flour and milk are added. Once they're mixed well, fluffy whipped egg whites are added with a wooden spatula to make them easier to break. Finally, fig shreds and walnut bits are added. Then the dough is poured into a mold that has plenty of butter applied. Then baked. The cake that is small grains of figs and crunchy walnuts becomes mellow if left for one day, that it becomes better than when it's freshly baked. I asked for it to be stored somewhere where the sunlight does not reach it. After making jams, the sisters made biscuits. Softened butter, sugar and milk were mixed. Then flour and corn flour were stirred in. The dough, once it became glossy, was stretched thinly into flower shapes. The surface was then punctured with forks to create small holes, then baked on a tray to create crispy biscuits. It's not that sweet, so we'll be having jam with it. It's over for today, and the rest will be done tomorrow. We made quite a bit of confectionaries, so I praised the princesses for that. Next day, we also worked before lunchtime. First we made lemon pie. I asked Idlegard and Idletrod to make lemon curd. For the crunchy pie crusts that I was making for the first time, I did it with the head chef. First, I kneaded flour and butter, then added water and salt to the dough. It's mixed until the powdery texture is gone. Then it's kneaded into thin pieces, then left in a cool place for a while. After that, the dough is folded and bent many times to finish the crusts. The crusts are baked in a tray like biscuits. Then it's finished by putting lemon curd on top. Just that. The grapefruit juice might not have got done in time, so I enlisted help. Somehow I made it in time. I think, dearest uncle. This is amazing. Everything looks delicious. Edelgard nodded at Edeltraud's words. I patted the angelic princess's head to recover fatigue, then went on the final preparation. The place for the tea party is a garden full of spring flowers. On the table brought from the mansion, a white tablecloth was laid on top and cute cups were laid out in a line. The confectionaries were arranged on a 3-tiered platter and jars of jam were placed on the table with ribbons tied around them. Cooled grapefruit juice was brought over from the kitchen. The preparations for the tea party was complete. Both of you did well. Dearest uncle, you too. You did your best. Is that so? I'm happy to hear that. Mufafu. We laughed and stared at the completed table. It was almost time for the appointment, so I asked a servant to bring the guest over. Meanwhile, I quickly changed. I made you wait. Sieglind appeared, being towed by a servant. On her head, there was a large decoration made of eagle feathers. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming. Edelgard had a headband that had rabbit ears. The Queen of Eagles. We were waiting for you. Edeltraud had bear ears. Both were so cute that I wanted to hug them. We decided that we will dress up like the animals in the book. The well-made animal ears were made by my skillful mother-in-law. Princesses, Queen, I serve you this juice of the blessings of the forest. Today, I am a butler, wearing a tailcoat and a trendy black necktie, serving my masters and my guest. Seeing me like that, Siak laughed while hiding her mouth with a fan. Queen, is there something strange? No. I just thought that the dog ears fit you well. It's not a dog, but a wolf. However, if Siak says hand, I think I would gladly offer a hand, so I couldn't really deny that I was like a dog. The jams and the confectionery we put effort into making received good comments. Just by seeing the princesses smiling from enjoying the baked goods, I felt happy. In the middle, father-in-law came back from the ranch with a dog. The sisters then chased the dog around the garden. Father-in-law ended up getting chased as well, that I ended up laughing. Ritz. Yes. When I turned around to her, she beckoned for me. Since I was a servant today, I kneeled down on one knee. What might it be, Queen? No. I just wanted to thank you. What do you mean? When I tilted my head in wondering, Siak thanked me for making the sisters' dream come true. It seemed that Edelgard and Edeltraud were very much looking forward to the tea party today. Here, a reward. Siak put on jam on a biscuit that was broken down into bite size, then held it out. When I opened my mouth, she put the biscuit in my mouth. While I munched on the biscuit, Siak patted my head with the wolf ears. It was nice. That's nice. However, question mark. I'd like something sweeter, Queen, question mark. Siak tilted her head and held out a jar of jam, but I shook my head. Please give me a kiss, exclamation mark. Just from me asking for a kiss, Sieglind's expression changed. Maybe it was cheeky for a servant to ask for treasure-worth gems. I immediately apologized. I overstepped my boundaries. Please forgive me. No, it's all right, but father's gazes. When I gazed into the garden, I found father-in-law looking over here. I stood up and ran towards them while waving my hands in the air, joining them in the game of tag. It was at night that I would receive my sweet reward. Section. Like so, the fun tea party with my nieces ended. Chapter 73. Additional chapter, with Pigsan. Today I am making ham with father-in-law. We will be making cured ham now. It's not smoked. Hey, unlike normal ham, non-smoked ham, called cured ham, is made without heating, that it can be stored for about 3 years. Unlike normal ham, it's moist and has a deep flavor, that the melting flavor becomes unforgettable. According to father-in-law, we will be using thigh meat. It seems that the meat was from one brought over from the ranch, and was meat that was not matured yet. In addition, the pig was apparently a special one. This is a pig raised by feeding it whey. The whey created from cheese has many nutrients, and that carries over to the meat. In addition, it seemed like meat from pigs less than a year old were used for making cured ham. Since maturing is also included in the process, fresh meat less than 3 days old are better. To get rid of the blood, the meat is placed in salt water and left in a cool place. After removing the blood is done, it is rinsed again with clean water to remove the salt, then salt is added again, then the meat is left for a day this time. Next we are making pickling liquid. With this, the ham's flavor becomes rich, and the ham can be stored for long periods. The ingredients for the pickling liquid involve many kinds of spices, berries, salt, molasses, nitrates, water and beer. In a pot, water and 3 kinds of barley are added. The dried leaves, the spice, are tied and added in the middle of the process. The fine powders are wrapped in a cloth then added. Once the water started bubbling, then the other ingredients are added. Once it's boiled for a bit, the fire is put out and it's left to cool for a while. The solid clotted things in the pot are sifted out and only the liquid is left. The finished pickling liquid is then put into a large jar. There, the pork is put in after removing the salt, then left from half a month to a month in a cool place. Depending on the temperature, the pickling liquid may be spoiled, so I was told to check on it at least once a day. Once the meat is pickled, it is taken out and hung up in the air for it to dry for 2 to 3 days. However, this wasn't the end. It's possible to eat as it is after drying, but for long-term storage more work is needed. On the cut surface, paste a mixture of flour, salt and water. With this process, the flavor of the meat improves. Well, it does take some time, but making cured ham is very simple. However, it may smell bad if one becomes careless. During the process of making ham, there was a nice ham smell. Father-in-law told me to keep that state. Then, from the cured ham storage, father-in-law brought out a lump of ham as if he was carrying a baby. Father-in-law, that is 3-year-old cured ham. Wow, it is said that cured ham is matured from half a year to a year. However, 3-year-old ones are considered rare luxuries. I will eating such a ham with father-in-law. With a knife, he carved out a thin slice. The well-matured ham had white fat rising, maybe because it was exposed to higher temperature. I put in the ham dripping with fat into my mouth. The meaty flavor hidden in the ham was condensed along with adequate salt and spices, spoiling my tongue. The moment I thought that, it melted away. It only took a moment. This is extremely delicious. I see. We started talking about the ranch so many times. Meanwhile, he kept giving me pieces of ham that I felt like a dog, but I could not stop myself because of the taste. Oh, father-in-law, the precious ham is disappearing. Don't worry about it. It can't be preserved for too long after it's cut. How magnanimous. I want to be a child of this house. How happy it would be to work at the ranch with father-in-law. However, Siag wanted to go their remote village, so I can't help it. In addition, I was worried about my parents. Come to think of it. Yes? Today Siag will be socializing. Yes indeed. We were invited to the tea party. In panic, we returned to prepare. First I bathed, then changed into neat foreign-style clothes and did my hair. When I did that, Siag came in the room. Siag. I ran over to Siag, who was by the door, and supported her. The child in the belly grew quite big now. It looked like she was having trouble even walking, but mother-in-law told me to not be overprotective. Thinking that it would be okay when no one else is looking, I ended up spoiling her. Are you alright? Don't worry about me. In retrospect, I felt relieved that I decided to make her give birth where she's close to a hospital. The village women will help out, but doctors are the most reliable when something happens. It's the first birth, so I can't help but feel agitated. What should we do about the name? We don't know if it's a boy or a girl yet. Right. Grandfather was also looking forward to seeing the child, and came over often. A letter came yesterday, that grandfather is coming again. Really? At his last visit, we had a sheep festival. Though I say festival, it was just grilling mutton in the garden. But nevertheless the party heated up. Right, Ritz. Yes? Why don't we let grandfather-in-law decide on the name? Good idea. Thus, we decided to ask grandfather for the name of our first child. We then went to the tea party hosted by mother-in-law. Here, I was told to act like a stoic foreigner. I have the embarrassing title of the Yeti of the Borderlands, so it was tactic to erase that reputation. My, what a strange hair color, and what pretty eyes. I was surrounded by a mother-in-law and ladies in her age group, so I made an amiable smile. I thought that it might be hard to not speak out too much, but that was an undue worry because I had to continue listening at the tea party. Then, it became such a hassle. I spent leisurely time with Siag, just listening to the ladies talk. When I sometimes served some handmade confectionery, they praised me that it was nice for a man to know how to cook. My husband's hobby is only horse riding and hunting. Not very interesting. I would be able to spend more time together if his hobby was baking. Really, I'm envious of you, Sigalin-san. I did my best to not tarnish my reputation further, every day. Mother-in-law too did her best to improve my reputation, doing many things. After everything ended, the night time was the only time we could relax. Are you tired from dealing with all those ladies? Yes, it's an impossible task. When I said that, Siag smiled. Without a warning, I grabbed her hand and kissed her fingers. Then I brushed back her hair, and caressed her cheek. Siag's expression softened, and she closed her grey eyes. Even though I love her, I can't burden Siag too much. Siag, I love you. So, I just whispered words of love into her ears. Like so, our life in this foreign land continued. Chapter 74. Additional chapter. With us today, I have a drinking party with father-in-law's friends. Father-in-law was looking forward to it very much, preparing special smoked meat and alcohol. As for me, I pickled fish I caught from the nearby river. This was the one that Siag said went best with alcohol. The location of the feast is the tool shed at the ranch. To not get caught by mother-in-law or a brother-in-law's wife, we proceeded quietly. However, since we will be cooking, we left a window open. There were about 3 ranch owners gathered here. They were all around father-in-law's age. The men in this area are usually stoic, but these Ossens had really cheerful temperaments that one might suspect that were already very drunk. The table was full with dishes and ingredients that people brought over. Sausages, ham, beer, fruit wine, roasted nuts and dried fish. Everything looked nice. Amongst that, one guy who had a large leather bag laid it down proudly. Look at this. I just caught them a while ago. From the bag, a small beast I never saw before came out. It looked a little similar to a wolverine. What might this be? These are badgers, Dax. They ruin our fields, so we hunt them already in early spring. Hey. Indeed, the 2 badgers, despite having just finished hibernating, had plump bodies and shining fur. These are delicious. Ooh, that really piques my interest. It seemed like they were going to butcher it, so when I said I was going to do it outside, they became surprised. They were even more surprised when father-in-law said, "My son-in-law is from a hunting people." "You're that thin, but you're quite tough. Amazing." I waved my hand that it was not the case while smiling thinly, and left the shed. I felt disappointed at my thin arms. The people here were tall, and maybe because it was easier for them to gain muscles, they had stocky builds as well. On the other hand, I wasn't that tall, nor did I have muscles. If I have a muscular body like those Ossens, I wonder if Siag will say, "What a dependable man." Splendid. Hug me. While getting delusional about such a pointless thing, I walked over to the slaughterhouse. To butcher the badgers, I skewered their legs together and hung them. It seemed the blood was already removed properly. It would be an easy job. First, I placed a bowl under the badgers and started skinning them from their feet. Badger skin was tougher than I expected. If I didn't put enough strength into it, the knife did not go through. Maybe because it was eating nice things. The fur was fluffy. It might be good for making into a nice hat with a tail decoration. To process them later, I laid them out and left them in a cool and dark place. The exposed badger meat were covered in plenty of fat. The red bit peeking out had a pink shade. It didn't smell. I cut off the toes and cut their bellies open. When I took out the organs, some were still warm. Seems like they're creatures with high body temperature. I then butchered them by parts and placed them on a platter. After all the work was done, I washed my hands and picked some herbs in the area as I returned to the feast. Ritz hard kun. Thank you. No, I'm used to it. While the room was being filled with smoke, various ingredients were being cooked on a gridiron. Ooh, you did it neatly. The person who caught the badgers happily received the meat and the herbs I picked. He applied the herbs on the meat and plopped some on the gridiron in a very lively manner. Chua, the grilling meat made such a sound. The badger meat did not have the exotic smell of wild game. From the meat, the fat dripped from the meat and an aromatic fragrance rode the wind. Once the meat was cooked well, it was finished by dashing on a bit of salt. Here, have a taste. Thank you. I politely received the dish with the grilled meat. Since the meat was not matured yet and stiff, the meat was a little tough. However, it had a nice chewing texture, that it was pretty good. Biting into it filled the mouth with the flavor at the meat, and then the nose was filled with the wild flavor at the beast. The crisply grilled meat went well with beer, the fat was sweet, and it was not sticky. It was a very delicious meat. It tastes the best when made into soup! Exclamation mark. If I hear that, I can't help but make it. I got the recipe and promptly stood up to go out and make badger soup. At father-in-law's ranch, there is a small kitchen so that one can snack whenever. There are also simple ingredients and vegetables stored. First, the badger ribs were used to get the soup. Since the fat was also a major source of the flavor, those were added in as well. Once it started boiling, I added herbs and vegetables to remove the flavor. I removed the scum during the cooking process. Once the murky soup became clear, I used a sieve to filter all the content in the pot. In the clear soup, I added in diced badger meat, as well as root vegetables and mushrooms. Scum started rising again, so I worked hard to remove them. Finally, the badger soup is completed by adding spices. I decided to take the whole pot to share with everyone. This is amazing stuff. It seemed that the badger soup was new for father-in-law as well, since his eyes went wide open. The clear soup had a deep flavor, and the vegetables had that soaked in them, pleasing the taste buds with rich flavor. I had put in so much fat, yet it was not sticky. It was refreshing. It seems that badgers did not smell because they are not omnivorous, eating honey, fruits and berries. Since they are tastier than the frequently appearing boars, there are many hunters aiming for them. The two badgers disappeared quickly. I thought that they would be tastier if they are aged, but they are rare, so I gave up. We continued to feast on sausages and ham, and drank. The place became lively with various topics. Amongst the topic, the Ossens showed the most interest in my life in the remote land. Winter hunting and making preserved food for the polar nights. Gathering the blessings of the forest in spring. The white nights of summer, and the berry-picking war of the ladies. When I said that we make whatever we need, they were surprised. You even make alcohol? Yes, buying might be cheaper, but we have time to make them. It's an age-old habit to make what we can even if it's a hassle. We buy the least possible from the merchants. That thought was growing out among the younger generations, but I personally think that the skills to make things are useful. Ha, what a surprise! Hearing my story about alcohol, the Ossens were surprised. They also seem to make alcohol as a hobby. However, they said that it's just buying ingredients from the liquor shop. The apricots drink we made last year were great, made from dried apricots. Apparently, it seems that dried fruits make the drink sweeter and deepen the flavor. Other than that, they also make medicinal alcohol from herbs for their health. Those ain't alcohol. They're medicine. Course they are. Herbs and nuts. They use many things. I learned a lot. In my village, we usually have berry liqueur. Sometimes we make alcohol out of fruits merchants sell. Here berry liqueur is a higher grade. I see. Back home, I was taught to use only fresh berries to make alcohol, so I never thought of using dried fruits or herbs for alcohol. Sounds great. I want to try making them. I think that alcohol is best when handmade. When I murmured that, father-in-law proposed something. Ritz hard can. Why don't I make various kinds of alcohol and send them over later? He also told me to not worry about the shipping fees while patting my shoulder. Then, I'd like to shop for ingredients at the market with Siag. It's Siag who drinks more. If there's something she prefers, I'd make alcohol out of those. Section. In this way, the curtains fell on the feast with the Ossens as the party heated up to the climax. The badger meat I had for the first time were delicious and I learned many things, so the drinking party was worthwhile. Chapter 75. Additional chapter. with Sigurlind. Today, I am going without with Sieg after a long time. I recently learned how to make alcohol from father-in-law's friends, so I asked if she wanted to go get some ingredients. According to mother-in-law, adequate exercise helps improve the pregnant woman's mood. She went out on strolls to the garden or to the nearby forest, but it was the first time we went out to the streets like this. In the morning, the market is crowded with people, so we headed for the less crowded shopping district. Today the weather is good, the breeze brushes on the cheeks gently, perfect for taking a stroll. Hey, what is it? We're finally alone together. For the past few days, I couldn't be with Sieg, so it was nice that I could be with her without having to look out for her family. I was walking with a loose smile while staring at Sieg, that I was scolded to look in front of me while walking. I apologized and shot sideways glances at her. On the way, we took the carriage halfway through, getting off a small distance away from the shopping district to enjoy a relaxing stroll. When I arrived, the shopping district just opened, but there weren't many people. Since it looked like we would be able to enjoy our shopping trip slowly, we walked while chatting. We're buying ingredients for alcohol. Yes, right. Though, I'm planning on buying things to make preserved food. Recently, I learned of a preserved food called chutney from a friend of father-in-law's. It's something like a jam that is loved in the Middle East. It is made by boiling fruits and vegetables with spices. It can be preserved for up to 3 months. It can be used as condiment for soup, or it can be just eaten as a spread on bread. I want to try making berry spreads and peanut spread. The peanut spread that was served for breakfast was delicious, so I wanted to try making it. When we arrived at the street lined with many stores, mountains of various fruits and vegetables came into our sight. Sieg, there's a strange fruit. I went over excitedly, but the price was not cheap. The colorful fruit was from southern Europe, but it was relatively expensive. The shopkeeper recommended cherries, kirsch, for this season. The round red fruits were shining like gems. Cherry alcohol looks good as well, with that neat color. If you're talking about cherries, then there's Kirschwasser. The thing in the Black Forest cake, Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte. Kirschwasser is used in cakes called cherry water. It has a clear shade, but it is also referred to as the fiery alcohol from its high alcohol content. I recall getting teary-eyed when I tried some from curiosity. Right. How about making cake? Sieg likes cherry cake, and the nieces also said that they preferred cakes made using fresh fruit than preserved fruit, so I thought that it would be a good idea. Since the cherries were a local product in season, they were cheap. I bought large amounts and asked them to be delivered to the Count's mansion. Also, we received allowance from father-in-law for things such as berries, mushrooms, fruits and vegetables, so I bought up all the things I was curious about. Then, we got a bit hungry, so I decided to buy some currywurst from a stall in the park. I'll go buy something to drink. You can start eating first. The currywurst stall only had beer. Since the people here drank that like water, they didn't have other things. When I walked a bit, there was a stall selling cooled fruit juice, so I bought 2 of them. While I was walking back with quick steps, I was talked to. Mister, how about some flowers? An elderly lady selling flowers called me over. Then I saw a bright red flower. It seemed like they were grown in the shopkeeper's garden. Your love will like it if you gift them these. Then I'll take 10. Since they were surprisingly cheap, I ended up buying them on impulse. The shopkeeper neatly trimmed the stalks and made a bouquet, tying a ribbon around. With a bouquet in my hand, I jogged back to the bench where Sieg was waiting. Thanks for waiting. Sorry about that. No, this is nothing. I held out one of the juice I bought. Oh, you waited without eating. I was watching children play. Nearby, little children were shouting about and playing. When I thought that I would be having new family like those children, I felt a warm sensation in my heart. Not too long to go, I squatted down in front of Sieg and talked to our child. Also? Taking this as an opportunity, I gave her the bouquet I had behind my back. This is my feelings for you. Please accept them. I was being serious, but Sieg laughed. Sieg, but it's like you're asking my hand in marriage. It was embarrassing for some reason, so I sat down on the bench and opened the wooden lid on the juice. handing one to Siag and drinking one for myself. From the sweet smell, my stomach complained that it was hungry. The sausage with the tingling spice, the curry went cold, but the food from its birthplace was still delicious. It did not compare to the one we ate at the festival back in my country. The two of us ate silently. I didn't get full, but I wasn't hungry anymore. After that, we went further into the city. Here, there are many butcheries. I was surprised at the number of butcheries at the street. There were many butcheries here, sometimes lining on one side of a street. As I expected, there aren't any places that have reindeer meat. Indeed, I missed reindeer meat a little, so I went around, but no stores had them. The butcheries had beef and pork, but no meat that was loved in northern European countries. Siag, do you want to return quickly? Yes. How about Ritz? I wonder. I quite like this place. However, I am worried about my parents, so we have to return. I was happy that Siag liked my homeland, so I returned those words. The somewhat crowded park was no longer crowded since it was now lunchtime. The children playing in front of our eyes also went back home for lunch. Next to me, Siag was enjoying the smell of the rose. Hey, Siegelind. Do you know the language of the flower for red roses? No. I put an arm around Siag's shoulders and closed in, and whispered in her ears, I love you! Exclamation mark. When I said that, Siag's cheeks also dyed into a red shade like the roses. While loving my wife who was being embarrassed, I enjoyed the refreshing early summer afternoon section. When I returned home, the vegetables and fruits bought from the stores were already delivered. The butler asked what we wanted for lunch, but I told him that there was no need to prepare since I wanted to cook with Siag. As we talked together, we started missing the life in the remote land, so we decided to cook after a long time. We borrowed a corner of the kitchen and started cooking. Today we are making reindeer soup, or so I want to say. But since we don't have them, we are making sheep meatball soup. All right. For the meat, we are using sheep, which are the latest trend here at the county. I minced the meat with 2 knives. I asked Siag to peel the vegetables. In the pot, rolled barley, which is dried and crushed barley, were being boiled. The butcher told me that mixing them with meatballs added a unique texture. I added minced meat and spices to a bowl and kneaded until they became sticky. In the end, I added rolled barley and shaped them into round balls. While I made meatballs, Siag added root vegetables and herbs to the pot and boiled them. Once they boiled, she added powdered chili peppers and small tomatoes and continued to boil. Finally, we added in meatballs and boiled them at a high temperature. I removed the scum and boiled the soup until it had pretty red shade. Then, tomato sheep meatball with rolled barley soup is complete. I got some bread to eat with the soup. I glanced at Siag as she sipped a bit with her finger. From her expression, I could tell that it was delicious. Ritz, you really do cook well, right? Because I was praised, my cheeks went loose into a grin. I wanted to stare at Siag eating, but since I felt that I would be scolded again, I decided to have a taste. The meatball with rolled barley, as the butcher recommended, had a texture I never tasted before. The barley had a chewiness. The soup had seeped well into the soup, accenting the flavor of the meatballs. The fresh tomato and chili soup was adequately sour and spicy, with an indescribable aftertaste. The root vegetables that were in season were also great. We had about 2 bowls, filling ourselves until we were full. After a long time, I feel drowsy, somewhat. How about a nap? Is that really okay? Getting this lax? It's okay. You worked plenty. I accepted her hospitality, spending rest of the afternoon lazing about in the room. Today, Siag went out after a long time and we even cooked together. Today was a very satisfying day. Chapter 76, Additional Chapter, with Grandfather. Today I am making alcohol. I sterilized the bottles yesterday by boiling them, and all the ingredients were already prepared. Upon seeing the great amount of clear spirits I bought, I felt an indescribable sensation that I usually went through a very troublesome process to make less than third the amount. I rolled up my sleeves and promptly began work. The thing I am making today is dried apricot liqueur, as recommended by a friend of father-in-law's. The apricots are wiped clean with a wet cloth, then put into a bottle. Then I added peeled lemons and apricot kernels. Apricot kernels have an effect of accenting the alcohol's flavor, giving fragrance. The lemons and apricot kernels that have been left for a month will be taken out of the alcohol, then the liqueur will be only made with the apricot. It can finally be drunk after a year. The other dried good I will use are plums, phloem. The sweetness is rich and the resulting alcohol will have a deep flavor. In addition, the used fruit can be used for baked goods. This alcohol takes about half a year to make. Next is fresh fruit. I especially used citrus fruits that I can't find in my homeland. I gradually peeled them and put them in bottles. I completed about 10 bottles, but there were still empty bottles and more ingredients. How about making mushroom wine as an adventure next? While I was thinking that, Sieg entered the room. "Oh, what is it, Sigelind?" "No. I just thought that I should help, but I see that you're almost done." "Yup, but there's still more to go." "Then, will you try this as well?" Sieg held out the roses I gave her recently. "Alcohol from that? Don't you think it can work?" Sieg wanted to keep the flower intact, so she sought advice from the gardener. She was told to dry the flower, but she gave up upon hearing that the color changed. So, I asked the kitchen staff, and they told me that it is possible to get a vivid shade using alcohol. "I see. Then, to make rose liqueur, Sieg and I got down to work. First the rose petals are wiped clean with a cloth wetted with alcohol. We sincerely wiped them, petal by petal. Like other alcohols, it's made by putting in ice and alcohol with the petals into a bottle. I reckon it should be done in about 3 months." "I see. Then, the child should be born so I will be able to drink." "Well, drink in moderation. Though saying that's not very convincing when just I made lots of alcohol. It's fine with just looking at the completed product. The color is nice after all. It's the crystallization of love from Ritz." You're embarrassing me. I can't taste it then." "Then I'll taste it alone." I didn't think Sieg would be this happy about the roses, so I felt both embarrassed and pleased at the same time. "Sieg, do you have some free time?" I don't have other businesses." "Then, can you help me with making alcohol to give as a gift to grandfather?" "All right. For grandfather, I prepared medicinal alcohol using herbs. I want him to live long, so I chose ones that are good for the health." "We'll be using this. Those are one of the flowers you picked in the morning." "Right. The ingredient is chamomile I picked on a morning stroll with Idlegood and Idletrod. They were blooming in the garden. Half were used for tea, and the rest used for alcohol. The part we use is only the tipped petals, the rest used also for feeding the animals at the ranch, so I stored those away." The clipped chamomiles are rinsed. After that, they are left in a well-ventilated place to dry. The work is done by placing the dried petals in a bottle, then pouring clear spirit into the bottle. Then it is left for about 3 weeks, then the contents are sifted. It's drunk a month after that, or so I heard. It seems like it will turn into a nice amber shade. Chamomile alcohol is good for calming skin moisture, recovering fatigue, and for insomnia. Because chamomile is a herb that has a refreshing taste like apples. When put in alcohol, the fragrance increases manifolds. That is all that I heard from the gardener. 3 weeks later, I filtered the contents in the alcohol and put the drink in a sterilized bottle. Today, grandfather will be coming over, so I made plans to dine with him and Sieg, the 3 of us together. We still had time, so I rested while enjoying herb tea the nieces made. "Uncle, I made snacks with an Emmer." "Looks delicious." The 2 of them made muffins with chamomile in them. They apparently learned it from the cook. We crushed the tea leaves and mixed them in milk and flour. While still excited, the nieces went on about their experience in making snacks. "Well, the chamomile tea has a calming effect, so I poured some and dropped in a flower steeped in sugar. What a nice scent." I took a bite out of a muffin, and had a sip of tea. I felt calmer from the taste. It was as if it healed me. "Uncle, how is it?" "Delicious." "Thank you, Idlegood, Idletrod." The 2 angelic nieces smiled dazzlingly and said, "We'll bake some again." Uncle is very happy. After the fun tea time, it was time to dress up. I dried my hair properly after taking bath. I then braided my hair, splitting my hair into 3 ends to do so. Ritz, are you ready? Yes, wait a bit more. I opened the door and greeted Siag. Siag had a bright red dress on. Seeing her all dressed up, I ended up sighing. Siag, you look amazing. That's nice. She had makeup on, so I couldn't kiss her on the cheek. Instead, I kissed the back of her hand. I wanted to bring her inside and just appreciate her beauty, but I heard the footsteps of a servant heading here. Looks like grandfather-in-law has arrived. I see. Then I'll get going. I took the bottle of chamomile liqueur wrapped in cloth to the dining room. I was seeing him after a month. He was the ever-energetic man. Sorry for making you come over every time. It's not like I'm coming for you, so don't mind it. Ha ha. Of course. And his biting remarks were ever the same. Ah, I made this with Siag. I showed him the chamomile liqueur. What's this? Chamomile liqueur. We made this using the flowers picked from the garden. It's good for your health. I explained that it should be drunk after 2 months, and in small amounts as medicine. Then, we exchanged conversation about our recent happenings. The topics were endless, but I brought up the important request before I could forget. So, I have a request for grandfather. What? Do you need allowances? No, that sort. I exchanged gazes with Siag, who was sitting next to me, and said what was on my mind to grandfather. I was wondering if you could name our first child. Huh? We decided together. The two of us. I hope you can consider it. Siag also pleaded to grandfather. Grandfather-in-law, we're sorry that we're requesting this so late. Don't mind such a trivial thing. Ha? Are you really asking for that? Yes. May I ask you to do it? Well, let's see. Grandfather looked troubled from the sudden wish. Since the delivery was scheduled to be sometime soon, there isn't much time to think. But nevertheless I pleaded him. Grandfather, if it's too much, no, too much, as if that's the case at all. Is that so? Just wait a bit. I'll be back again. Mew, Sieglind. When is the delivery? In about 2 weeks. I see. There's no problem. Leave it to me. Grandfather, really? You're noisy. We don't know if it will be a boy or a girl, so I'll think up names for both. Grandfather, thank you. Grandfather-in-law, thank you very much. I felt relieved that he gladly accepted the request. 2 weeks later, grandfather gave the great name of Arno to our newborn child. Once Sieglind's condition recovers after her delivery, it would then be time to say goodbye to the people of House Waton that I have been with for half a year. Chapter 77. Additional chapter. With Ritz. After spending more than half a year in my homeland, I safely delivered my child. The recuperation was also over, so all that was left to move back to the village. However, something unexpected happened. What do you mean by going home? Isn't it okay to stay a bit more? No. My body is all right now, so I want to return as soon as possible. But still, the person pestering me is father. While holding his grandson in his arms, he was insisting that I stay here a bit more. Hey, Ritz Hardkun. A-U-U-N. To father who was desperately pleading, Ritz Hard made a troubled expression. I wonder if he thought of attacking my husband if I didn't give in. What a wily father. I was astounded. Father, can you stop harassing Ritz Hard? What are you talking about? I'm not harassing him. Apparently, father couldn't see Ritz looking down and fidgeting. To begin with, what is it? What kind of daughter are you, to look down at your parent from above? I stood up and looked down upon father. That was all I did. Yet he embraced Hannah tightly to protect him. It was almost as if I was the villain here, that I ended up snorting. Father, when I was being married off, you saw me off with a smile. Yet when you part with Ritz and Arno, you're trying your best to dissuade us. Are you thinking that your son-in-law and your grandson are cuter than your own daughter? Frankly, father dotes on Ritz too much. He likes Arno as well. Ritz gladly helped out with the ranch, and thanks to his kind and honest personality he got along well with father. Arno also followed father well, maybe because he took after Ritz. Babies in this phase are quite shy and dislike people other than their parents hugging them, sometimes even crying, but Arno behaves well with anyone. He even giggles when he is cradled. Even father can't bear the cuteness of my son. Siag, calm down. Father-in-law. You too. Ritz held my hand and sat down near me. Father-in-law, I do feel sorry that I am leaving arbitrarily when we have been in your care for so long. No, you can come visit us again to pay with Arno and Sieg. Father-in-law, you are welcome any time. All right. In the end, Further conceded from Ritz's words. After convincing Further was over, I breathed out a sigh of relief. Sieg, it's nice that father-in-law is understanding. Indeed. I laughed as I patted my son. Being cradled by Ritz, Arno was laughing as well. He's enjoying seeing Sieg. Ha! Our child really is cute. While smiling, Ritz cradled Arno even more. Really? It's as you say. Both my husband and my son are cute. Just from watching the two of them, I felt healed. I gently stroked Arno's soft white hair. Then I caressed the fringe of Ritz's hair as well. It feels like even I'm getting pampered. You're not wrong about that. As I thought. Do you dislike it? Oh, rather, it's even cuter. Right, Arno? He said such a thing. So to the snow fairy in front of me I presented him a kiss filled with love. Section. I didn't think there would be this much trouble over us returning home. However, we still had people we had to persuade. So, this time, we have to inform Idlegod and Idletraud. My nieces were following Ritz well. They definitely will cry. A few days. I asked my brother to tell them that we will be returning home. However, he just came up to me and said, I couldn't do it because it would be too sad. How should we explain this to them? Saying farewell is hard. If possible, we did not want to have a sad farewell. However, we didn't know what we should do. Right. Do you have an idea? An idea? Well, I'm thinking of telling them the day after tomorrow on the picnic. Right. It is better to tell them quicker. We quickly decided the plan, going out to buy the necessary goods for the picnic tomorrow, and cooking in the morning the day after. The next day, Ritz and I went to the shopping district to buy goods. As for Arno, we asked Mother to take care of him. Are these okay for ingredients? That's the stuff. I checked if what I picked were the same things written on a piece of paper, then left the luggage to the servants. Now, we should buy gifts for Idlegod and Idletraud. Right. Ritz and I decided that we should give them something when we parted. It's hard. I don't know what girls like. It is difficult. What did Sieg want when you were a little girl? Model guns. Okay. What I used to want probably won't make the sisters happy. Dolls, stuffed toys, toy houses. Father-in-law are buying those, so I don't think they will be that happy. How about books? That might be a good. Sieg, is there something wrong? My gaze rested on the creature at the store window. White fluffy fur, big round eyes, and a kind-looking face that seemed to smile when our gazes met. Ritz hard. Yes? I pointed to the creature at the window for my husband to see. It's similar. To what? Ritz is similar to the dog. I see, so we'll give them this? I was a bit curious, or rather quite curious, so I decided to enter the store and listen to the shopkeeper. This one's called Samoyed, a dog breed born in a cold country of Central Europe. Samoyeds are good supporting animals in living in snowy countries. It can herd livestock, pull sleds and listens to orders well. However, it does not have aggressive hunting instincts, and has a gentle personality. It's kind, so it is also loved as a pet to play with. I see. The face that looks like it's smiling is apparently called the Samoyed smile. The more I looked at it, the more I thought that it was similar to Ritz hard. Ritz, let's buy this dog. Are you planning on taking this back home? No, this will be a gift for Idlegod and Idletraud. Though it might not make for a guard dog, it might make for a good friend. I can leave the training to father. Is that okay? Yes. It's a good idea. Thus, we had new family. Section. The day of the picnic, Ritz, the sisters, and I woke up early to make boxed lunches. Today, my parents as well as my brother and his wife are coming as well. We're just going to a field of flowers nearby, but somehow it became a large occasion. We enlisted the help of servants for making lunch. Thanks to everyone's cooperation, we were somehow able to finish everything. When the position of the sun was high, the group proceeded to the forest. Look, Aunt Sieglind, there are pretty flowers. Indeed. Emmer, what are these called? Meadowsweet or so. Idletraud handed over flowers that fit Ritz, who was like fluffy snow very well. Having received them, Ritz buried his nose in the flowers, saying, "What a lovely smell. They smell like almonds," in a carefree manner. When we walked a little further, we arrived at a field of flowers in full bloom. There we chased each other around, playing around. Then we decided to have lunch. The lunch my nieces made received a positive response. My parents and my brother and his wife also enjoyed them. Seeing that, the sisters smiled brightly. After lunch, we made wreaths out of flowers. After seeing mother and sister-in-law making them, Ritz had also tried making some. I ended up laughing at how he failed to read the mood and made better ones than everyone else. The face that father made when he received the ones made by my nieces also induced laughter. The pleasant time passed quickly. Ritz had told the young sisters that he had something to tell them. "The two of you, can I have some of your time?" My Uncle Ritz had. Truth be told, we have to return to our country. "Pardon?" From hearing Ritz had's words, Edelgard hid her face while Edeltraud made a dejected expression. "We were spending a pleasant time just up until now." I felt sorry. "Why? The two of you? I am really sorry. We have to return to our country." "No, no." Edeltraud hugged me with teary eyes. Every time she asked us to not go, I felt a pain in my chest. There still are many things we have to do. We have to play. No, no. At these times, I don't know what to say. I wanted to hug Edelgard as well, who is standing alone a little distance away, but I couldn't move. What should I do? I was thinking, when I was startled by a calm voice. "Can't, Edeltraud." Edelgard gently patted Edeltraud and spoke to her. "But I'll miss him. Take a look at Uncle Ritz hard." "Pardon?" "Doesn't he look pale?" How come?" Edelgard whispered softly that other people won't hear. Summer, he's receiving sunlight, so." "Pardon?" "We know that uncle is not a normal person." At Edelgard's words, Edeltraud looks like she realized something. Come to think of it, the young sisters believe that Ritzhard is the snow fairy. If the sunlight is too strong, Uncle will melt away. The snow fairy can't endure summer heat here. Are you okay with Uncle disappearing? No. Then we shouldn't stop him. Edeltraud wipes her tears away and split from me. "Uncle, are you okay?" I'm all right." "You have to return to your country quickly." "Right." Ritzhard hugged the amiable sisters and thanked them. Section. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, thank you for taking care of us. Stay healthy, Ritzhard Kun, Arno, Siegelind. Even the dog saw us off. Moreover, the name given is Ritz. I'm sure they'll cherish him like they loved Ritzhard. Support Ritzhard-san well. I got it. In this stay, I could even show my child to my parents. From this scenery that I could not imagine when I was an army, I felt somewhat embarrassed. Arno-chan, I'll be going over next time. With the doggy Ritz-chan, it was nice that we could say goodbye with smiles. It was a relief that we could part without any regrets. Thus, we returned. Our life in the snow country will soon resume. Requested chapters. Chapter 78, The Splendid Snow Fairy's Exploit. Recently, Siag's 8th brother looked depressed. "Welcome back." Yes, I have returned now. The brother-in-law's name is Claus Von Waton. He's single and is a soldier. Recently, his place of duty was moved to his homeland Thuringen, so he had returned to the mansion, but for the past few days he looked enervated. Even when father-in-law asked, he only said, "There's nothing wrong," and did not reveal why he was depressed. I was pondering what I should do, but I could not get any good ideas. "If you leave him alone, he will recover." Really?" Siag replied as she was breastfeeding Arno. "Ritz. What is it? Don't needlessly bother yourself with brother." Okay." When I approached Siag for the whole story, I noticed that Anna, who was having milk, had stopped moving his lips. So I cradled him and gently patted his back. I then heard a kerfu sound, a satisfied sigh. Now that he was full, Arno looked drowsy. So when I sang an adequate lullaby while rocking him, he fell asleep in minutes. He really is a baby that is not bothersome. I put Arno, who was sleeping peacefully, into a cradle and put a blanket over him. His soft sleeping face was so good that I thought that I would not tire from watching it. "By the way, are your breasts all right?" I remembered father-in-law saying that when women breastfeed after birth their breasts may hurt and milk might not come out. So I asked her, Doesn't seem like a problem now. I see. A while ago, I learned how to massage the breasts if the milk would not come out well from a passing midwife. Well, that's how it is. So please tell me if there are any problems. No, I can do that by myself. So won't you tell me the method? I don't really think that Ritz needs to do that. No way. To make a wife be alone when she is in pain, that's something the worst brute would do. Spouses should share their feelings in pain or in joy. I had listened to the method of massaging breasts for lactation with great resolve. It was a 3-hour lecture. The part on the method took only 10 minutes, and for the rest I endured having to humor the ladies in their gossips. To learn the method, I definitely do not have any ulterior motives in massaging your breasts. I am doing everything out of consideration for Arno and Sigelind. It was scary getting glared at, so I promptly explained the method. Come to think of it, we digressed from the topic of your brother. Yes, we did. It seemed like Siag was not amused since I was worrying about brother-in-law too much. Ritz is too much of a philanthropist. No, Arno and Siag are the most important in the world. I wonder about that. There is a reason I am this worried for Siag's 8th brother. That brother-in-law has the face closest to Siag's, that when he makes a sad expression it bothers me. So that's what it was. When I first met him, I was very surprised. Other than him being the smallest in size among the brothers, brother-in-law was the spitting image of Siag. For some reason, it feels as though Siag is depressed, or so I felt. However, my brother-in-law did not tell us the reason for his depression. Then, we will hear the details by getting him drunk. Oh, like so. The plan to gather information by getting brother-in-law drunk was conceived. Few days later, before his vacation ended, we invited brother-in-law and father-in-law for a drinking party. Sorry about this. Gathering together for me, brother-in-law spoke softly and politely, betraying his raptor-like appearance. Siag continuously filled brother-in-law's glass with drinks of high alcohol content, urging him to drink more and more. Even though they were siblings, their alcohol resistance did not seem to be the same. Brother-in-law's face reddened within minutes, and he became very talkative. Father-in-law took that as an opportunity to ask, "So Ewald, will you not tell us why you are so depressed recently? All the family are worried for you." At father-in-law's words, brother-in-law hesitated, but a moment later he opened his tightly sealed lips. "To be frank, a woman is courting me persistently." He said that he was in a pickle because she forced her favor on him every day when he is hectic trying to keep up with his new post. Also, since he thought that his family would say, "Marry away." He did not tell us. "Ewald, do you not like that woman? It is not a question of like or dislike. I want to focus on work now." "I see. That really is a difficult problem," I thought. "Brother-in-law, so what you want is time, isn't it? I suppose maybe for half a year." While listening to his story, I thought that I was a lucky person for being able to marry when I proposed without reading the mood because I fell in love with her at first sight. Sigelind, my goddess. I vowed in my head to continue my deep devotion towards her. I glanced at Siag. She was staring worriedly at brother-in-law, and I could also see that she really wanted to solve his problem. It would be nice if there would be a method to stop that lady. Father-in-law also shut his mouth with a troubled expression. It seems that problems between men and women are deep. It probably is dangerous to rashly reach out. How about introducing someone as a lover? Immediately, the sharp gazes of the people of House Waton pierced me. It was a little intimidating, but I leaned in and explained my idea in detail. For example, have someone act as a lover, and ask that lady to say, "He is my lover." Since it's not a fiancé, wouldn't it be more acceptable if he becomes available again in half a year? Was it too much of an easygoing way of thinking? While trembling slightly from them narrowing their eyes, I waited for their response. Ritz Hardkun, that is a brilliant idea. That method won't worsen the relations either. Really? Thank you, Ritz Hard-san. No. I was surprised at the unexpected praise. Then, someone should ask a lady they know. But when I said that, the three of them fell silent. It seems that there weren't any women fit for that role. Seems like it will be impossible. Brother, I'm sorry. You wild, I think you should give up and accept her courting. The mood grew gloomy again. That brother-in-law's glass was quickly emptied again. We should end the party soon, lest brother-in-law be in pain tomorrow. Everyone, I think we should end soon. Siag looked over here and made a startled expression. I couldn't read her intentions, so I tilted my head. No, wait. We have Ritz. Anen? We can do something to Ritz and introduce him to that woman. Yet again, the sharp raptor-like gazes fell on me. The three of them were narrowing their eyes at me. Someone muttered, "It's possible." I didn't get what that meant, so I asked for elaboration. Siag-san, what do you mean by that? Ritz, won't you dress up as a woman and pretend to be his lover? Ritz Hardkun. You are our only hope now. I apologize. I do think that it will be humiliating to dress up as a woman, but I beg you, that can't be. So, ultimately, I have to cross-dress and pretend to be brother-in-law's lover? No, I don't think I pass as a woman by cross-dressing. My arms got thicker recently, and so have my shoulders. It's not that different from Siag's, right? No way. That's not how it is at all, or so I wanted to say, but I did not have the courage to compare myself to Siag. That I just smiled shallowly. However, weren't dresses for women not fit me? No. We expected Siag to return as a heavy warrior, so we had prepared a slightly large dress. It will fit Ritz Hardkun perfectly now. Is that so? The body silhouette can be hid using a shawl. What are you saying? Tomorrow, I will ask mother about it. Are you serious? Like so, the solution to brother-in-law's problem was heading in a strange direction. I don't care what happens now, I thought, and gave up, deciding to go to sleep. The next day, presenting myself like livestock, I was surrounded by women around the age of my mother. What a pretty hair color. The skin is clear white as well. It's like the fairy in the picture book. I was forced to put on body-modifying undergarments. My buttocks were squeezed tightly that I became teary-eyed, and I had enough powder to choke on applied to me. I was a total wreck. The dress prepared for Siag surprisingly fit my body perfectly. The dress with a high collar had a dark green shade, and there were many fabrics around the chest. Apparently, the setting is that I have big breasts. The hair I usually braid was also curled up at the back of my head and fixed with a decoration. How about going with the setting of a foreign princess? A summer romance born from half a year's stay. How about that? By the way, don't speak a word. Even if you look like a fairy, your voice is still that of a man's. Yes. Many background settings were being added arbitrarily. I couldn't remember them all, so I just gave up on that. What about the name? Richelle will do. I borrowed my mother's name non-committally and went out with brother-in-law. The woman that was scheduled to be met was astonishingly beautiful, but she had an endlessly strong personality. However, when she heard that I am a foreign princess, she pulled back refreshingly. I'm glad it went well. Yes. It's all thanks to Ritz Hard-san. Brother-in-law happily headed to his night work. As for myself, I walked over to where the carriage of House Waton was waiting for me. Then a problem happened. Hey, lady, where are you from? Your face is not one that's seen around these parts. What a pretty girl. What's your name? For the first time in my life, men were courting me. Makeup is indeed amazing, I thought once again. I thought of saying, I'm a man, in a low voice, but then the woman who was courting brother-in-law was still close by, so I couldn't raise my voice. So, when I was mulling over what I should do, someone grabbed me from behind. When I turned around while wondering who it was, I saw the appearance of Siegerland in men's clothes. Unfortunately, she has an appointment with me, she said that and pulled me into the carriage. Are you all right? Yes, I was just surprised, in many ways. Once I was brought into the carriage, I could finally take a breather. Siag, why are you dressed like that? Well, I thought that I shouldn't be the only one to suffer an embarrassing appearance. Apparently she borrowed brother-in-law's clothes. From seeing her dashing figure in men's clothes after a long time, I was captivated. Sorry about today. Well, brother-in-law's mood improved, and I could see Siag in men's clothes. So all is well, I thought. As I thought, you look well in such clothes, Siag. Ritz, that fits you well too. You're teasing me again. To be told that I look good in women's clothes. I felt a strange sensation. While chatting and joking, we returned home. In the end, Arno laughed at seeing me cross-dressing, so all is well. Like so, the incident surrounding brother-in-law was resolved. Chapter 79. The Dreaming Sisters and the Snow Fairy. A fairy visits if a jar of honey, handmade cookies and a white flower is placed on the windowsill. Section. The sisters Adelgid and Adelgid moved to their grandfather's place half a year ago. The reason was because they were suffering from bronchitis. The doctor recommended that they should live in the countryside for a while, so the sisters further wrote a request for transfer and moved back to his hometown, which was rich with nature. In the new town, the sisters did not have any friends, and the number of stores were less. The environment was very different from before, that they were in a state of disorder. To the sisters that were living in the city, living in the mansion surrounded by the deep and dark forests was a scary experience, that they holed up in their room. Their grandmother could not just sit by and watch idly. She read to them the fairy tale of the forest that she read when she was young, to make them more used to the land of Thuringen. So, dearest grandmother, will a fairy come in winter? Yes, he will. The sisters became deeply interested in the spell to summon a fairy, leaving food that a fairy likes on moonlit nights. However, you can't see the fairies and they only appear in disguises. In addition, you can't see the small wings when you grow up. Really? Yes. Fairies likes honey, cookies, sugar sweets, and winter flowers. You will be able to find it when you walk outside. From grandmother's story, a glint sparked in Adelgid's and Adeltraud's eyes. Thus, the two of them started strolling the garden, searching for a fairy. Emmer, would Fairy Sam be small? I don't know. Grandmother also said that it might disguise itself. Adelgid said that it might not look like the winged appearance in the picture book. Even when the season changed and the snow started falling, the sisters did not find a fairy yet. So, we have to make the cookies ourselves. Baking, that's too hard for us. They thought that it would be hard without the cookies, but they could not give up. The next day, the sisters went out on a stroll to the forest lightly covered with snow with their grandfather. Adelgid, Adeltraud, is it not cold? It's all right, dearest grandfather. Adelgid also nodded to show that she was okay. The two was at the forest to find a winter flower. Dearest grandfather, are there really flowers? I think there are, or maybe not. The sisters' grandfather proceeded through the forest relying on his fuzzy memory. The further they went into the forest, the darker and thicker the forest grew. Their breaths were white, and Adeltraud even started coughing. Should we return soon? I'm still fine. Even if you say that, if they stay in the forest any longer, they might catch a cold. Thinking that, their grandfather suggested to return to the mansion, but they did not nod. If it's like this, I should lift them up and take them home. As he thought that, he found Adelgid crouching down. Is there anything wrong, Adelgid? Oh, Emmer. When Adelgid turned around, she had a frail white flower in her hand. Found it. Underneath the overgrown vegetation, white flowers peeked out. These are snowdrops, Schneeglöckchen. How pretty. The flowers Adelgid found was an that bloomed in early spring, but for some reason they were blooming in this period. The sisters decided to pick only one flower. Night. They placed the flower they picked in a vase, placed it on the windowsill, along with a jar of honey. I wish that Fairy Sam will come. I want to see, even if only once. As they looked out the window, the moon was getting full. They also heard that the full moon bolstered the power of fairies. They looked at the white flower glistening from the moonlight. Even as their hearts fluttered, the sisters went to sleep. Morning. Amazing. When they opened their eyes, they were greeted by a snow-filled world. It had snowed greatly in the middle of the night that the garden was coated by a carpet of pure white. Emmer, Snow Fairy San definitely cast a spell. Like I said, Fairy San cast a spell, Adelgid murmured. Really, a fairy? With a vacant look, Emmer, did something happen? Adeltraud peered in at her older sister, and knocked her elder sister's hip. Adelgid pointed to the garden with trembling hands. Then, Adeltraud peeped at the white world of snow. In the garden, there was a person that was white from head to toe. His white hair was braided, he had clear white skin, and even his clothes were white, made from fur. Emmer, is that Snow Fairy San? Why yes, indeed, It seems so. The sisters could not believe what they were seeing, that they opened their eyes wide. They opened the window to see if he was the real thing, and the figure of the fairy did not disappear. Edelgard grabbed the snowdrop flower and ran outside. Edeltraud followed closely behind. Even as the servants told them to stay indoors because they would catch a cold, the sisters insisted that they will go outside. One servant brought coats and put them onto the sisters. Once they were protected against the cold, Edelgard started running again. When they panted their way, they met with the white fairy from before in front of the door. Edelgard caught her breath and looked up at the fairy. Like the picture in the fairy tale, he had shining white hair, clear and soft blue eyes. The fairy with the beautiful appearance saw the little girl and tilted his head in a lovely manner. Edeltraud caught up to her sister, and was jumped up from surprise from seeing the fairy. Fairy, Mugu. Edelgard hurriedly covered her little sister's mouth. Mugu. What are you doing? The little sister protested, but the older sister said, if his identity is revealed to the adults he will disappear, quietening her sister down. You are? From receiving a question, the two fidgeted about. They are my nieces. The calm one is Edelgard, and the energetic one is Edeltraud. I see. Nice to meet you, Edelgard, Edeltraud. They did not even question why it was their aunt that brought the fairy to their home. Nice to meet you. What is it? Edelgard held out the white flower in her hand for the snow fairy. This, if you'd like. What a pretty flower. Edelgard bowed as Edelgard smiled refreshingly. Thank you for coming. I should be the one saying thank you. The fairy took the flower from the sisters and showed it to their aunt. Then, now, enjoy your meal. Edeltraud offered the flower she likes to the snow fairy. The fairy made a surprised expression. Unlike him, Siegelind, who figured out the situation, whispered something to the fairy that was standing with a vacant look, that it was a delicious meal prepared as a gesture of welcome. So that, having understood the meaning of the flower he was given, the fairy enjoyed the fragrance and swallowed his saliva. He then downed the frail white flower in one gulp. Mogu. It was delicious. Thank you. It was hard finding such a flower in the snow, right? Yes. Anaïsma found it. The fairy crouched down and said words of appreciation, to which Edelgard and Edeltraud felt dreamy at. Then, when the fairy was introduced as the husband of their aunt, the two became even more excited. A fairy that fell in love with a human. How wonderful, they thought, and returned to their room in an excited state. The fairy that was their uncle was to stay with them for some time. The fairy called Ritz was very knowledgeable, teaching the sisters the names of flowers and vegetations on their forest strolls, and even taught them how to make tea and snacks. Edelgard and Edeltraud were fascinated by the blessings of nature, that they went out to the forest with their servants even when their uncle was not there. The gentle forest of spring, the refreshing air of summer, the fruitions in autumn, the beautiful snowy plants of winter, their hearts were captured by the forest. Before anyone realized it, they came to love the town rich with nature. That did not change even after 5 years, or 10 years. While anticipating the visit of the snow fairy once a year, the warm life of the sisters continued. Chapter 80, The Table of the Reventalet Family. Today, apparently a merchant that is rarely seen has come to town to sell various goods. Sieg told me after she returned from her stroll with Arno. Well, there wasn't anything special. How unfortunate. There were alcohol, fruits, spices and goods that weren't available here, but for Sieg, who came from abroad, nothing caught her attention. But then, an unexpected person entered the fray. Richard. Mum wants to see the goods. Okay, let's go together. Okay. Mother said that she wanted to go see the peddler, so I ended up accompanying her. My. Amazing. Richard, look. Okay, I am looking. I wonder why she is being so happy over shopping. I thought a little disheartedly. Excuse me, this, and this. Crouching down, Mother browsed through the goods and showed them to the merchant. The large basket I brought from home quickly filled up. You're buying a lot. Yes. Since I want to feed everyone nice food. Maybe it was almost time to close up, since the merchant started organizing his goods. These are, in buckets with salt water. There were black clams. There were 4 such buckets. I failed. The people here don't eat clams. Now that you say it, I think we don't. The merchant brought the clams since they might sell, but the people of the forest did not take interest in them. I've eaten the black clams that did not sell at grandfather's place, so I have seen them before. How about it? I'll sell 4 buckets at the price of 1. Cheap. Buying 4 buckets with the price of 1 bucket, what a great deal. I returned after hearing the cooking method from the merchant. After returning home, it was time to cook clams. For starters, why don't I steam 1 bucketful with alcohol? Ritz, mussel soup is pretty nice as well. Hey, why, mother knew the name of these clams. Apparently she tried them on her travels around the world. Then, I'll be steaming the mussels. Okay, first, we started by scrubbing the mussel shells. Since they are cooked with the shells still on, the merchant said that this process is important. Debeard the mussels, or so was said. The weedy things on the shells, I wonder. The beard were quite strong. Apparently, they are used by the mussels to cling on to surfaces. They came off easily by tracing the line of the shells. The cleaned mussels were piled up into a container, then we focused on cooking. Olive oil was applied to a pot, then herbs and crushed garlic was fried. When a fragrant smell rose up, mussels were put in. The pot lid is shut. Then after a while white wine is poured. It's finished once the mussel shells open. Finally, I sprinkled dried herbs. When I was about to serve them out on dishes, mother stopped me. It's okay to serve them in the pot. Really? Apparently they serve them in pots in stores. As a finishing touch, thinly sliced lemons were placed in. Just a bit? I was stopped for the second today. Mother asked me for some of the broth that came out from the clam. What are you going to do with that? I'm going to make Arno-chan's meal. Since the taste is strong, the broth is watered down. Then, it's boiled with rice in a strong fire until the rice becomes soupy to make mussel-flavored baby food. In another pot, mussel cream soup was being made. That looked tasty as well. I placed the dishes on the table and called Siag, who was bathing Arno, over. For Arno, I put on a warm fur coat so that he won't catch a cold. Then I cradled him. Arno, Grandma is making something tasty for you. Now that he was weaning, Arno could eat solid matter, though he could still only eat things that were boiled until they became soft. I took a spoonful and tasted it. Okay, it's not too hot, and the flavor is not too strong. After confirming it, I carried the spoon to Arno's mouth. Is it good? That's nice. Arno's stomach became full and the dish became empty, so his mealtime is over. I then fed him diluted fruit juice. But since we needed to eat as well, I laid him in a basket with a blanket. Now then, bon appetit. After talking to Mother and Siag, who were watching Arno's mealtime, we started our dinner time. First, I tried the steamed mussels. I speared the mussel with a fork and carried it to my mouth. Delicious. The mussel was condensed with flavor and was elastic, and biting into it made a soup with deep flavor flow out. The flavor of the wine was there slightly, so the soup remaining in the shell was delicious as well. Luncheon, try removing the mussel with the shell. By using a used shell, the mussels were separated from their shells much easier than using forks. Apparently people in other countries all eat like this. The soup Mother made was great too. The mussel soup had a rich flavor, and went well with rye bread. Siag was also happy, saying, "It's the first time I had mussels this delicious." The mussels were delicious. We discussed about preserving the rest. The next day, we processed the rest of the mussels. Like yesterday, the shells are scrubbed clean then steamed in a pot with oil and wine. Once the mussels opened, the flesh was cut off while the heat from cooking still remained. The cooked mussels are then dipped in a pickling liquid made with spices, berries, salt, old molasses, saltpeter, water and alcohol, after which it was left in a cold storeroom for a few hours. The mussels that were marinated for half a day were then washed to remove the salt. Once the moisture was removed with a cloth, they were then dried outside overnight. The next day, fragrant oil was applied, then the mussels were smoked with the open shelf facing downwards. Having been exposed to the smoke for several hours, the mussel became firm. I showed the finished smoked mussels to Siag. Siag, look, you made quite an amazing thing. Really? I felt that we were both thinking that it could go well with alcohol. It was still afternoon. Too early to be drinking. We decided that we will enjoy the mussels at night, then worked hard for the afternoon. I also told Mother to make soup using the smoked mussels. Night dinner and baths were over, and we put Anna to sleep. Therefore, we brought out the smoked mussels and white wine. It's been a long time since we had a drink. Indeed, since Arno had become the center of our life, we did not have the time to drink like this. I opened the bottle of high-quality wine that grandfather left. I made sure to remove sediments like I was taught and then poured the wine into a glass. Delicus burning. After saying our impressions on the alcohol, we reached out for the mussels. Since it was smoked with the shells still, it was easy to eat. The smoked mussels I had made just today had a dense flavor. To describe it with one phrase, the flavor was even more condensed than the steamed mussels, and the more I chewed, the sweeter the mussels became. It went down well since it had a salty spicy flavor, and in addition it went well with alcohol. It was the first time that I almost thought I liked dry wine. I think these would sell if you put them on sale. Really? Siak was satisfied as well. It really is different when using the pickling liquid I had learned to make from father-in-law. Is that so? Yup, clearly different. The smoking method I learned from father-in-law helped even here. So much that I somewhat reflected that the method that I had been using was spoiling the flavor. Making goods is a never deep field. I thought that it would be nice to continue living this prosperous life, making use of various knowledge I learned from father-in-law. Chapter 81. At the village of the fairies. First half. I received a letter inviting me to come over to Ritz Khan's village a year after they left this place. I had thought that he was inviting me over when the auroras are frequent, but he wrote that it might be harsh in winter, since the port close to the village gets frozen and inaccessible and one has to take 5 hours of sleigh riding. Instead he suggested that I visit in summer. Indeed, when one grows old the cold becomes more biting. Here, I followed Ritz Khan's recommendation and decided to visit in the relatively warm season of summer. I asked my wife if she was going, but she said that she will not be going on grounds that both the lord and the lady should not leave one's fief. When I discussed that with Lundberg-san, Ritz Khan's grandfather, he said, "Then why don't we go together?" I hired more people for the ranch and finished more work beforehand, then left for a trip to the foreign village. It took about 2 days. During that period, I shared drinks with Lundberg-san and spent a meaningful time. After traveling like this, I think that it might have been the right move, not having my old wife with me. Relaxing, drinking, sleeping. Living unlike a noble was rather enjoyable. I was working every day, so it was a good change to relax once in a while. When we arrived at the port, we were greeted by Ritz Khan. "It's been a while, father-in-law, grandfather." It has been a while. He greeted us with 2 arms wide open, so I exchanged a hug with him. I never had done this even with my daughter and my sons. I felt a strange sensation. "My son-in-law is ever the kind man." "Grandfather, you too." "I refuse." Lundberg-san rejected the offer, saying that I would not be happy from receiving a hug from a man turning 30. As always, he is not very honest. It seemed that we were to ride a carriage to the village. We got on the carriage reserved for us and set off from the port city. In the carriage, we discussed what each of us has been doing recently. It seemed that Lundberg-san has recently been focusing his efforts on philanthropic work. "Father-in-law, how about you?" "As for myself, I have recently started raising alpacas." "Some time ago I bought an alpaca fur coat over at your land." The fur was warm and cozy. "Indeed. Even my wife is looking forward to wearing them in winter." "Before I came here, I finished the first shaving. Apparently, the first shaved fur is the highest grade fur. With those, I made winter hats for my 2 granddaughters and my wife." Right. Grandfather, what happened to father?" "He is under custody in the mansion so that he will not run away, so you can rest easy." Ritz Khan's father is working to finish up his research for the presentation in the academia. Apparently, he has strong wanderlust, so the people of the Marquise 8 are watching him closely. While talking about those things, we arrived at the village about an hour later. The first thing that came into my sight was the lush green forest. Unlike the dark forests in my homeland, there was a fantastical sight as if the fairies would actually have lived there. The air was fresh as well. The next thing that surprised me was the great fortress that surrounded the village. Apparently, it was built to protect against beasts around 3 centuries ago. The stone was sturdy. Ritz Khan smiled listlessly that most of the village budget went to the maintenance of the walls. There were surprised even inside the village. Children playing outside, young women working outside, ladies gathering at the wells. Everyone had white hair and blue eyes, having an otherworldly appearance. This really is the village of fairies. I was at a loss for words. Ritz Khan. This is amazing. This really is the village of fairies. I believe Adelgid and Adelgid, who like fairies, will also like this place. I vowed to bring them on a trip here after they grow up a bit. After walking a while through the village, we arrived at Ritz Khan's mansion. There were many sheds at his place, a storeroom for storing hunted prey, a storeroom for storing fur. There were various facilities for their self-sufficient life. When we arrived at the door, Ritz shouted inside, "Siag, mother, Arno, father-in-law and grandfather has come." When he shouted that, Siag came out from inside the mansion. It has been a while, grandfather-in-law. Further as well. Seeing her after few months, Siag was still the healthy child I remember her to be. My. Lunchan's father and father-in-law. Ritz Khan's mother, who came out a little later, also looked healthy. The 1-year-old Arno toddled along while holding onto her mother's hand. "Oh, Arno." To that adorable sight, Lundberg-san reacted first. "You grew big," he said as he lifted his great-grandson with a big smile on his face. "So you can already walk." "What a dashing figure. That's my great-grandson." Lundberg-san was lover-struck for Arno. Seeing that, I felt heart-warmed. "Grandfather, we should let father-in-law also see Arno." Sorry about that." While still holding him up, Lundberg-san showed Arno to me, but without letting him go. "Hello Arno, you grew big." Meeting him after a year, my grandson has been growing up well. When I patted him, he opened his eye thinly and made an adult-like smile. Come to think of it, my children did say that he sometimes makes a nihilistic smile. Recently, he could talk a little, so it was cute seeing him speak with clumsy sentences. I enjoyed playing with my 1-year-old grandson. When we were about to enter the house with permission from Ritz Khan's mother, I felt a presence behind, so I turned around. It was closer than I had expected. It was the first time I let my backside be caught, so sweat formed on my brows. A bear. There stood a white bear hauling a bear. No, on closer look, it was not a white bear, but someone wearing white bear fur. Tiburon. What is it? Ritz Khan ran over to the white bear man. Wearing white bear fur with his upper half exposed, the man had hunted prey for us guests as a sign of welcome with those thick arms. I did hear about Tiburon, the bear fur wearing hunter from another land, but when I saw him in person I could not help but be amazed at that bulky body and the great white fur. I heard that he does not understand our language, but nevertheless I introduced myself and held out a hand. However, he did not look at the outstretched hand and pounded his chest with a fist instead. I see, so that is the warrior's greeting of Tiburon Dono. When I copied him and pounded my chest in courtesy, Tiburon Dono smiled, showing an expression that was both dignified and serene. Somehow, I felt that I would be able to share drinks with him even if words did not get through. I was wondering when the sun would set, but apparently this period was a time called white nights when the sun did not set all day. When I looked at the clock, it could clearly be called night, so it was strange seeing the outside being still bright. The villagers all like summer. In winter, an opposite phenomenon called polar nights when the sun does not rise all day long visits. During that period, people cannot hunt, and have to stay indoors all day. Ritz Khan recounted that living alone in the dark is a depressing thing. When I thought of Ritz Khan being alone, for some reason I was moved to tears. It seemed like I was not the only one, since Lundberg-san was also turning his head to not have his teary eyes given away. However, I have family now, so even the polar nights are fun. I see, that's a relief. I sincerely thanked the miraculous meeting of Siag and Ritz Khan. After dinner, it was time to give him the gifts we brought. For Arno, a picture book and earmuffs made from young alpaca fur, beauty wash for the ladies, and a high-quality knife made from a well-renowned company for Ritz hardcun. Lundberg-san brought clothes in the shape of a baby bear for the baby, and delivered it with an indescribable expression. Well, it's summer now, but I brought winter clothes. Ah, but it gets cold at night, so why don't we try them on Arno? Exclamation mark. Having understood that he was yearning to see him wear the baby clothes, Ritz hardcun was putting on the baby clothes to Arno. Seeing Arno's dashing figure of wearing the bear clothes, Lundberg-san nodded deeply and murmured something mysterious. There's potential, or so. Then, we played games, tasted the alcohol Ritz hardcun made, spending an enjoyable time. Like so, the night deepened in the cheerful foreign land. Chapter 82. At the village of the fairies' second half. When I woke up in the morning, I found a vivid blue clothing placed at my bedside. I wonder if it was something Ritz hardcun prepared. I was surprised that the clothing was made out of fur even though it was summer, but when I got out of bed there was a nip in the air. I see, I thought, and wore the clothes he prepared for me. The traditional clothes I newly tried on had a base of bright blue fabric, with red embroidery like strips on the cuffs, the collars and the hems layered upon one another. It was a colorful blue and red clothing, but once I wore it did not bother me that much. It was a neat design. I then put on a belt that looked like it was made out of animal leather. The trousers were black and easy to move in. After washing up in the bathroom, I headed to the dining room cum living room. Come on, try saying, great-grandfather. Doing great-grandfather. Great-grandfather. A genius? From outside the room, I could hear Lundberg-san and Arno playing together. While I was deliberating whether or not I should interrupt their honeymoon, someone spoke to me from behind. Father-in-law. Morning. Ritz hardcun. Good morning. The traditional clothes look good on you. Was the size alright? Thank you. The dress length was perfect. After chatting lightly, he offered to let me enter first. I apologized to Lundberg-san in my head as I excused myself. Good morning, Lundberg-san. Arno too. Morning. Lundberg-san was hugging Arno on his lap with a prim face as if nothing had happened. Ritz hardcun approached the two of them and greeted them. First, there was a basketful of small and round loaves of bread called pulla. Pulla means sweet bread in the language of this country. It seems that the taste differs for every household. The soup was made with crushed beans and milk. Arno had these with bread. Then the main meal was a herb roast of reindeer meat. I did not expect a meat dish to be served from the morning, so I was very surprised. However, reindeer meat had a surprisingly taste. It was not tough, and there was a different taste to it when eaten with berry sauce. I already had reindeer stew last night, but I found that I liked this better. Even though there were guests, Ritz and others went out to work every day. I really thought that he was an admirable young man. I thought that he was going to go out hunting, but he replied that hunting is prohibited during summer. It seems that the fact that animals are born in spring and grow until winter was not different from my homeland. How should I spend the day? When I thought that, instructions of work came from my daughter. Father, won't you help as well? Siag, let's let father-in-law rest. No, it does not matter. It seems that a festival will be held in the village for the first time. Hey, a festival? Yes. Apparently father planned it to get tourists even out of the Aurora season. All the villagers opened stalls, sometimes selling traditional goods at cheaper prices. It did not look as though there were many customers who reserved accommodation, but it seemed that they were assuming that there would be many guests since they were advertising in the port city as well. So, what are you selling? We're planning on selling chicken which are spiced with herbs and roasted whole, then wrapped in a thin wrap made out of flour. Hey, sounds appetizing. As for the other residents, they are planning on making reindeer skewer, seasonal berry tarts, or other goods that don't take that much effort, so Ritz made a plan to sell something different. I was asked to handle the cutting of the poultry. Ritz washed the meat and applied salt and herbs with deft movements. The next day, it was the day of the festival. Already from the morning, the town was crowded. The usually quiet town square was filled with energetic children. The delicious fragrance of roasting meat rode the wind, and then, at our stall, Tapran-san was roasting meat in a stirring manner. Tapran-san was roasting meat by a big fire while wearing bear fur, and some distance away Lunberg-san was watching, also wearing bear fur. Whatever they did, they were the most notable in the village. I wondered if it would be hot to wear bear fur in front of a fire, but they had serious expressions, so I could not dare ask. I did my best to remove the two bears out of my sight, and focused on what was going on at the front of the stall. Ritz Hardkun's mother was deftly making flour wraps on an iron pan, while Tapran-san's wife and daughter cut the roasted chicken into smaller pieces, then wrapped them in the finished wrap, wrapping the whole thing in paper to finish. Their well-coordinated movements were like that of a master, but I could only be surprised since that was not their main occupation. In addition, thanks to Ritz Hardkun's superb reception skills, the chicken sold very well. On a side note, my daughter is on an errand for the Women's Association of the village. She is selling jams made from berries. As for myself, I had been tasked with the important task of hugging and soothing Arno. The prepared chicken got sold out already in the morning. Ritz Hardkun declared that we had free time from the afternoon. I wondered what I should do from here on, but Ritz Hardkun was going out to buy lunch, so I decided to accompany him. Since we were going into a crowded place, I left Hannah to Lunberg-san. Ah, it's the baker from the port. When we walked a little, we came across a normal bakery, an exotic swirled bread, with lots of spices that gave off a sweet smell, called korvapasti, was on sale, so he bought a lot of those. Roasted reindeer, fish skewers, potato fries, dumplings with sweet sauce, imported fruits. There were many things. While carrying mountains of food on both arms, I returned. When I returned, I found Siag freed from the Women's Association. She had brought drinks and soup. All the family gathered in one place for lunch. Father-in-law, are you all right? The festival here is fun. I am enjoying it very much. Then that's a relief. It was quite strange seeing no stalls sell sausages. Also, I could not see beer. Apparently, making sweet fruit liqueur was the trend in the village. All the food we bought were delicious. I could understand why Siag said that she wanted to return quickly. An overwhelming lushness and a soft green shade covered the village. The alcohol I had in a summer scenery different from home tasted good. Ritz Hard. Will you be coming again in winter? That was what we thought, but what is it? Ritz Hardkun looked at Siag. I don't think it's certain yet though. Oh, Siag, that means? She announced that she might be pregnant for the second time. She was only drinking fruit juice when she liked alcohol, so I was wondering what might have happened. What a joyous day. Lunberg-san looked happier than anyone, saying that Arno was going to have a little brother or a little sister. On the second day of the festival, Lunberg-san bought drinks for everyone in the village because he was so happy. Since the news that Siag was pregnant was not made public, a rumor spread of a mysterious and energetic old man going around the village. Also was detailed in the letter I received from Ritz Hardkun later, that I ended up laughing. Finally, it was written that he had a request. When I wondered what it might be, it was that he wanted me to name the child. I did not expect to be naming a child, so I agonized over it for months. In the end, I decided to gift the name of Veronica, which meant bringing victory in a foreign language. What if it is a boy? My wife pointed out, but for some reason I had confidence that the child this time is a girl. A few months later, I received news that Siag gave birth to a healthy daughter. At the news of Veronica's birth, all the family got excited. Some months later, I would visit the village in summer with my two granddaughters, but that is a story for another time. Stories of the Four Seasons, Chapter 83. The Savage Bird and the Winter Feast. After the polar nights are over, we started hunting again. Since we went through many things in the storage, it would be nice to get big prey. I want to hunt boar or deer. Well, don't rush it. Siag said that, but I felt restless, wanting to hunt. But as she said, things usually end in failure if one rushes it, so I should calm down. Today the sky was clear, the sunlight shone down on the snow and made the land glisten. It is beautiful, but it also makes me wish I had light-blocking goggles. Hey, so such a thing exists. It's military equipment. I don't know if it's sold elsewhere. While saying that, Siag squinted. Maybe because the light reflecting from the snow was too strong. That expression was so handsome, that I became absent-minded as I stared at her profile. What is it? Nothing. Siag quickly noticed that I was acting strangely. I waved my hands to deceive her and continued onwards. Ritz. NN? The moment my name was called out, something fell from the tree branches above and landed with a thud! Exclamation mark. My eyes locked with the round eyes that suddenly appeared. What fell down was a large blackbird whose height was about knee-high. Run! With Siag's shout, the black bird opened its wings wide with a scream. Qa you are! The bird leapt gracefully with its sharp claws pointing at me. Along with a sharp cry, I managed to dodge the first blow, but I ended up rolling on the floor. With its first attack having failed, the bird flapped its wings while glaring at me. I managed to quickly stand back up, but my foot fell in the deep snow and my balance collapsed. Ritz. Before the attack could reach me, Siag ran over here blocking the bird's path to me. Siag raised the gun's stock high and rammed it down on the bird. Having received a blow, the bird rolled on the ground. Sieglind, get down! Siag leapt back at the order. I checked if there was anything else in the way, and pulled the trigger. A dry crack sounded and snow fell from trees with loud noises. The bullet hit the mark. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. I opened the magazine part of the gun and removed the empty cartridge case. After confirming that it has cooled in the snow, I put it in my pocket. I went to the sleigh and fetched a leather bag for collecting prey. What's this bird? Wood grouse. Most birds in the grouse family have white winter feathers, but wood grouses have black feathers. It's big as well. Is this a ferocious bird? It might be the breeding season. It's just speculation, but I think the wood grouse grew restless when people passed by while it was in heat, and so it attacked carelessly, though I was also being careless. Siag, thank you for saving me. It's a relief that its claws did not reach you. Thanks to you. If Siag wasn't here, I might have been injured. It really was a good thing. After returning home, we removed the blood and the feathers from the wood grouse. We split the bird from its neck to the belly button, gutting it. Then we put it in a cloth bag and aged it for about 10 days. 10 days later. Now then, why don't we try the wood grouse we caught some time ago? Today, Oyapron is on holiday, so we'll be cooking by ourselves. We bought ingredients from a merchant and started cooking after it got dark. Siag, can you make fried potatoes and boiled potatoes please? All right. We'll be chopping the potatoes into thin slices. To cook them, peel them and boil them in water. Understood. I instructed Siag. Then I started cooking as well. The first thing I was making was a salad named wood grouse nest. It's a unique salad that is in the shape of a bird's nest. While Siag was making the necessary pieces for the nest and the eggs, I made the insides. First, I applied herbs on the breast meat and boiled it in water. While I boiled the bird meat, I thinly sliced many different kinds of vegetables. I also made the sauce to go with the vegetables and the meat. Herbs, pepper, wine vinegar, salt, lemon juice. I mixed those and sprayed them on the vegetables. I ripped the cooked meat into bite sizes and mixed them with the vegetables. Next, I piled the vegetables and the bird meat into a mountain shape. What are we doing with the mashed potatoes? We'll be making something in the shape of birds' eggs. Pepper and herbs were sprayed into the mashed potatoes, then they were shaped into egg shapes, with cheese in the center. After that, they were boiled in water. Once the sunk eggs float up to the surface, it's done. They're taken out of the water then set aside in a separate dish to remove the residual heat. Once everything is cooked, all that is left is to finish up on the pile of vegetables and meat shaped into a mountain shape. Thinly sliced and fried potatoes are put around it. Finally, it's finished by placing the potato eggs. It really looks like a bird's nest, is it? This was something that Mother made a long time ago. I remember having had this when Grandfather caught a large grouse. Other than that, I roasted wood grouse meat on a skewer. I placed the dishes my Uperon made last night, mushroom and reindeer soup, along with bread for a delicious meal. You are? Looks amazing. Why don't we eat? Siag poured berry liqueur into her cup while I had berry juice. Siag served some of the salad in the shape of a wood grouse's nest to me. Thank you. I thanked her and received the dish of wood grouse and meat and vegetables. The clean taste of vinegar and herbs roused my appetite. The meat had a good texture to it, and thanks to its clean taste it went well with vegetables. It also had a different taste when eaten with the crispy fried potatoes. I also tried the eggs made out of mashed potatoes. It's chewy and tasty. The once mother made had cheese rolled up inside. This time, I tried making the eggs based on a foreign dish Siag mentioned. With a chewy texture, melted cheese stretches out from inside. It's spiced with herbs so they're tasty on their own. But they went very well with the crispy potatoes. Siag, how is it? It's great. It reminds me of food I had back home. Is that so? That's a relief. I felt happy that I received words of praise from Siag. For the skewer roast, I dipped the meat in red wine sauce. The wood grouse meat was exotic, or crispy shall I say. It was a bit tough. Wood grouse meat is more gamey compared to other bird meat. How is it? Is that so? I like it myself. After carrying a bite-sized piece to her mouth, Siag said. Then she said something more after a drink. Delicious. The wood grouse seemed to fit Siag's taste well, so I felt relieved. After the dishes became empty, it was time to chat. Ptarmigans, which are of the grouse family, are called Raika here. Sounds cute. Is that so? I was used to it from a long time ago. I wasn't sure. The feeling is different from country to county, I thought. Come to think of it, Ritz, what should we do about this? I forgot about it. What was at the edge of the table was a fried egg. It was from an egg I received from the merchant as a bonus. Siag, you can have it. No. Let's split it in two. After saying that, Siag sliced the egg and placed it on a piece of bread before the yolk could spill. The yolk seeped into the bread before it could spill onto the table, so I felt relieved. Bread and fried eggs go well. Tasty. You didn't know? Yup. I only had jam or liver spread with bread. Siag apparently had bread and fried eggs a lot when she lived alone. I had them when I did not have much time in the morning. It's nothing praiseworthy though. Really? I remembered the high-quality dining at grandfather's place. Indeed, one wouldn't be able to do that in such a solemn setting. Eggs tasted good. Why don't I raise hens this year? They sell chickens? Yup. You can buy them in spring. Chickens lay an egg a day, so I planned on buying 2 for Siag and me. While planning for spring, the dinner ended. Chapter 84. Fishing and Seagull in spring clothes. By the time spring had nearly passed, the snow had mostly melted and the ground was covered with a soft green carpet, from the signs of summer visiting soon. The villagers also vibrated with joy. Unlike the dark winter, spring soothed people's hearts. Today, we went out fishing. The lake we did ice fishing some time ago now also only had bits of ice floating around. Once the snow melts, the method of transport becomes either walking or hiring horses from a merchant. The distance to the lake was not too far, so I pulled along a small sleigh for placing luggage with a pulley, going out also for a stroll with the dogs. Since we were going out fishing after a long time, my head was filled with fish. If we're talking about spring fish, then there's northern pike. It's a freshwater fish with a cylindrical mouth with spots on its body. Pikes are nice in this season. Would be nice if we could catch some. Right. I miss fish sometimes. How nice. Fish is getting yearned for by Siag. While thinking such a trivial thing, I proceeded through the lush forest. About an hour later, we arrived at the lake closest to the village. This place is different from the place we visited last time. When it's spring, everyone visits this lake. Here the amount of sunshine is high so it's not fit for ice fishing. Indeed, this place does not have any snow. Right. Only this place has full spring scenery. Since we were going to fish, I undid the leashes on the dogs for them to go out and play. They would come back once the whistle is blown, so there was no need to worry. The lake became quiet now that the dogs were gone. I stared at the lake with Siag. Pretty. Really? A clear blue sky with white clouds, along with young leaves were being reflected beautifully on the lake's surface. However, it was a scenery I was used to from a young age so I did not become absent-minded from this. If I stared at Siag's profile now, I would get glared at with her raptor-like eyes, so I took care to not get found out and took a few steps back. As to what I was doing, I was going to enjoy Seagallen's appearance from behind. Good, wonderful. For the traditional clothing to be worn in early spring, I commissioned one in a more feminine design. The one I made before was more boyish, so I passionately pushed for a skirt like those of the village women that would create a beautiful line from the waist to the hip. The clothing fits a little tighter than the previous one, so it also contained slits for easier movement. If Siag crouches, it reveals her thighs. Still, she has trousers on underneath, so I can't see her bare skin, but it still makes me happy. I imagined about hugging her by the waist and enjoying the beautiful scenery together, but I saw her roundhouse kick before, so I did not rashly do it. What is it? No. I just thought that the scenery is beautiful. ? I can't tell her for me to be ogling her waist and hip with perverted eyes. Now, let's go fish. When I took a few steps back, I tripped on a rock. I got my just deserts section. The bait we'll be using is this. We'll be fishing with a fake bait carved from reindeer antler, made in the shape of a small fish. Hey, so this works as well. I adequately taught Siag how to use it and then went to prepare fishing for pikes. Pikes are also called the aggressive fish. What a strong sounding name, though it doesn't compare to Siag's crimson eagle. Without saying what I thought of in my head, I continued to explain about the pike. The teeth are like needles, so it's very sharp. It can even chew through the fishing lines. It hurts quite a bit if it bites, so one has to be careful when catching them. Maybe I should make Siag fish for smaller fish after all. I handed her small baits shaped after insects, since it would be bad if she gets injured from fishing pikes. I made her fish for smaller fish. After I explained, we started fishing. The fake bait is attached to the line, then thrown into the lake. Afterwards, the poles is controlled so that it looks like a fish is swimming. All that is left is to wait for fish to bite. Siag caught the first fish. A trout. When Siag pulled her pole hard, the fish was flipped out of the water. After pulling the fish closer, it was caught using a net. Great skills. I seem to be in good condition today. After that, Siag caught 2 more fish. Soon, it was already time for lunch, even though I could not catch a thing. Now then, why don't we have some food? I picked up branches from the area and lit a fire. I sharpened some branches with a knife and skewed some sausages that I brought from home. After making about 4, I asked Siag to watch them. While the sausages were being roasted, I looked over the trout Siag caught. Are you going to roast that as well? No. This is eaten raw. The 3 fish have salt applied to them to remove the smell, and then washed with water that I brought from home. After that, it's seasoned with salt and pepper, as well as vinegar and herbs. It's then left for a while. After washing my hands in the lake, I took out bread from a bag. What is it? Hapankopu. Siag opened her eyes wide at the flat and wide bread. It seemed like it was the first time she saw it. Hapankopu is a dry bread that is convenient for going on trips because the volume is not large. I split the bread into a bite size. Then I added thinly sliced cheese and the fish that was just being cooked. The sausages seemed to be ready as well. Then, let's eat. First, I had a bite of a sausage that Siag cooked. With a crisp crunching sound, the sausage exploded inside the mouth. The merchant did say that the spices are strong, that there was no need to season it, and indeed the meat juice flowed out plenty. The perfect savory flavor was unbearable. It felt like it would go well with alcohol. Maybe we should have had this in the house. Next, I tried the bread with the fish. This is interesting. Siag saying that it was interesting. The bread that is harder than biscuit has bits of crushed berries. The texture is interesting and the flavor of the berries are good as well. The fresh fish tasted good as well. After lunch, we resumed fishing. An hour later, we could not catch a single one, so I lied down on the grass. I breathed in the nice smell of the grass to soothe myself. Siag, shall we return? No, just a bit more. Siag had already caught about 10 fish. She usually says that we should return quickly when we're on hunts, but strangely she sticks around longer for fishing. Ritz. Siag, did you catch something else? No, Ritz, your pole. When I sat up, The end of the pole was swaying faintly. When I grabbed the pole, it bent greatly. When I pulled in panic, I felt a sure reaction. Heavy. If I pull too hard, the line will snap. I have to be careful with this. After playing tug-of-war with the fish for some time, I felt it getting weaker. When I took the opportunity and pulled hard, I could see a black shadow struggling in the water. Siag brought out a stick with a net to catch it. Siag, be careful of the teeth. All right. The caught fish had about the same length as my shin. It was surprisingly big, that Siag and I stared in awe. To catch such a large fish with a rod I didn't put much effort into making. No one can know what will happen in life. Section. Tired from playing, the dogs came back on their own even though I didn't call them. With the sunset as a backdrop, we returned home. We split the caught pike in two to share with Tupran's house. The herb roast made using half the fish was tasty, as expected of a seasonal fish. The fat was great as well. For dinner, we savored a meal that we could only taste in spring. Chapter 85. Delicious mushrooms and the summer scenery. Once it's summer, even the remote village in the snow country has the sun shining down brightly. The forest is dyed in a bright green shade and flowers are blooming attractively. Today, I am going to pick mushrooms with Siag. I was full of energy from the morning, making lunch to be taken to the forest. Today's dish is salmon cream pie. First the pike crusts were made into a bowl, salt, flour, and butter were put in then mixed well with a wooden spoon. Flour was frequently sprinkled on butter to make the surface well coat. In this season, dairy products could be acquired at cheap prices in the stores, so I did not hold back on using butter. Once the butter became fine, I then rinsed my hands with cold water. After that, the dough was then put in a clean cloth bag and then left to sit in an ice house for an hour. While letting the dough sit, I made the creamy salmon filling. I used an imported salmon I bought from the store. I used only the upper half and left the other half for the Rango family. The salmon that had been salted and stored in the ice house was taken out and dipped in milk to remove the smell. Next, mushrooms, onions, carrots and potatoes were fried until they become soft. In another pot, butter was melted, and then flour was added. A while after that, milk was added and stirred. Once the lumps from the flour were gone and the mixture became smooth, the pot was taken away from the fire. The vegetables that were just cooked and the cream sauce were mixed and then soup from last night and spices were added to adjust the flavor. Finally, the salmon was added and then it was cooked until the moisture disappears. When the creamy filling was done, the crust that was resting in the ice house was ready as well. A process of melting the moist crust was shaped using a long wooden stick was repeated. The finished pie dough was placed on a cloth. On one end of the square-shaped crust, ingredients are placed then arranged into a triangular shape. As for the ends, they were tied up firmly to not let the cream leak. Next, beaten eggs were used to coat the surface. To give it luster, oil was applied to an iron plate. Then the ready pies were cooked for some minutes. Salmon cream pies, ready to serve. If it was winter, warm and crunchy pies would be nice. But this was sweaty season so there was no desire to bite into fresh pies. After the residual heat went away, it was put into a basket. Lunch was ready. Afterwards, I had breakfast with Siag then we headed to the forest. You were up early today. How rare. I was making packed lunch. Was that so? The packed lunch was placed in the basket. I wonder if Siag will be happy. While thinking that I proceeded down the road. It's there. Today's objective are yellow mushrooms called chanterelle. Sounds like there would be poison in them. There are. It's okay as long as we don't eat too much. Chanterelle are one of the most loved mushrooms in the world aside from cultivated mushrooms. As for the poison, well, it should be fine. Probably. Sounds suspicious. It's alright. It's alright. Further said so I'm sure it's alright. Chanterelle has a refreshing scent like apricots. I brought Siag closer to make her sniff the mushroom scent. It indeed does have such an aroma. Right? These are tasty, you see. Siag too seemed to have given up and started harvesting mushrooms. Around an hour later, we collected a fair bit so we stopped harvesting mushrooms. In the area, there were blueberries so we decided to pick some. Siag, why don't we rest now? Aren't you tired? Even when asked that, Siegelin said that she was fine with a carefree face. There was a leaf on her hair, so I took it off. Since there was a river nearby, we decided to have lunch there. I soaked handkerchiefs that I brought in a basket in the river. I handed one to Siag. The forest is cool, but when we diligently pick berries we still have sweat forming. It feels good to wipe one's face with a cold handkerchief. When I glanced at Siag, she was in the middle of wiping her neck with the handkerchief. The traditional clothing has a closed collar, so she was sweating unnecessarily. I could get a slight peek her white neck, and for some reason the way she was wiping her sweat was sexy, so I unconsciously blurted out, "Oh." It was something I wouldn't have been able to see if I was sitting next to her. I thanked God for this fortune. Ritz. Why yes? What is it? No. Nothing. Siag called me without turning around, so I was surprised. She just wanted to say, "It's hot today," nothing more. I was acting suspiciously, so Siag shot me gazes of doubt. "Did you do something?" No. In the end, I confessed honestly. I was watching you wipe your sweat from behind. What fun is in that? It's not fun, but unbearable." Also, I received reproachful gazes. Even so, I still liked it when Siag looked at me like that, so I got a bit excited. However, I don't want to anger Siag. Sorry, Sigalin-san. After that, I made up my mind to stop peeping at Siag. Lunch was the salmon cream pies I made in the morning. I wanted to be praised by Siag, so I claimed to have woken up early and put all my effort into making it. "Look, Siag, I worked hard from the morning." "That's amazing." I wondered if she would pat my head, so I put my hands on my knee and lowered my posture, but Siag only patted my shoulder. How regretful. I was hungry, so I decided to proceed. The triangular pies were slightly larger than our palms. I grabbed one with both hands and bit into one end. The outside of the pie crust is crunchy, while the inside is soft from the cream. The salmon has a faintly savory taste, so it tasted even better. The lumpy cream had a thick flavor, and the vegetables that were cooked until they were soft also entertained the tongue. When I chewed the mushroom we recently picked, the flavor overflowed. The pies made using the gifts of summer were very satisfying. Ritz, it was delicious. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Siag also liked it. "Nice. It was worthwhile to wake up early." "Come to think of it, how do you cook the poisonous mushrooms?" "Can't really, The poisonous mushrooms, can't really have a crunchy texture, taste slightly like pepper, and have a rich scent. Frying them in butter and eating them on bread is good, and putting them in milk soup is also good. They can be used as ingredients for pies. They can be cooked alongside meatballs, and they go well in a sauce for grilled fish." "Well, the cooking methods are the same as normal mushrooms." "I see. It also goes well with alcohol. I'll be looking forward to that." I decided to reflect on my peeping today, and put effort into pouring drinks. Well, though I already poured drinks for Siag because I like it, after returning home, I delivered half of the harvested cantarelli to Oyuperon, and as for the rest the dirt was removed and then the mushrooms were left to dry in baskets. Dried mushrooms are important for the winter. "Siag, what should we do about the blueberries?" "I already made about enough jam, sauce and juice for 20. I just made tart the day before yesterday. There were many ripe ones, so I ended up picking a lot, so I was agonizing over what I should make." "How about lassi?" "What's that?" "A yogurt-based drink." "Hey, sounds delicious." It seemed that Siag drank them during her days in the army when she did not have much appetite. Apparently it's a healthy beverage from a foreign land. There were ingredients at home, so Siag said that she'll make them. I offered to help. To not get in the way of Oyuperon while she's cooking, we made them on the table. "Ritz, can you crush the blueberries please?" "All right." While I was crushing blueberries, Siag did other work. In a bowl, she mixed yogurt, syrup with lemon, and milk. The crushed blueberries are then squeezed with a cloth to get only the juice. Then, it's finished by adding blueberry juice. Hey, I drank the fresh beverage. It's cool and delicious. The sweet flavor of the blueberries and the sour taste of the yogurt went well. It had a clean taste, so as Siag said I could imagine myself drinking this when I did not have much appetite. As we did that, dinner was served. It was cold at night, so I closed the windows. The season showed signs of changing from summer to autumn. Chapter 86. Beloved Wife's Lunchbox and Autumn's Great Harvest. Autumn is the time for harvesting vegetables that were planted in early spring. This year, the temperature was unstable, so the crops did not grow very well. Well, things happen every year, so we usually harvest the crops with half expectations. The root vegetables, which are relatively easily to pick, are harvested by the children. It's endearing seeing the children pulling on carrots and digging for potatoes. When it's time for lunch, everyone has the packed lunches they brought from home. Today, Siag made lunch for me. I always prepared my own lunch, so I was moved. I wonder what Siag made for me. I opened the basket as my heart pounded. What came into my eyes first were the 3 large potatoes. They were baked properly, and there were salt and herbs to go with them. Other than those, there was a long sausage on a skewer, standing out very greatly. The potato and the sausage were sent from Siag's family. Around the edge of the basket, there were also small bottles. Pickled cabbages. I wonder if this is handmade by Siag. I thought that it was new to put bottles in the lunchbox. The main menu was crunchy deep-fried meat. On top of it, there were thin slices of lemon. Above were the contents of my beloved wife's lunchbox. What should I say? The sensation of a soldier not used to cooking earnestly making lunch feels great. The staple food being potatoes rather than bread was also like Siag's home country. The handmade lunch was delicious, so much that I almost wished that I should have peeked at her making them if possible. After lunch, I started working again in the afternoon. The harvested vegetables are collected in one place and men with discerning eyes take care of the selection process. Vegetables with scars or ones that are small, which are those not fit for selling, were also needed to be collected instead of tax. I wanted to share them with everyone, but I had no choice but to take them back home. This year, there was a poor harvest of potatoes. They were not that big to start with, but this year they only grew to the size of the ring made by putting one's thumb and index finger together. There were 2 bags of potatoes that wouldn't be able to be sold to the merchants. While pondering how I should cook them, I returned home. Section. Welcome back. I'm back. Siag stood up from doing her gardening work and greeted me. Siag, thank you for the lunch box. No, it wasn't that great. No, they were all delicious. If it was the usual, I would have given her a kiss of thanks, but today I couldn't even approach her because of all the mud. Unable to bear seeing her husband like that, Siag talked to me. Ritz, you should take a bath first. It's all right. Siag, you can go in first. Meanwhile, I'll be weeding in the meanwhile. It's all right, so go in. You must be tired. Really? I prefer going in after Siag. But if I say that I might be treated as a pervert, so I decided to receive her hospitality. I wiped the sweat and mud off my body and headed the living room in a clean state. While I was resting, sitting on a chair, Myuperon brought a honey lemon juice. Thank you. As usual, Myuperon pounded her chest and then disappeared. Before I realized it, I was seeing off a back wider than mine. While I was wondering what I should do about the pile of vegetables I received, Siag came out of the bath. When I tapped the spot next to me, she came over. How were the vegetables? Not bad, I guess. If the potatoes are as big as the ones from Siag's country, the profitability will be much different, or so I thought. This year, I counseled Captain Artonen of the fortress for financial matters, so I wanted to try out many things. As I chatted with Siag, dinner was served. The pot of soup was placed on the table. It was left there, which meant that we were free to refill our bowls. The main ingredient of today's soup were mushrooms. There were mushrooms that were collected and dried in summer. There were also chicken herb roast that was cooked until the skin was crispy, as well as a salad of leafy vegetables with fish oil. In the middle of the table, a potato gratin was placed. Next to that, there was a pile of potato fries. It's a feast again today. Thank you as always. When I delivered words of thanks to Myuperon, she returned a smile. Siag served gratin onto dishes. Meanwhile, I took out alcohol from the shelf and poured some into my wife's cup. Now then, let's eat. All right. After giving a prayer of gratitude to the spirit, I started eating. The soup had the poisonous mushrooms. Can't really. It's said that it's okay as long as they aren't eaten raw. They have a spicy flavor like pepper and also have a chewy texture, so they're tasty. Because they're dried, the flavor is also condensed well. The soup that was cooked carefully had a mild and elegant taste. I applauded Vaupron in my head. When I cut the chicken herb roast, the meaty juices flowed out. The skin was crispy and the meat was tender. The fragrance of the herbs roused my appetite. I thought that the salad marinated in fish oil would taste good with bread, but unfortunately today there was no bread on the table. Then I thought of using potato fries instead of bread. I discovered that the crispiness of the leafy vegetables went well with the crunchy potato fries. Moreover, the fishy flavor made me want alcohol. It was very delicious. The potato gratin still had the peel on. The potato that was just harvested was warm and had a sweet taste. The cheese that was in the slit was also crunchy and tasty. The dinner meal, filled with the blessing of autumn, was great. After dinner, I decided to play with Siag on the long chair. Siag, let's play, today. I was quite tired, so I just wanted to do something simple. Thus, I brought cards. We played a game where we flipped the cards to collect sets of the number. Both Siag and I were remembering the cards, so it always turns out to become like a game of who gets it first. When we played games, we always did it after setting a penalty for the loser. Dishwashing, cleaning the floor, baking, those sorts of things. What should we have today, Ritz? What do you want? Let's see. Even though she asked, I couldn't think of anything specific. How about you, Siag? Let's see. How about the loser wearing their hair in twin-tail pigtails? You are? That's nasty. Siag's hair did not grow out enough to braid her hair, but she said that she has the attachable hair she got from home. This, even if you lose, it won't hurt. No, it would be probably painful to see a woman in her 30s wear pigtails. No, it's not. It will definitely be cute. While talking, I ended up wanting to see Siag's hair in pigtails, so I rolled up my sleeves and put effort into the game. The result: I lost. A splendid defeat. I might have been out of focus because of the fatigue. From the winner, Siag, I received a comb and ribbons. What's with these ribbons? It's something brother sent as a joke. They were pink ribbons with nice textures from the velvet. I asked if she wanted me to do it now. When I asked just in case, Sigelind replied yes. I couldn't help it, so I had my hair done in pigtails and put ribbons on. Hey, isn't it disgusting? No, it's good. There's no way it would be good, I murmured and hid my face with both hands in embarrassment. Section. Like so, the peaceful couple life with Siag passed peacefully. Stories of the Four Seasons complete. Additional chapters. Chapter 87. The Nine Brothers Sigelind Observation Diary. Oct. 03 Albert. When we received the news that Siag was coming back, our family was grief-stricken. In the end, our little sister was being returned. When the news arrived, Father went to the ranch while looking like an animal that was getting sold off to the market. Mother enthusiastically said that she would turn her into a lady this time, and ordered dresses. She felt that Sigelind would have grown large in the remote land, so she ordered larger sizes. No one could retort that it was too late. A while later, I wrote a letter warning my son Claus, who was to come home on vacation from the boarding school, to not fool around with her. Even so, what should I say to my little sister? The mansion was surrounded in a sorrowful atmosphere. November 1st. Daniel. Sigelind is finally back. I wanted to work without rest while my little sister and her husband was home, but my older brother said, "It's scary, so please stay with me." So I grudgingly attended the ritual where Sigelind was being returned from her husband. We also held a meeting to discuss who should go out to greet who would be acting violently because she is getting returned. All of us brothers shook our heads. The discussion went on until dawn. The result first: let's at least feed her some meat. That was the conclusion we came to after we seriously discussed the matter. We decided to pool our money and buy a cow from Father's ranch. Sigelind, do not worry. You may have been abandoned by your husband, but you have meat. One cow will soothe our little sister's heart. Also, we practiced making a soft expression to receive Siag, who would be heartbroken. November 12th. Diedrich. In the end, the day when Siag comes visited us. I couldn't tell my young daughters that their aunt was coming back. Both Edelgard and Edeltraud followed Sieg well, but I could not bear seeing them in shock from their aunt's changed appearance. All that we could do now was to pray to God. "Oh God, please calm down the unruly Sieg." In the morning, everyone had a strained expression. The sensitive Edelgard seemed to have felt the tension in the air, as she was not eating much. Edeltraud, who is tense in a good sense of the word, was appetizingly spreading jam and bread and was biting into it. Everyone tried their best to endure their day, using the innocent Edeltraud as a refresher. November 12th. Fusion. We received news that Sieg had arrived from a servant. Is she alone? I thought, but it seemed that the husband was here as well. I felt relieved that there would not be a fight when people were going to explain the circumstances. I asked older brother what kind of person Sieg's husband is, but he replied that only father and mother met him and that he did not know. Father said that Sieg's husband is a very kind and fluffy young man. When I asked if he has a calm personality, he replied no. Fluffy seems to refer to his appearance. I'm not sure what that means. Just who is her husband, who is also a count in another country. Furthermore, apparently it was he who proposed to Sieg because he fell in love with her at first sight. Just what part of Sieg, who always has a sharp gaze, did he like? It's full of mysteries. The door opened with great force, causing all of us brothers to flinch. I thought that it might have been Siegelind who was acting wildly, but it was eldest brother's son Claus. Claus apparently came to see Siegelind. He asked that we should go to the drawing room, but none of us were ready, so we shook our heads violently. In the end, Claus was to go to the drawing room alone. Eldest brother repeatedly warned him to not do anything unnecessary, but that kid probably would not listen. I saw off the reckless Claus with a wailful feeling. November 12th. Florence. Claus, who went out energetically, came back with a face as if he saw something terrifying. That's why we warned you. Everyone in the room thought that. Claus told us to go to the drawing room since it was almost mealtime. Ultimately, the time has come. Eldest brother murmured a heavy sentence. The meal will be had without children. The opponent was Siegelind, who was in her most touchy state. It's no surprise that people below the age of 18 would be refused. Before we went to the drawing room, we fidgeted over who should be in the lead. We drew lots with numbers up to 4, and then walked in a straight line in that order. The lead was eldest brother Albert, who drew the lot with the number 1. When we finally arrived at the room, he blurted out, "Siegelind?" in a tone of surprise, to see our little sister who has turned into a burly warrior in the foreign land. Us brothers peeked into the room. NNN, the lady sitting on the chair is Siegelind. With longer hair and a plumper body, Sieg looked like a different person. She looked, miraculously, good in the dress. In addition, we realized that we were greatly mistaken. Sieg was just visiting on vacation. Everyone in the family greeted Sieg and her husband awkwardly. From seeing my little sister, I could tell she was cherished in the foreign land. Sieg's husband Ritz, whom I saw for the time, had a fluffy impression like snow, as father and mother said. He was sociable, talking to us with smiles. As I watched him, I came to an understanding. If it was someone as sociable as him, befriending Sieg would have been fast after all. Father gathered us for a meal. On the table, there were many meat dishes. They were all things that Sieg likes. However, Sieg did not eat well. In the middle, when the main course came out, she covered her mouth and ran out of the room. The whole family became puzzled over what might have happened. Ritz quickly said, "Morning sickness." Believe it or not, Sieg was pregnant. It's great that the couple is on good terms. November 15. Georg, my older brother who was back home for holiday, informed me that I would be able to see something interesting, so I decided to visit the family home. When I asked what the interesting thing was, older brother did not answer. Since I was told that I would be able to know if I went to the drawing room, I headed there. When I opened the door and entered, there was a red-haired lady that I saw for the first time. A relative? Or so I thought, but that person said that it has been a while in a friendly tone. While I was tilting my head from hearing that we met before, I discovered an unbelievable fact. The lady in front of me was Siegelind. To be frank, I was surprised. She changed so much, in so many ways, to become so feminine. Just what happened overseas? I did think that she was being cherished by her husband, but to become like this. Moreover, I never saw her wearing accessories before, but there was jewelry shining at her ear. Apparently it was a present from her husband. When I honestly told her that it suits her well, she smiled shyly. I wanted to greet her husband who changed her, but he was returning home then. When I joked, "Could he be abandoning you?" she glared at me with a terrifying expression, the like of which I never saw before. "Oh husband, please come quickly and take Siag away." I hoped so as beads of sweat formed on my brows. 13 Haino. From some time ago, I received news that Siag was back at our parents' home. Letters of misfortune informing my brother's agonies arrived once a week. Believe it or not, it was discovered that Siag was pregnant, so she was to recuperate. Meanwhile, her husband was back in his country temporarily. It was written that they were being at the mercy of Siag's emotional instability, but I could tell that it was because my older brothers joked about or said something unnecessary. To anger Siag, I thought that my brothers were being funny. There were not many things I could do. While thinking of our parents' place, I clasped my hands. Ritz Hardono, please return quickly and calm down the rampaging Sigurlind. A few days later, I received news that Ritz Hardono came back. It seemed that peace finally returned there. 21 World. I was so very surprised at Sigurlind's change. I could not imagine my little sister being someone's docile wife, but Siag who was in front of me felt like a reserved wife. I could only be surprised at Ritz Hardsan's ability. January 15 Johan. When I visited my parents' place after a long time, there was a woman crouching in the garden, so I tilted my head. Who could this be? She wore a hat decorated with flowers and ribbons, and was removing the snow on the flower bed with clothes that looked to be a little thin for winter. The skin was flawless and blended into the snowy landscape. I was somewhat bothered, so I talked to her. "Young lady, you will catch a cold in those clothes," said I as I offered her a coat. The person that was crouching down looked up and made an elegant smile, and then, a reply of "I'm all right," came back. I was surprised by that because the voice was that of a man's. The person with the appearance of a fairy was Sigurlind's husband. As to why he was wearing a lady's hat, it was something Mother bought for Siag, but because she did not want to use it, Mother asked him to try it. You can refuse those things," I told my innocent younger brother-in-law. Section. Within a year, Siag changed surprisingly. We recalled father saying that all women had potential to bloom like a flower. This time, we could not help but nod to those words. Chapter 88. Aina and Emmerich's elopement of love. I was out of the village and was heading for Emmerich's country. After running away from the village, I finally came to my senses after we boarded the ship. The cabin room has a bunk bed and there was also a curtain to separate the room. I could have my private space, but it did not change the fact that the two of us were sharing one room. With a carefree attitude, Emmerich asked me if I preferred the top bed or the bottom bed. "Such a thing. Anything is fine." Okay. Then, Aina-chan gets the top bed. What is this? The way how he's suggesting that the top bed is better. When I asked about it, he told me that he was always the one on the top bed when he's sharing bunk beds with his brothers. "Shall we go eat?" There's a dining hall above. I did not have much appetite from the morning, so I did not have anything. I felt hunger now. While appreciating Emmerich's offer, I followed him. The dining hall where we could have foreign food was crowded with people. Even if I saw the menu, I couldn't read it well. I can't read Emmerich's language very well. My grandparents were against me learning other languages. Ritz sometimes taught me in secret, but I'm still not used to the language. As for our conversations, half of the words are in my language and half of the words are in his language. He studied hard for me. However, I wanted to learn Emmerich's country's language, so I asked him to speak more in his language. Just being able to read the words didn't help with identifying the dishes. I felt as though there were glances directed here, so I wanted to return to the room quickly. Therefore, I left it to Emmerich. "Aina-chan, what would you like?" "Anything's fine." I regretted saying that afterwards. Why did I say such an uncute thing? It would be nice to be able to smile and ask which is good like Ritz would have done. Let's see. What would be good? After hearing Emmerich's response, I could raise my head. Good. He didn't look displeased at my attitude. I repetitively apologized in my head. There are dishes that have a strong flavor, so, Emmer started explaining the dishes on the menu. The bread probably won't be too different from the ones we had in the village. As for the soup, I told him that anything was fine, but he explained everything for me. I ordered potato soup called kartoffelsup and a fried veal sirloin dish called schnitzel. Emmerich ordered onion soup called zbulsup and a dish of chicken cooked with red wine, called coq au vin. The German names are the literal meanings, potato soup and onion soup respectively. Coq au vin is a French dish made by braising chicken with wine. The ordered dishes were served quickly. In the center of the table, a basket with bread was placed. Kartoffelsup was a thoroughly stewed soup made from mashed potatoes, milk from livestock, and spices. I suppose, it had deep flavor, and the sensation on the tongue was soft. Dipping bread in it was delicious as well. Schnitzel was a dish that was cooked by deep frying beef sirloin covered in dried bread crusts. He told me that I should sprinkle lemon juice over and that I should have it with steamed potatoes. When I brought the knife to the meat, it cut through very well. It was a very soft meat. The surface was crispy while the meat juice overflowed inside. Because of the lemon juice, the taste was clean as well. Foreign food was surprisingly good. On our way back, Emmerich told me that he's going to the store. If there's anything you need, please tell me. Emmerich paid for the meal. I thought of paying for myself, but I had left my wallet in the room. Aina-chan, would you like some chocolate? No need. Sweets? I told you there's no need. All right. I did it again. Why do I keep saying such uncute things? As I watched Emmerich's back going further away, I felt like running away. I want to be more sociable like Ritz and Itchin. The things I suddenly say are all harsh things. Shall we go? I followed Emmerich back to the room as he held a paper bag section. When I entered the room, Emmerich served juice and snacks. This? Why? Let's eat together after a while. Oh, okay. Emmerich just smiled and said that he wanted to have some. After that, the rest of the time was used to study the language. If there were things I did not know, Emmerich taught me. The 2 days boat trip flew by quickly. At the port, we bought breakfast at the market. While eating, we discussed what we should do afterwards. Emmerich's place is located in the capital of this country. Since it would be conspicuous to wear traditional clothes, he bought a one-piece dress and a coat for me. Thanks to the goodwill of the clerk, I was able to change in the inside of the store. The dress had frills with flower patterns on the hem and the cuffs. The skirt was light, unlike the traditional clothes of the village. There were many ribbons near the chest and the hips, so it was cute. The coat was fluffy, made of wool. Compared to my homeland, it was not very cold here, but Emmerich told me that I might catch a cold, so I bought it. I was planning on paying for the clothes, but Emmerich paid for me. I felt bad. I'll also do your hair in a cute style. Twintail braids are drab, you see? The braids signify my belief in the spirit that protects the village. She's a kindly clerk. I could refuse. However, this place is not my homeland. Yes, please, leave it to me. I never tried other hairstyles than braiding. My heart fluttered a bit. My hair was split into 2 halves then weaved. Braiding hair was the same, but having hair that was not let down was fresh. I thought it was over, but it wasn't so. The bottom of the braids were lifted to give them volume and something was stuck through my hair to hold them in place. Okay, done! Exclamation mark. Amazing. Feels sort of adult-like. I checked myself out in a long mirror that reflected all of myself. I couldn't believe it. I looked like someone completely different. Now, stop fidgeting. We have to show your husband as well! Exclamation mark. I tried to say that he was not my husband, but she kept pushing my back. I wanted to complain, but unfortunately I did not know the words in the foreign language. In the end, I was pushed out to the store floor with a thud. I had shoes with heels, which I was not used to, so I lost balance. I'm falling. The moment I thought that, Emmerich ran over and caught me. Hey, are you alright? Fine. Not fine. Why couldn't say the short sentence, vielen Dank, thank you very much. Even after a long time passed, Emmerich did not remove his hands from my shoulders, so I cautiously raised my head. Exclamation mark. When our eyes met, Emmerich blinked unnaturally. Are you alright? Rather, are you angry? When I was about to ask that, he spoke up first. "Aina-chan, you look so pretty." "Eh? It suits you well!" Exclamation mark. Apparently, Emmer was acting strangely because he was fascinated by me. When I found that out, I got embarrassed, so I distanced myself. Quickly, "Let's go." "Yes." I bowed to the kind clerk and then we exited the store. There was a carriage headed for the capital, so we rode that. After many hours, we finally arrived at the town Emmer lived in. It might be a little cramped here. Okay, he lived in a rented room in a house 3 stories high. It consisted of a living room, a bedroom, a kitchen, a bathroom, a toilet. Perfect for living alone. "Aina-chan, you can use the bedroom. What about you?" "I'm fine with the living room sofa." Even if I said that I would be fine with the sofa, I thought that he wouldn't listen, so I accepted his goodwill. I found out as we traveled together that Emmer is quite stubborn. Also, he never gives up his attitude of placing ladies first. From here on, work will get busy, so I can't come back too much. "Okay. Should we hire a maid?" "No need be, but I can do it alone. I have confidence in cleaning and cooking and sewing. If we hire people, it would burden Emmer's budget, and the thought of having someone else in the house made me feel uneasy, so I declined. "Then, if there is anything troubling you, ask for help from the owner on the first floor. I will request for assistance to Aina-chan." "All right." Like so, my life together with Emmer began. Section. As he said, on the first day of living together, Emmer did not come home for most of the time. Meanwhile, I went outside to shop around or take strolls in the park, trying to go out of the house as much as possible. However, there was one scary incident. On the way back from the market, a young man talked to me. He spoke quickly in the foreign language, so I could not understand. "It's all right, so hang out with me," was all I could get. Scary. He was not taller than Emmer, but he had an intimidating aura. I shook my head to convey that I didn't want to. However, he grabbed my arm, so I swung the basket I had on one hand to his shoulder. He was taken aback and let me go. I concentrated solely on running. However, he was also chasing after me persistently. I could hear a terrifying roar behind me. I thought that I was on the quick side, but I could not run well because of the shoes. Tears came flowing out from the fear. I was almost home, but then I remembered that I had put the key in the basket, which made even more tears flow out. I did not have time to fetch the basket that hit the man. I soon arrived at my home. "I wonder if the house owner is home. Please, help," I prayed as I ran. Exclamation mark. From the sight I was greeted by, I suspected my eyes. Emmer was coincidentally in front of the door. Aina-chan." I flew into his arms and tightly hugged him. What's wrong?" The man who was chasing me faced Emmer. "What?" "She already had someone." "Who are you?" They were talking about something, but Emmer spoke quickly as well, so I couldn't get what they were saying. "That woman." She swung her basket at me. "I have something to say to her, so lend her to me." "I can't do that." "Huh?" "Scary. Have I done something irreparable?" Without realizing it, Emmer softly patted my shoulders that were shaking. "Well, what's going on here?" The house owner, who happened to hear the commotion, came outside. Emmer asked the house owner to take me inside. When I explained the situation, I was told that I did nothing bad. "It's all right. David-san will take care of it." Even so, I was worried about Emmer. What if he gets injured? I thought. The shaking in my shoulders did not go away. Maybe because my thoughts showed on my face. The house owner elaborated. "He's a soldier. He's used to fights." Exclamation mark. As the house owner said, Emmer came back with a nonchalant look. "Sorry for causing a commotion outside the house." "No, it's all right. However, the public order around the area has worsened due to increased immigration. I wouldn't recommend letting a young woman walking around alone." Yes, indeed, I was the one who did a bad thing, yet Emmer was scolded by the house owner. I heard about the public order worsening from the day I arrived here. I was also told to shop from the door-to-door merchants. I returned home with my back drooping. Today, I heard that Emmer would be coming back, so I was planning to cook some delicious food for him, but I ended up dropping the ingredients. I really should apologize this time. I breathed in while thinking that, but Emmer spoke up first. "Aina-chan, I'm glad you're safe! Exclamation mark. Emmer held my hand and crouched down, and then he started murmuring that he was sorry. "Why? The one at fault here is me who went out arbitrarily." Emmer softly said that it was not so, and fell into silence. While I was looking at the top of Emmer's head, I remembered something. What is it? The house key. I left it on the street with a basket. I have to go fetch them. When I said that, Emmer said that he'll go. But it's all right, so wait at home. He doesn't listen to others when he's like this, so I decided to leave it to him. While Emmer is outside, I started preparing the meal. Even though I said that, there were only root vegetables such as potatoes, some bread, smoked meat and canned food. In the kitchen, I categorized the potatoes. In this country, there are 3 major categories of potatoes. First, there's festkoch and kartoffeln, potatoes which do not collapse easily. These are used for boiling or frying. Second, there's vorwij and festkoch and kartoffeln, potatoes which are hard to cook while still maintaining their structure. These are used when one wants moderate texture. Finally, there's maligkoch and kartoffeln, potatoes that collapse easily. These are used for soup. When I first visited the market, I was surprised by the great variety of potatoes. I used the easily collapsing potatoes to make soup. I added smoked meat, potatoes and some spices, then I started boiling it slowly. I baked the potatoes that do not easily collapse in the stove. Meanwhile, I made white sauce. Milk and flour are mixed, then seasoned with spices. I made a little too much. Finally, I mixed it with minced smoked meat and mushrooms marinated in oil. On the cross-shaped slits on the potatoes, I poured white sauce and powdered cheese, and then heated them again. It's done once cheese has completely melted. The soup that was left on the fire after putting in the ingredients seemed to be done as well. At that moment, Emmer returned. "Aina-chan, the key and basket with the shopped goods were there!" Exclamation mark. The kind clerk at the tailor shop had picked it up. I was relieved since we found the key. Thank you, NN. It was nice that it was there. Emmer went back to the usual silly smile. When I told him that the meal was ready, he looked happy. It was only a simple meal made from what I had home, but Emmer still ate them deliciously. The life in the foreign country was just beginning, but every day was fulfilling. I also thought that it would be nice if I could have an honest attitude to Emmer as well. Aina and Emmer's elopement of love. The end. Chapter 89. The Dog and Father. Sigelind left one dog as a gift and returned to the country where she married off to. I thought that my daughters would feel sad, but my expectations were far off. Idlegard and Idledraud looked lonesome for a bit, but surprisingly they are now preoccupied with the dog. The problem was elsewhere. There was a person disappointed not over Siag but over her husband Ritz. Father. He went out to the ranch with a depressed expression again. To make father this sad, just what could he have done? I am only joking. The young man who manages being Sigelind's husband in a carefree manner is a very sociable man. He was staying here as a guest, but he helped with father's work, handled Siag's emotions very well, and flawlessly dealt with mother and sister-in-law. I could only see him as a superman. Just why is he being Siag's husband? Or so I wondered, but when I heard that most women cannot survive in the harsh environment of Ritz Khan's land I understood. Apparently, it is a land where the snow rages on, where savage beasts roam the forests. A frightening place. When I heard that, I felt that it was the perfect place for my rough little sister Sigelind. They are on quite good terms as a couple, that I was in disbelief that such miracles did exist. I could only pray that they would be happy for a long time. Rather, the bigger problem is father. He was even more depressed than my 2 daughters. What is a proper adult doing? I thought, but it was Ritzhard who seized the heart of the impregnable fortress Siag. Father too must have liked him very much, treating him like his own son. Well, I also think that us brothers are also responsible for this. We were busy at work, so we prioritized resting our bodies over helping further out with work. Originally, it's something that we needed to do, but Ritzhard went there. I will reflect on myself and help with father's ranch. It was easy to pledge so to myself, but seeing work piling up I couldn't help him. My brothers are all soldiers as well, so our busy periods overlapped. However, we cannot leave our father depressed like this. While I was agonizing over what I should do in the drawing room, I spotted my daughters carrying the dog in a basket, a fluffy, snow-white dog. The name is Ritz. Adultrod named it, but to coolly let someone name a dog after him, I was in awe. He is probably the most magnanimous man in our family. The dog breed is a Samoyed, that grows to a very large size. It is kind and likes to play, so I heard from Sightseeing that these dogs are popular as pets. It has a warm personality and does not have much hunting instincts, and it is friendly to people, so it is not fit as a guard dog. Everyone in the family agrees that its smile is similar to Ritz Hardkun. My wife murmured, "We have to get the dog trained." Indeed, it is a very big dog, so if it lunges at my daughters while playing around it will be very dangerous. I wondered if I knew anyone who knew a lot about dogs. Ah, goodness. What is it? I was sorry to have surprised my wife, but I had a great idea. I thought of leaving the education of the dog to father. I heard that father also trained the sheepdogs. If so, we can leave the dog to father. Fortunately, the dog is very similar to Ritz Hardkun. The name is the same as well. Maybe it might be able to soothe father's heart as well. As soon as possible, I asked father that day, but then I thought that my daughters would be saddened if the dog was left to father. I had thought that they might not want to hand over their cute dog, but Idlegod and Idletrod honestly handed over the dog. I felt sorry, but then I heard that my daughters energetically went out on strolls to the forest, so I felt relieved. I held the dog and went to father's office. "Father, may I have some time?" A reply came immediately. I was sitting face to face with father, who was still looking exhausted. Seeing the dog in my arms, he asked what it was that I wanted. "I want father to train this dog." "I am to train the dog?" "Yes." "Can I ask you for that?" I handed the dog over to father, who was listening with a vacant expression. Father made a confused expression at the dog he was suddenly given. The fluffy dog did not shy away and stayed still. To be similar to Ritz Hardkun even with this. What a frightening dog, I thought. The dog Ritz stared up at father. Getting stared at, father gently patted the dog Ritz's head. The dog's fur is soft, causing one to caress it a lot. Gradually, father's cheeks loosened. After feeling the fur to his heart's content, father expressed his impressions. This is quite cute. Right. The dog Ritz seized father's heart. I told the dog Ritz that I am leaving father to it with my gaze, and then left the room. A few days later, when I was coming back home from training, I saw father working energetically with the dog Ritz following behind him. When I talked to him, I confirmed that it was the usual father I knew. When I asked how the dog was doing, father laughed that it was troubling because it has too much energy. The strategy soothe father with the dog Ritz seemed to have worked. After seeing my father like that, I made up my mind. First, I requested to be moved to a branch with less work. I had more leisure in life, and I had more time I could spend with my wife and my daughters. At that moment, us brothers reflected on our past actions and actively helped out with father. Until now, we have only been doing work in the military, so we were not used to working with animals. At first, we went through great ordeals, but we gradually found it pleasurable and worthwhile. Some months later, the dog Ritz grew into a fine dog. When accompanying my daughters into the forests, it strode forth with an expression like a knight's, exercising vigilance against wild animals. It was a lovely dog that never lost its smile, so it healed all the family and the servants. When accompanying father to the ranch, it also properly carried out its job as a working dog. As expected of a dog Sealand chose, I thought in awe. Thanks to the dog Ritz, the house became much brighter. I felt sincerely thankful for the new family member. A few years later, we went to Ritz Hardkun's country with father, my daughters and the dog Ritz. It was dangerous when there was a pair of lookalikes. One is a social white dog, and the other is a social white-haired young man. They were both not familiar with each other, but Ritz Hardkun said long time no see as if he was greeting an old friend, and the dog Ritz wagged its tail as if it found someone that was nice, after which they ran up to each other. Seeing the two hug each other, I almost laughed because their actions and their appearances were too similar. I desperately bit my lower lip and held it in. There were many delightful events in Ritz Hardkun's village, but that is a story for another time. Chapter 90. Emmer and the Fickle Kittens. First part. It has been a few months since I started living with Anna in my homeland. Because I was retiring from the military soon, I was burdened with work, so I could not make enough time to spend with her. It is the long-awaited life with her, but there is no trace of sweetness. Rather, Anna-chan's behavior is salty. In the morning, she glares at me warily while making breakfast. Before I realize it, the lunchbox is placed inside my bag. I always am at awe that it's like magic. Because I come back late at night, she is always sleeping before me. However, there are many dishes on the table. I'm happy from just that. Anna-chan is doing her best for me. I asked her if there was anything bothering her or if there was anything she was holding in, but all she would say is, "Not really." I have no clue on what women need, so I am leaving that to the landlady. The usual morning. I hurriedly woke up just in time and start dressing up. Since there is a woman, I have to be careful, but maybe because I am tired every day, my body does not listen to me. I brushed my teeth, shaved my beard and combed my hair before putting on the military uniform Anna-chan cleaned. When I go to the dining room, Anna-chan is making breakfast. Why is such a frail and diligent snow fairy in this house? I immediately felt happy. Anna-chan, morning. When I offered a greeting, Anna-chan quickly looked back and glared at me with an expression as if she was looking at her parents' killer. Of course, she did not reply back. When I sat down and waited, she left a cup of coffee with a loud bang. "Thank you." Even though I thanked her, I was ignored. Her tightly shut lips did not open. It was the usual. I did not mind her attitude. Ritz-kun said in his letter that she is the shyest girl in the village. Furthermore, I already understand Anna-chan through exchanging letters. She always worried for my health. She said that my mundane stories were fun. She always sent polite words. Moreover, the food she cooks every day has deep love in it. Therefore, I believe that her harsh attitude comes from either embarrassment or shyness. Probably. As I was reading the newspaper while drinking coffee, she served breakfast on the table. Anna set the table with waste-free movements. She sliced freshly baked bread and spread jam on it. It was so delicious. When I asked where she got it from, she told me that she made it. She spread plenty of butter on another slice. Other than that, there were white sausages, potato soup, and boiled and peeled eggs. They were all delicious. Even as I ate, Anna-chan worked diligently. When I invited her to eat with me before, she sternly refused with a no. So I did not invite her after that. I thanked Anna-chan for the delicious meal. "Anna-chan, thank you. They were all delicious. Why don't you go to work quickly?" Yes." We repeated the same conversation every morning. When I went to work, I was held up by a colleague I was seeing after a long time. Apparently, the cat he has been raising at his home had babies, so he was having trouble. "No. My house is shared. You won't get caught if you keep quiet." "I will get caught. Moreover, I don't want to betray the kind landlady. To begin with, I prefer dogs. I'm actually feeling a little melancholy because I had not met the dog at my family's place for some time. My parents' place is nearby, but because of the busy schedule I couldn't really contact them. That's how it is. So, wait a bit." Even though I declined, my colleague persisted tenaciously. "Aren't you lonely alone?" I never told anyone that I'm living with Anna-chan. If I did, they would pester me to introduce her. I wanted to boast my cute Anna-chan, but it would be troublesome if some guys fell in love with her, so I did not introduce her. I also ate her lunches filled with love in secret. I was without flaw regarding that. I was like this from a long time ago. I never showed what was important to me anyone else, just keeping it to myself. I felt that childhood habits do carry over to adulthood. "Hey, it's just fine with looking, so come over tomorrow." No, tomorrow is a holiday in a long time, so. I was trying to say that it wasn't possible, but my colleague had already left. I was planning on going out with Anna-chan on my next holiday though. Although I didn't tell the person in question. The next day, to prepare for going to my colleague's house, I dressed myself up. After breakfast, I informed Anna-chan that I am going out. "I'll be going to colleague's house today!" From the sudden schedule, Anna-chan looked surprised. I wonder if she wanted to go out somewhere with me. When she went out alone before, she was harassed by a ruffian, so I told her to not go out alone. I asked the landlady to go out with her. If it's now, at this timing, it might be easy to ask her out. Fortunately, my colleague is married. He is also a devoted husband, so he won't be attracted to Aina-chan. I mustered up my courage and asked Aina-chan, "Would you like to come as well?" Aina-chan made a surprised expression again. I told her that we should try ice cream on the way back from seeing the cats. She stayed expressionless for a while, but soon she nodded in response. I waited until Aina-chan finished preparing. The clock was ticking past the appointed time, but the guy's waiting in his home, so there won't be any problems. A few dozen minutes later, Aina-chan came out of the room. Seeing her in her streetwear, I let out a sound of awe. Her somewhat wavy silver-white hair was tied up high, and she had light makeup on. The lips with the pink shade were unbearable. She had a white blouse adorned with laces along with a sky blue dress. It's something I never saw before. Maybe she bought it with the landlady? Whatever it was, I felt that she was extremely lovely. Stop staring. Sorry. Usually, she would glare at me, but today she turned her face elsewhere. Is she embarrassed? I thought, but I refrained from questioning because that would be pushing my luck. The exquisite white bag she has in her hand is from Ritz and Sigurd. The two of them are currently staying in Thuringen. Apparently, Sigurd is pregnant, so they will be giving birth here. It's a wonderful news. I wondered if I should buy celebratory goods on the way back, but then I realized that I never heard of gifts for pregnancy. Well, a gift for their hospitality might be good too, I thought as I walked to my colleague's house with Aina-chan. When we arrived at my colleague's house, his wife and a 4-year-old child greeted us. After that, my colleague and the cat. He was surprised to see Aina-chan, but when I introduced her as my wife, he warmly received her. The sweet gift we bought on the way was also gladly received. Aina-chan was guided by my colleague's daughter to see the kitten. The wife also followed them. When I became alone in the room with my colleague, it turned into an interrogation on how I came to find such a beautiful woman. A few dozen minutes later, when Aina-chan came back, she had a kitten in her arms. She looked at me with upturned eyes as if she was pleading something. What was in her arms was a red kitten with large and round eyes. Maybe because it just had milk from its mother, its stomach was chubby. I know what Aina-chan wants to say to me. However, we live in an apartment, so we can't raise cats. If we want to, we would need a detached house. Detached houses have high rents. In preparation for retirement, I want to save up as much as possible. However, Aina-chan looked like she wants to raise a cat. I immediately made up my mind. All right, let's live in the countryside. I told Aina-chan that we will raise it after we move, and I asked my colleague for the red kitten section. It was easy planning for the future. After deciding what we wanted, I decided to move to the countryside village where my uncle was at. I left the arrangements for housing and a job to him. The rent is less than half the price of the apartment I am living in. 3 hurrahs for the countryside. Coincidentally, the village is close to the place Ritz and Sigurd lives at. Aina-chan will be relieved as well. On the day we left, we fetched the kitten from my colleague's place and went to bid farewell to the landlady. As a show of gratitude, we gave her the jams and sweets Aina-chan made. While accepting the gifts, the kind landlady told us that it would have been alright to raise cats. When I told her that it was not the only reason, she accepted it, although she looked disappointed. Aina-chan was on much better terms with the landlady than she was with me. The landlady softly embraced Aina-chan and patted her. Then, with a sad expression, Aina-chan asked a favor at the landlady. If it's alright with you, can you name this child me, so that I can always think of you? What? At Aina-chan's words, the landlady smiled happily. The landlady bestowed the name of Rossa to the kitten. Apparently it means red in the language of her dead husband. I thought that it was perfect for the cat with attractive red fur. With a new family, we headed to the countryside. Chapter 91. Emmer and the Fickle Kitten's middle part. It takes about 6 hours by carriage to reach the village where my uncle is. It's a rather long trip, I sent the luggage ahead before us. The only things we had on hand were small bags with our meals, in addition to a basket holding our new family, Rossa the cat. It was time to get on the carriage. I confirmed the destination with the driver and got on. Outside the window, steam vehicles passed by. Recently, it seems like there are more and more of them. The roads for carriages were getting scarcer. While witnessing such change of the times, I left behind the city I grew up in. The carriages were full. Somehow, we managed to secure seats on the last carriage. Aina-chan sat in the corner while I sat next to her. The men inside the carriage stole glances at Aina-chan. The unblemished silver hair and the clear blue eyes were rare after all. "Stop staring." I wanted to shout. However, she did not mind the cheeky gazes, focusing only on the kitten peeking out from the basket. In a town on the way, we stopped for about half an hour. There was a park nearby, so we decided to have lunch there. I then realized that there were no blankets to sit on, so laid out my coat for her to sit on. "Why do I have to sit on something like your clothes? But otherwise, your skirt will get dirty." When I persistently offered it, Aina-chan narrowed her eyes as if to glare at me and sat down. Rossa, in the basket, was on her lap. The kitten was getting fed the fish that was brought for lunch. "Lunch? You can have them." Yes, because Aina-chan had not touched her food. I was waiting like an obedient dog. Since I got permission from the owner, I opened the lunchbox. Sandwich with meat and vegetables, skewered meatballs, grilled sausages and soft egg rolls, meat fried with spices and wrapped in cheese and vegetables, braised root vegetables with thinly sliced ham decorating the lunchbox like flowers. The lunchbox was all filled with things I like. Even though I said thanks, she rejected it, saying that she merely made it from leftover ingredients. Still, I felt happy. I placed enough food for Aina-chan on a dish and then started eating. They were all great. It tasted even better since we ate together. An hour later, the carriage left as was scheduled. We arrived at the village we are moving to 8 hours later. There were places with deep snow on our way, so the ride was slightly delayed. I visited the village my uncle lives in when I was young. It felt somewhat similar to Ritz-kun's village. It would be nice if she liked it, I thought. It was a small countryside village. It had even fewer people than the village Aina-chan was living in. Since it was such a place, one had to be careful about one's reputation. It would be impossible for an unrelated man and woman to live under one roof like we could in the city. Therefore, I carefully discussed it with her and filled out the marriage registration forms to the country. Of course, under the condition that the relation would be broken if Aina-chan came to dislike it. I am planning on returning her to her country eventually. I am only taking custody of her until the wrath of her family dies down. I don't know what will happen afterwards. It might be nice to move to Ritz-kun's village, but if Aina-chan does not want it, I have no choice but to live here. Well, the military did not fit with my nature, so it might not be so bad spending time leisurely here. Uncle and aunt welcomed me, whom they were seeing after a decade and a few years, as well as Aina-chan. They asked if we wanted a sheep or a goat for a marriage gift, but to be honest I didn't know the difference, so I chose randomly. The new house was kept neat by my aunt. It was much more spacious than the apartment we lived in. Bedroom, private room, living room, kitchen, toilet, bathroom. While I was checking the rooms, I realized something important. What should I do? There's only one bedroom. It was a natural thing since we were moving in as a married couple. Aina-chan, you can use this place. How come? I'll sleeping on the chair in my room. As if that could relieve your fatigue. It's alright. I think we had a similar conversation before, but really, there won't be any problems. When I served in the military, I slept on the floor with only newspapers for blankets. When I told her that, she told me to do whatever I wanted. Aunt prepared many things dinner, so the two of us received those. The next day, we organized the luggage. We also went out shopping to the village shopping district. Aina-chan was not used to this place. Maybe because of that, she was hiding behind me and clinging to my coat sleeve. Very adorable. After returning home, we resumed unpacking our luggage. There were 2 cups. Drink this after 2 hours. Because I won't brewing anymore. After 2 hours, even if there's dust, just drink it anyway. Endure it. Was what I was expecting. but the second cup was Aina-chan's. I felt relieved inside. When I brought a cushion over from the couch and offered a seat for her, Aina-chan sat down without saying anything. We sat in between the luggage and ate the fruit cakes we bought from the store before. In the pocket near the belly on her apron, there was Rossa the cat. I felt envious that the cat was in a good position. Noticing my gaze, Aina-chan explained why while caressing Rossa with a benign expression. This child, it gets sad if we leave it alone. Hey, I wanted to say that I also become if I'm neglected, but I was afraid of hearing, oh, really, so I kept silent. The cake we bought from the store was dry and crumbling, causing one to become thirsty. The cake Aina-chan makes are moist and delicious. When I said that, she scolded me, saying that she can't make them because she did not have the ingredients. It seems that I was rushing her. Still, eating cake with Aina-chan is still very pleasurable. The words I blurted out were cleanly ignored. Maybe she couldn't hear them because I said it quickly in a soft voice. What should I say? It might be the first time spending time leisurely with the two of us. When we were in the city, every day was hectic. Even on holidays, I slept in from exhaustion. I feel really sorry for that. It would have been nice to take her out more for sightseeing, but it was too late for regrets. Even in such a life, Aina-chan never said a word of complaint. Rather, she supported me through the meals and packed lunches. I realized that I never properly thanked her. It might have been too late, but I lowered my head regardless. Aina-chan. What? Thank you! Exclamation mark. Aina-chan was stupefied for a moment. After that, she asked, what happened? Even when she asked that, I couldn't answer for some reason. I could only murmur words of gratitude. Aina-chan calmly stared at me. She had a quizzical glance. Really? How should I convince her that I'm not a suspicious person? The only way may be to come out honestly with my feelings. In the end, I decided to tell her the feelings I had for a long time. Aina-chan. So, what? I love you, Aina-chan! Exclamation mark. Aina-chan's big eyes opened even wider. I felt both regret and relief from saying it, that I got a very ambivalent feeling. There weren't any reactions for a while, so I cautiously took a peek at Aina-chan's face. Ah! Exclamation mark. She quickly turned away. Aina-chan was blushing deep red. Aina, you don't like me? When I recklessly asked, she lowered her head. However, a little while later, she shook her head. Then, do you like me? There weren't many opportunities like this, so I asked. Aina-chan blushed even redder. Sorry, she was getting teary-eyed. I wasn't planning on making her cry. I might be forgiven if I touch the floor with my forehead in repentance. I kneeled and then bowed down. I'm really sorry, Rossa. My words of apology overlapped with Aina-chan calling Rossa. Rossa leapt out of the apron's front pocket. Because she stood up suddenly, reaching out for the kitten, she lost her balance. Of course, I was able to catch her. Thanks. No worries. Rather, shouldn't I be the one saying thanks? I almost blurted that out carelessly. I was reluctant to part, but I helped her up. Aina-chan had a nice scent, and her body was very soft. It was so splendid that I felt that I could imagine things for a few months after this. Because I felt that I wasn't suppressing my vicious thoughts well enough, I hid my mouth with my hand to not get caught. Though I might have given it away through the gaze. Chapter 92. Emmer and the Fickle Kitten's final part. Uncle's marriage gift arrived. A goat. A nanny goat. It seems that it can be milked only in the winter. I was told to dote on it because it is tame. Indeed, it is behaving very well next to Aina. Since it can't be left out in the open, I used materials lying around and built a goat house, with borrowed tools from Uncle. When laid hay inside, it looked pretty good. It seemed that the goat was satisfied as well, because it quickly went into the shed and rested inside. The goat is unexpectedly docile. I was surprised. Apparently while we were talking, I felt a strong shock from my back. I managed to perform a break fall into the roll on the floor. When I turned around to see who it was, the goat was standing proudly in the light. How come? The goat lifted its forelegs and stood on its hind legs. That excited appearance was as though it was showing hostility. Could it be that I'm being threatened? Right away, Aina-chan tied the goat to a stake in the ground. I found out later that goats are creatures of wild temperament. On a closer look, Its eyes are rather frightening. Come to think of it, the sheep in the village were grazing the grass in a dignified manner. I regretted that I should have chosen a sheep. I also told Aina-chan to be careful, but if it's next to her it seems to be docile. It even easily lets itself be milked. Why is it aggressive only to me? I wanted to complain to the goat. Worst of all, it seemed like the goat was trying to headbutt me whenever possible. One time, when Aina-chan was waiting for me in front of the door, I ran up to her with a smile. Just before I could enter the house, it headbutted me at my side. Coincidentally, it stabbed the knee, a key point of the human body, so I leapt up greatly. Well, Aina-chan worried for me and gently nursed me, so it was good. Uncle gave me an absurd present. I really want to thank him. Outside the house, I am dominated by the savage goat, but inside I felt healed. The red cat I received from my colleague, Rossa, was such a baby, following Aina-chan everywhere. In addition, Rossa had no care in the world for me. However, the way Aina-chan makes a blissful expression while having Rossa on her lap and caressing its chin, forehead and waist is unbearable. The cat purring with the same expression is also pleasing. Recently, we had such leisurely moments. In the city, it was unimaginable for the two of us to be even sitting down together. With some months having passed since its birth, Rossa was growing well. Its fur was neat, and Aunt also said that the cat is pretty. It also somewhat resembles Aina-chan. She also has clear almond-shaped eyes. It might be true that cats and dogs take after their owners. Aina-chan, should I brew some coffee? You can do that? More or less. Because I had been living alone for a long time. Come to think of it, it's been a while since I last brewed coffee. Ever since she lived with me, I never brewed coffee. Aina-chan said that she'll brew coffee because the coffee I brew is fishy, but because Rossa was sleeping she couldn't move. I'll do my best. The coffee in the red can deep inside the shelf is for guests. Understood. It seems that the coffee brewing machine was handed down from the landlady. I could also see new products. Come to think of it, the coffee I had back home might have been spoiled. I ground coffee beans. I set filters in a special container, put ground coffee and then poured water. While I was waiting for the coffee to drip, I got bored. When I told Aina-chan I want to eat some snacks if there are any, she told me that she had the cake she made yesterday in the shelf. The cake was made with dried fruits. When I sliced it, a subtle sweet scent flowed out. I placed cake slices on a plate and then it was time to wait for coffee again. Once the coffee finished brewing, I poured them into cups and placed sugar and milk next to them on a plate. I then brought them out to the living room. When I sat down next to Aina-chan, she glared at me. Since we never sat down together before, she might be wary of me. Could it be that I am still a suspicious foreigner to her? I don't want to ask. Anyhow, I placed the snacks and a cup in front of Aina-chan. Aina, you want 3 spoons of sugar and plenty of milk, right? That's right. I stirred in sugar and milk and served them to her. Rossa was sleeping soundly on Aina-chan's lap. Since it would be dangerous if the coffee spilled, I softly lifted her and placed her in the basket that was also her bed. When I returned to Aina-chan's side and asked if I could have some cake, she replied that I could. I soon started eating Aina-chan's handmade cake, a bite using a fork. Delicious. It was soft and had a slight alcohol flavor. It also had dried fruits, so the taste was expressive. Aina-chan, this is very delicious. You might even be able to sell it. When I placed the cake down on the table and stared at her to thank her, Aina-chan was staring at me while blushing deeply. Sorry. At that moment, I put myself in Aina-chan's shoes. A disorderly foreign man suddenly demanded sweets and then shamelessly started eating next to her. Oh no, so disgusting. When I tried to stand up in panic, Aina-chan grabbed my sleeve. I flinched from surprise. Aina-chan merely stared up at me with teary eyes. For now, I apologized for being such a revolting man, but Aina-chan said, "It's different," shaking her head. What should I do? I have no idea what it is that she is thinking or what she wants. The only thing I discovered was that Aina-chan sees me as a disgusting person. When I fumbled around my pocket in panic, there was pen and paper inside. I handed that to her with trembling hands for her to write what she wants to say. Having received pen and paper, Aina-chan jotted down something. It seemed like writing the words themselves, but she didn't hand the paper over. I was in an awkward posture, so I sat down on a chair. I wasn't shaking, but I was very nervous. It seemed like that was also the case for Aina-chan, who was peering into the paper. Just what could she have written? Chiron. The bell on Rossa's collar rang. The kitten that had awoken jumped, aiming for Aina-chan's lap. Kaya. Because Rossa jumped in, the paper in Aina-chan's hand fluttered around. I grabbed the piece of paper that fell onto the floor! Exclamation mark. The moment I held it in my hand, the words came into my eyes. It was an unthinkable thing. Ik mag dig ser. I love you. I was so surprised that I got a nosebleed. Section. I never realized that Aina-chan liked me. No, on the contrary. There would be no reason for her to make such delicious meals for someone she does not care for. I was just dense. In this way, the two of us lived happily together after we opened up to each other. Aina-chan is still very prickly, but even that is irresistibly cute. We spend our pleasant honeymoon life peacefully. Emmer and the Fickle Kittens finished. Chapter 93. Rose liqueur and a pleasant party. One day, a lot of luggage arrived from father-in-law. When I opened it with Siag to see what it was the fruit liqueur I had made before. I completely forgot about it. I thought about it. Well, they are drinks for Siag. The liqueurs were made from many things, such as apricots, plums, and citruses. Since I gave some to father-in-law and grandfather as well. About 5 arrived for us. In the letter enclosed inside, father-in-law commented that they were delicious. I glad he enjoyed it. Come to think of it, what happened to the rose liqueur? Even when I peered into the box I couldn't find it. Could father-in-law have accidentally drunk it? I felt a little uneasy. The bright red rose liqueur is for Siag. It's a special drink for her. No, I brought the rose liqueur with me. It's in my room. Was that so? I've been frequenting Siag's room so much that the door sill might get worn out, but I never realized. Apparently, she's been storing it in a dark place. It's dyed in a vivid shade. I see. It seems that Siag was observing it once a day. Though she said that it's dyed in a pretty color, I don't want to see it. The red rose in the language of flowers means, I love you. It makes me feel as though I whispered that into her ear. Thinking of that, it's very embarrassing to see the drink. Or so I thought, but then Siag offered an unexpected invitation. Shall we taste it together tonight? Exclamation mark. No way, it's embarrassing. As if, I replied, gladly. With a glint in my eyes. Section. The season is summer. It's a season where the village ladies are busy picking berries. This year, mother was brimming with enthusiasm, and filled the baskets full of berries. Also, she made great amounts of jam, alcohol, sauce and cake. Living with mother made her life a lot easier, both physically and mentally. She is also friendly with Siag, for which I am glad. However, even though I tell her to take it easy, to not overwork, she does not listen, saying that this is the norm. She can even do gardening with Arno on her back, singing lullabies to put him to sleep. I couldn't help but revere her as a superhuman housewife. Fortunately, she was enjoying going out to the forest, cooking, and singing lullabies, so I am spoiling myself on her while thinking that it's a relief. When I thanked mother again, she gave me a blank look. Hey, Richin. What is it, Richin? You were overworking yourself. Is that right? Yes. When we turn 18 in this village, we have to fend for ourselves. By then, we learn how to make traditional handicrafts, how to hunt and how to butcher animals. It's natural to work every day to support one's family. I have been living a busy life for a decade. However, mother told me that that is not a normal life. Richin, you have work as a lord as well, don't you? Well, I don't do anything important though. That's not true. Thank you. Then, mother silently stared at her son's face. It felt as though she was misty-eyed, so I felt a chill. The reason was revealed soon. I'm sorry. From the sudden development of mother apologizing to me and hugging me, I froze up. I'm turning 30 now. Why am I getting hugged by mother? It's a mystery. It seemed that mother was worried more about father than she was for me. Of course, I can understand that. He's a man of amazing character. There's no telling what might happen if he's left alone. But you were lonely, weren't you? I would be lying if I said that I didn't feel lonely. However, if I had my family with me, I might have been a different person than how I am now. I might not have married Sieg. Thinking of that, well, isn't fine, I thought. Mother, from here on, let's all work hard together. Yes, with Luncheon and Arno-chan. Let's all work hard together. I seriously wondered if it was alright to go ahead like this while excluding my father who was in a faraway land. Section. For the fun banquet with Sieg at night, I made side dishes. Still, the sky was growing dark, so I decided to make something simple. It's hard to cook outside without sunlight. If it's summer, then it should be fish. From the nearby port, a merchant visits every day hauling fresh fish. First, I processed the salmon I bought today. I halved one half that we were having for ourselves. I left the other half at Oyuparon to cook. The thick piece of salmon is seasoned with salt and pepper, and then I made slits to put cheese in. After that, it is wrapped in thinly sliced bacon, skewered on, and then grilled with butter. It's best when it's warm, but it still tastes good when it is cold. The second dish is made by cutting up seasoned salmon into bite-sized pieces and frying them with breadcrumbs. This also goes well with alcohol. Finally, there's a dish of salmon, dried mushrooms, cheese and chopped potatoes in the oven. It looks like gratin. The finished dishes are placed on a tray, then served to the second-floor bedroom. To not get dust on it, I placed cloth over it. For dinner, Oyuparon served a splendid meal. Arno can now eat bland semi-solid food. Since he couldn't use the spoon yet, we are feeding him. During that time, all the family does not eat and only watches Arno. It's an enjoyable time. Arno-chan weaned early, good boy. It was almost as though she was comparing to someone else, but I pretended to not have heard. Sieg also cleared her throat to change the mood. After the meal, we reflected on our work today, put Anna to sleep and relaxed. Mother, you're good at this now. Mother, leading a well-regulated life, rests early. Arno-chan, sleepy time. No, Mother, it's all right. But, still, you've been sleeping with him for 5 days now, haven't you? But it's all right. Sometimes I want to take care of my son. However, Mother argued that she wanted to sleep with Arno because she's lonely. Maybe it could be that she was being considerate for our nighttime fun, drinking. Still, there wouldn't have been a problem since Arno does not wake easily once he goes off to sleep. But I decided to gladly receive Mother's kindness. Sieg and I sat down on the bed and opened bottles of alcohol on a round table. First was the plum, Florm, liqueur. Sieg drank it straight, while I had it with sparkling water and lemon juice. The color was light brown like black tea. Apparently it's good for recovering fatigue and for shoulder pains. It might be fitting for summer. Ah, it's delicious. It's sweet. Maybe because I had it with sparkling water, it had a refreshing sweetness to it. When I got a sip from Sieg's cup, which had the unadulterated drink, it had a different taste. It had a deep flavor along with a sweet taste. We also tried other fruit liqueur. The neat-tasting citrus liqueur seemed to be to Sieg's liking. I thought that it was a failure because of the bitter flavor, but Sieg was okay with it. She also liked the side dishes. I felt happy. I worked hard to see this moment. We drank the rose liqueur at the end. It's dyed nicely. It has a rosy tinge. Maybe because we used only a bit of alcohol, it was dyed nicely in red. When I opened the bottle, a rich rosy scent flowed out. I recalled that rose liqueur was also called drinkable perfume. When I poured some into a glass and squeezed some lemon into it, the color turned into an even deeper shade of red. Sieg took a look at the glass by the light from the lantern, and then tilted the glass. How is it? Sieg smiled without saying a word. From seeing such a rare expression, I ended up clutching my chest. What is it? What was with that mysteriously alluring smile? It makes me want to flounder around in the bed. Ritz. You too. Wah, thank you. I somehow managed to calm my raging heart and took a sip of the rose liqueur. The moment I took a sip, the sensation of a deep rosy scent flowed into my body. It was slightly sweet and bitter, and had an adult's flavor to it. Sieg murmured about the time she received the bouquet. She said that she was so happy. Meanwhile, I wrapped my head in my arms, wondering why I was being so pretentious. Can I have this? Please, please, if possible, please enjoy it alone, or so I conveyed. but that wish could not come true. After that, Sieg enjoyed the rose liqueur while watching my embarrassed expression, to become a side dish for alcohol. How regretful. Chapter 94. Bear Stew and a Good Wife's Stew. We were continuing to play being husband and wife with the excuse of not making people around us find out. I now have more opportunity to be close to her. Maybe since I overdid it sometimes. She is acting a little cold recently. I might be able to do this only now. After the contract period is over, the two of us become strangers. So I kept apologizing to her inside my head. I silently stared at her and hugged her by the waist. Getting hugged, Sieg was frozen up. I caressed her hair and whispered, "I won't do anything you don't want," and waited for her to leave herself to me. A while later, Sieg entrusted some of her weight to me. The way how she awkwardly lets me do whatever is unbearable. I wonder if I was famished for the warmth of people. When I hugged Sieg tightly, I felt relaxed. I felt uneasy that I was only one in bliss. Since I had no plans to ignore Sieg's feelings, I asked, "Sieg, if you don't like it, push me away." Sieg said no, in a frail voice, and then stayed still. If she meant to reject me, I would already have been slammed into a wall. She is doing her best to play the role of the wife. It was disheartening to think that, but the fact that we were connected now was more important. I fulfilled my desires using Sieg's effort. Will this remain as a good memory, or will this remain as a sad recollection of the happy past? Siegelind, I love you. Such heavy words would be too much for her, so I kept them in my heart. I knew that these actions will be in vain, but I couldn't stop myself. My temporary couple life with Sieg continued like this. Section. It was time to eat the bear meat we received from Tiburon. Since butchering and maturing bear meat was new to me, it took some time. The way it's matured is also different from other game. First, the meat is carved up into different parts, and then those parts are wrapped in clean cloth. Then, those are put in a box filled with ice from winter and stored in the underground cold storage for about a week. After that, the meat is taken out from the icebox, then matured for about a month in the cold storage. The important thing to look out for is the humidity. If there's moisture, the meat rots. There are pipes connected to the underground storage for ventilation. The ice are brought from the mountains so they do not easily melt, but dew forms in summer so they have to be wiped frequently. In addition, charcoal from the house is placed in to remove odor and humidity. The bear Tiburon hunted was in a period where it was viciously eating food after waking up from hibernation, so the meat is delicious. Furthermore, it was a female bear. There's fat on it which is guaranteed to be tasty. The meat brought over from the underground cold storage was finished well. Sieg, look. It's bear meat. Sieg frowned after seeing the meat color. It's no surprise. The fat is turning yellow, and the meat is darkish. However, this is the best state of matured bear meat. I received bear thigh meat sometimes from Tiburon. I don't know how many times I failed so far. This time, I took care to not let it rot, so it succeeded splendidly. Bear meat has strong game odor, so one has to be careful when cooking it. It is to be grilled with finely chopped herbs, or boiled in red wine while removing the scum, or simply roasted then eaten with sweet and sour citrus sauce to remove the smell. Today, Tiburon has the day off, so the two of us started working at the kitchen behind the house. The meat is placed in red wine and herbs to remove the odor. It was taken out of the cold storage after wiping the water off, and then it was chopped into bite-sized pieces before putting them in the pot. Other vegetables are also chopped into suitable sizes. We used onions, carrots, mushrooms, tomatoes, along with many kinds of herbs. First, the bear meat was boiled with herbs and vegetable peels and scraps. Since the scum started rising, I removed them using a spoon. After it boiled well, only the meat was taken out and the rest were thrown out. Red wine and clear soup was poured into a pot in a 1-to-1 ratio, and then the rest of the ingredients were put in. After that, it was boiled well over a light fire. Once the ingredients were cooked, I added in a jar marinated tomatoes that I made as preserved food, and then I added condiments to add the finishing touches to the flavor. After that, it was boiled for another hour. It takes a lot of work since it has strong gamey smell and also because it easily becomes tough. The cooking process is hard as well. Still, I love bear meat. Siag helped out with the long cooking process without complaint. For the boiling, we took shifts. We cooked while we did gardening. When dinner was done, I was smiling on my own peering into the pot of stew. Siag looked a little exasperated. Thank you for helping me. No, anything Ritz makes is delicious. I'll be looking forward to it. I'm glad. Siag really is kind, saying the right things. She really is a great wife. When I tasted it a little, the bear stew was prepared very well. I formulated plans to have bread and wine, as well as cheese. When I headed for the front door with the pot, I came to face guests. Lord Reventallet. It's been a while. The people in front of the door were the village head of the neighboring village and his second son. Come to think of it, I had totally forgotten that we had an appointment today. Once a year, we have a dinner with the head of the neighboring village and exchange information. I was too excited about the newlywed life with Siag that I forgot about this important occasion. Is she the rumored wife? Yes, she is my wife Sieglind. Siag greeted the village head and his son. The second son was around 25 years old, if I recall correctly. He was still single. Maybe because he was bothered about my wife, he stole cursory glances. Since it was time to dine with our guests, I offered them seats in the living room. As for the bear stew, Siag took it to the kitchen. While I kept our guests company, Siag served herb tea. After that, she also prepared the meal. On the table, there were bread vauperon baked yesterday along with thick cheese, pickled herrings and bird liver spread. It was an extravagant meal. The bear stew arrived at the end. It was a masterpiece I made with my wife. Siag removed the sediments in the wine and poured them into glasses. After a toast, it was time to eat. The bear meat that was prepared well was very soft. The fat melted on the tongue. The sour flavor of the tomato went well with bear meat. The gamey odor was non-existent too. When I glanced at Siag, who was sitting next to me, our eyes met coincidentally. From her happy expression, I could tell how she felt. I can say that I did my best for this moment. The village head also praised the taste of the bear stew. There were a lot, so I offered seconds. It was the first time I had such delicious bear stew. I'm glad you thought so. His stoic son was nodding silently next to him as well. Even so, it is a pity, ? When I asked what was a pity, the village had something grand. His son, next to him, looked flustered. I would have liked to have a lady that cooks so well as my son's wife. The two of us froze in surprise. However, Siag corrected him promptly. It was my husband that made the stew. Truly? The village head looked surprised, while his son clearly looked disappointed. I had thought that a correction was unnecessary, but it would be troubling if Siag was requested to be married after our contract was over, so I concluded that it was the right choice to correct them. Since the village head asked me, I wrote down the recipe and then we parted ways. We got over it well, and they did not suspect my relation with Siag either, so I felt very relieved. Thus went the day I had bear meat with Siag. Chapter 91. Lucas Salonis Cola's Activity Report. First Part. First Year. Today I went out to the forest to pick branches again. As long as one doesn't go into the deep parts of the forest, one won't encounter dangerous beasts. Just in case, a dog is brought with me. I wasn't taught how to shoot yet. Father told me that he will teach me once I can hunt one rabbit a day for 3 days. As for the result, I could not yet hunt a single one. Father also said that he caught his first prey when he was 13 years old. I still had 2 years until then. There's such a circumstance. The only equipment I have are a bow and arrows and a knife. In this period, the sky quickly grows dark, so I have to finish quickly. When I gathered enough branches and thought of returning, the dog was staring somewhere far away. It sometimes does these things, so I decided to leave it alone. The surroundings were growing blurry. This is why I don't like winter, or so I thought. Then I noticed the dog hiding behind me. It's a dog that doesn't fear even bears. Just what could it have been frightened by? When I squinted my eyes, I could see the silhouettes of people. 2 of them. Could it be the village's best hunter, Grandfather Burkham? He has a terrifying face that it would be able to silence a wailing child through fear. The approaching figures became clearer. A large man was coming from in front of me. He had brown skin and for some reason he did not have any clothes on for the upper half of his body. Moreover, he was walking barefoot with only thin-looking pants on his ears. He had colorful feathers. His face was tough and deeply chiseled. He was completely different from the rest of the village. I remember further saying it before. He said that foreigners were residing in the Lord's place for a few years now. I had not seen them before until then. I was overwhelmed by the sight. The appearance was already amazing. But then he even had a large deer on his shoulders. Deer of that size is one that adults take a lot of time to drag on sleighs. Just what kind of man is the giant lifting it easily? I couldn't move from the spot. The foreign giant did not even glance at me when he passed by. As I stayed there, I came to face another person. It was a woman following behind the giant. She was taller than me, probably the giant's daughter. Her eyes were similar to his. In her hand, she had a long spear that did not match her size. It was probably her father's. It was the first time I saw someone with brown skin and black hair. The eyes were black too. It was fascinating. The woman silently stared at me. When I said that I just happened to look, she tilted her head. Then I noticed that she had a rabbit in her hand. She had a bow and arrows on her back. I wonder if she caught it herself? I was curious, so I asked. However, the woman merely tilted her head, without saying anything. Seeing me point at the rabbit so many times, she might have mistaken it as me wanting the prey, as she held it out to me, as if I would receive prey that a woman hunted. Taking me for a fool, I ignored the woman holding the rabbit out and ran all the way to the village. From that day, I fiercely trained handling the bow and arrow. As a result, a year later, I was able to catch rabbits 3 days in a row. I met the woman after a long time in the village, so I showed her the rabbit, but she only tilted her head. I felt as though I was being belittled. That I grew angry. Second year, I managed to make my father teach how to handle guns. I remember starting with the weakest, the air gun. The air gun is a gun that shoots bullets through air, without using gunpowder. I'm still not sure about the structure. It's said to be weak, but it has enough power to pierce flesh, so father kept emphasizing that I have to be careful when handling it. Only small animals can be caught with air guns. Medium-sized animals like the boars can only be dealt lethal wounds with shotguns that use gunpowder. Finally, when I got used to handling guns, I learned how to use rifles. Rifles are the most lethal guns, able to take down large animals such as bears. Hunting bears is not recommended because of the dangers, but all the men trained to be able to defend against bears. I'll quickly catch large animals and surprise that woman. The foreign woman was still curt, and she only tilted her head in reaction to my words. If she's living in this village, it would be nice if she at least learned the language. I got angry every time I talked to her because it felt like I was losing. Third year, feeling that I now had enough proficiency with air guns, further allowed me to use shotguns. Now I can hunt boars, but the woman's attitude did not change. Even when I showed her my hunt, she merely stared down at me in silence. Looking down at me, I don't like it. She slowly grew bigger and is looking down at me. She's definitely going to become a huge woman like her father. What a monster. It could be that she's a descendant of the legendary giants. I'm much taller than my mother. She's the weird one. I'll overtake her height sometime. When I drank reindeer milk from that thought, I was hit by my father, who scolded me to not waste valuable goods. Fourth year. By the time I was getting used to using the rifle, I coincidentally met the huge woman in the forest. She was still using bow and arrow. I wonder if the impoverished lord told her not to use guns? I'm not sure. Even when I asked directly, she merely tilted her head and did not say anything. She did not hunt anything yet. However, I had a boar on my sleigh. It was the biggest I had ever hunted so far. I pointed towards it to boast it. The woman merely stared at the hunt. I started feeling restless because she did not smile or applaud. While we were wasting time, the snow started falling. The wind was growing stronger, so it was clear that it will turn into a blizzard. Even when I told her that I'm going home, she stared vacantly. Rather, she tightened her grip on her bow and tried to proceed into the forest. Is she an idiot? There's no way an arrow will fly true in these conditions. Hunting also involves observing the forest. In other words, It's important to learn how to read nature. If one overexerts oneself in hunting when the forest is rough, one might die. Just what was she learning from her father? Or maybe she did not learn, since it couldn't be helped. I gave her a ptarmigan and a rabbit I had in a bag. I told her to take this bag and go home today. The woman's eyes went back and forth between me and the bag. It's all right, so take it, I told her. Then the woman did something mysterious. She suddenly held up her fist and pounded it against her chest. I had no idea what that meant. More importantly, the snow was blowing harder, so I grabbed the woman's hand and headed to the village. When I arrived at the entrance of the village, the woman's father was waiting there. Just behind him the Lord was there as well. The huge father came over here with a stern expression. Surely, he can't be trying to slap my face, I thought, but he took an unexpected course of action. The moment he saw his daughter, he hugged her. I thought that it was overprotective of him to dote on such a bulky girl. The woman was saying something while pointing at me. Right afterwards, he stood right in front of me. Did she something bad about me? Could the terrifying father have found out that I've been saying giant woman? Or you don't even know the language? The woman's father raised his fist with great vigor. Pathetically, I shut my eyes tightly from the force. However, the anticipated impact did not come. When I faintly opened my eyes, the father was pounding his chest with his fist. So what does that action mean? When I stared at her father again, he bowed once more. Then, he hugged his daughter again, and then they headed into the village. Since I couldn't get what was going on, I spat curses as I stomped on the ground. Then, the Lord, who had very thin presence, spoke up. First, he thanked me for bringing the giant woman back. I was told that she had a strong sense of responsibility, not coming back from hunting until she has caught prey. She was told to not overexert herself too much. But since those words would not be conveyed, events like today might happen, he said. After that, he taught me the meaning of the action of pounding one's chest with their fist. Apparently it means thank you. Of course, depending on the situation, it can mean yes. It can be used to mean respect for the other. It has many uses. Now that I knew the meaning of the mysterious action, I felt a little better. Then, the Lord said that he'll be leaving the giant woman to me. He said that he's glad that a clumsy girl like her has a friend like me. I'm not her friend, I said, but the Lord grinned like an idiot and said, come on, no need to be shy. Damn it, who are you calling her friend? I'm going to make her speechless one day. It's not like I want to do something with her. The Lord told me to take care of my Uperon, and then he left. That was the story of the day I found out the name of the giant woman. Chapter 96. Lucas Salonis Cola's Activity Report, Middle Part. 5th year. Apparently her people express their emotions through gestures. The Lord said that he doesn't understand them very much. To be with foreigners that one can't communicate with. I was awed. I sometimes met her in the forest when she didn't have anything. I gave her small animals such as rabbits. I'm not really doing it for her. It's just that butchering small animals is a pain. I recently learned that the action of opening her eyes thinly while loosening the mouth was a smile. What? So she can smile. Section. The unpopular Lord married and the village was slowly changing. I didn't see the rumored wife yet. Apparently, she goes out hunting with the Lord, but I didn't have the opportunity to see her yet. More importantly, the young women of the village are captivated by a red-haired foreign man that came recently. Believe it or not, the women gather at the store to talk with the guy. When I happened to pass by the store and took a peek inside, I witnessed something strange. I was surprised at the range of the women gathered here. From 3-year-olds to women in their 50s. The woman in her 50s was my mother. Wait, what are you doing there? I wanted to ask. I saw the rumored handsome man, but he wasn't all that great. His hips were slender like a woman's and he didn't have much muscles. As if such a man can support a family. They're all just doting on him because he's a city person. His looks weren't bad. Fortunately, she wasn't among the women. Since there aren't any other women with black hair and black eyes, I could tell at one glance. After I learned that, I didn't care anymore about this gathering. I headed out to hunt afterwards. At night, Father asked Mother where she had been since noon. Mother replied with a smile that she was at the gift store to see the handsome person. So she has no plans to hide it. Father had the complicated expression on. but he did not scold her. Since it was him that proposed to my mother, who was a foreigner, while prostrating himself, the hierarchy was clear from a long time ago. Every time I watch my parents, I end up wondering why. The next day, when I exited the house to go out hunting, she was walking outside. Since she had a large basket, she must have been shopping. As I approached to talk to her, someone else talked to her before me. That person was the red-haired man I saw the day before at the gift store. He took the basket she had and started walking by her side. My face became hot in an instant. That turned into rage when I could not see the two of them anymore. Despicable actions. Despicable even in traditional clothes. Normally it reaches down to the waist, but the red-haired man had one that reached his knee. Wearing traditional clothing yet not following tradition. How shallow. I felt frustrated about other things as well. She normally looks uninterested in men. Even when I carry her stuff she merely tilts her head. Because she was relying on a stranger, I was needlessly infuriated. That day, my head was so clouded that I couldn't catch a single rabbit. When I returned empty-handed, I came across her at the fort. Why is it that I meet her on the day I did not want to meet her at all? I passed by without trying to get her into my field of vision. After that, I was frustrated for a few days. When I went out hunting, I saw that red-haired man with another woman, so I spoke up, thinking that it would be a good opportunity to talk to him. Oi. It was fine up to the point of speaking out with vigor, but I was shocked from hearing the reply. The voice of the red-haired man was high-pitched for a man. It was low-pitched for a woman, but it was not a man's voice. Just in case, I checked the sex. A woman after all. Misleading. Furthermore, the redhead was the Lord's wife. So that's why she was so friendly with that person. Now that the misunderstanding was cleared up, I didn't care anymore. I thought of apologizing, but all I did was ignore her, so I thought that it would be fine. 6th year. The village is still peace itself. A big change would be that I got close to the soldiers at the fort. When I talked to them, they were pretty interesting. The restaurant at the fort sometimes had food from the city, so I sometimes went there as well. It was about her. They talked about how one person has a unique appearance but is not bad. Moreover, they said that she had a nice figure. She did not wear the traditional clothes of the village. She wore exotic clothes. In winter, she wears coats, so she's no different from the rest of the villagers, but the difference is clear in summer. The village women don't reveal their skin, but as for her, what should I say? It's quite open. Her chests can be clearly seen, and her belly is exposed. Her skirt only reaches her knees, revealing her legs. Not even city women dress like that, apparently. However, the soldiers said that they're afraid to court her because her father is scary. Indeed, I can sympathize. Furthermore, we can't even communicate, so it's not someone one might want to court with a complacent attitude. The topic gradually changed, although it didn't change that the topic was about women. Apparently, a woman who was rather popular among the soldiers were taken away by a foreigner. When I asked who it was, I found out that it was the granddaughter of Grandfather Burkham. The name was Anna, I believe. The soldiers were disappointed, but she's a woman with a strong personality. I don't want to marry such a woman. Men in their marriageable age were all thirsting for women. They wanted to marry quickly. I had no idea about marrying. In my house, my older brother had a married, so it wasn't that noisy. Households with only one child are being fussy. It was a problem that did not matter for me. 7th year. Recently, that person was socializing with a woman. The other person is the granddaughter of Grandfather Burkham that recently came back from foreign lands. She came after 1.5 years of living together with a man, who came here with her. I could see the two of them looking pleased quite often. I then realized that I had not seen her with other women. I wonder if she is also becoming like a woman. Well, it's not related to me though. 8th year. Father started urging me to marry since I was turning 19. He told me to go find a wife at the port while selling fish, since marrying with village women will make it hard to have children. It's not a joke, he said, but I ignored Father's orders. While I was coming back from gathering mushrooms for my mother, I came across her. There were occasions where I was surprised by her. There were times that I told her that she's a giant woman or she's walking around to hook men. I did some harsh things to her, though I didn't feel like doing that now. Not at all, probably. It was because she was wearing the traditional clothes of this village. She looked much cuter than usual. I regret saying such harsh things to her. Also, I decided that I'll stop talking to her after today. I only say harsh things when I meet her. Not honest at all. She did not have any reaction. She only stared at the ground without moving. I couldn't bear the silence, so I grabbed her shoulder and asked if she was listening. After looking into her eyes, I thought some things. Why don't I have the endurance and the learning ability? Seeing me like that, she raised her voice. It was a loud voice, so I ended up flinching. Rather, that was the first time I heard her voice. It was quite cute, mismatched to her appearance. Wait, that wasn't the problem. While I was wondering why I got so surprised, she told me that I grew taller in the language of this country. Indeed, I grew taller than her some time ago. When I was young, I was hung up on overtaking her height, but recently I did not care too much about it, so I forgot about it. More importantly, when did she learn to speak? I wonder if she learned from the woman she always hung out with, granddaughter Berkham, which means that she can now understand the harsh words from before. Beads of sweat formed on my brows. I backed away to quickly get away from here. However, she spoke out to me clumsily with the words she just learned. You're asking why I keep talking to you? That's obvious. I had a clear answer in my head, but I couldn't say it out loud. I adequately evaded the question and ran away. From the day after that, she actively started striking up conversation with me, enjoying the exchange. I never thought that our positions would be reversed. Today also began by correcting her wrong words. She was so talkative that there was no end to the retorts I had to make. Chapter 97. Lucas Salonis Cola's Activity Report. Last part. 9th year. Now that we can communicate through words, I could understand many things about Myruperon. I learned that she was unexpectedly talkative. Well, it might be since we are friends. It seems that Myruperon hunts on holidays. Today, we talked about the cat the Berkhams raise. Cat fur is different from dog fur or reindeer fur apparently. She was talking about it so happily, so I asked if she wanted to raise a cat. Myruperon shook her head. She said that there are only lynxes, elves, in the area. It seems that there are stray cats in the city, but here cats cannot live without human assistance, so they can't be found here. She looked a little disappointed. Then, Myruperon made a request. She asked if she can touch my hair since they're soft like cat fur. I got angry and told her to not treat my hair like cat fur, but she looked dejected, so I specially let her touch them. She looked happy as she said that they feel better than cat fur. I couldn't help it, so I told her that she can sometimes touch them. 10th year. Maybe because a child was born to my older brother and his wife, father is pestering me to marry. He demanded me to go to the port to sell the fish from the lakes and find a wife. People around my age had all married too. Even though I was over 20, I did not feel like marrying. Today, I ended up fighting with my old father again. I hunt animals every day, and deposit the money made from selling the fur to the house. What's his problem? I felt rage welling up inside me. My older brother has triplets. The house is at peace. However, further said that it's not the case. No idea what he's talking about. In the end, mother had to intervene and mediate. Since it was almost time to meet up with Myruperon, I left father to mother. Myruperon was quietly waiting at the entrance of the fort. She had a basket, so I asked what it was. She replied that she made lunch to be eaten in the forest. I think the autumn forest had been dyed vividly. A few days later, a thin layer of snow will form on the ground. There aren't many days left for us to go out in a picnicking mood. In the forest, we hunted a rabbit, a duck, and boars, 2 of each kind. The small prey were placed in bags, and the boars were hauled onto sleighs before we took a break by the river. The meal was fish pie and fruit juice. Myruperon made them herself. When I told her that they were delicious, she looked pleased. After that, we talked until the sun started setting. Myruperon said that I looked enervated today. It's probably because I had a fight with father. Since it would be useless to avoid the question as she would persistently ask, I only told her that I fought with my father. She then suddenly asked for my hand, so I held out my hand. Myruperon started writing something on my palms with my fingers. When I asked what it was, she murmured, Arafuninid. Spider's nest. It meant, like how a spider steadily builds its nest, your efforts will eventually fruition and receive recognition. She told me that it was a spell holding such a wish. Those words reached my heart. After hearing Maruparon talk, I realized it. I realized that I wanted to gain recognition from father. I felt like crying for some reason. 11th year. Maruparon's father is famous for being the master hunter of bears. He even shares the meat when asked. He's a kind man, unlike what his appearance suggests. That family assimilated into the surroundings after they moved into the village. It might also be thanks to Maruparon's kind mother. Meanwhile, I started doing something in secret. That was to hunt a bear living in the forest. Well, of course no results yet. I saw scratches on trees and droppings with bear fur, but I never met the real thing. How can I meet a bear in the forest? I agonized in frustration. As to why I am aiming for a bear, I am planning to propose to Maruparon. If I don't get recognized by that father, I won't be able to marry her. If I get a splendid bear, her father will accept the marriage. I had such a plan, so I was looking for an opportunity to hunt a bear. Recently, maybe because they want to become friendly with Maruparon, other men in the village started asking many things about them. Of course, I did not provide any information. If I keep loitering around like this, I'll lose her to someone. Thus, I have to hunt a bear quickly. The sky grew dark. I have to go back home now. My family will start worrying about me. However, there was a rare tailwind. I felt as though the forest was cheering for me. The echoing of the leaves felt different from usual. There was something, a little more, I said to myself and proceeded forward. Then, I could see something flashing from far away. The two sources of light were like fire. The figure of the beast got clearer. It was a white bear. I had heard the rumors, but I was surprised that it actually exists. A white bear unlike the ones living on ice. A mystical existence, the master of the forest, or so it was told in the family traditions. White bear meat makes a house prosper, they said. If I hunt that white bear, my marriage will be accepted. The bear seemed to have noticed me as well. It suddenly showed hostility and ran over to me. I quickly aimed my rifle. The weak points of a bear are its head, neck, and chest. My opponent was heading here on all fours. First shot. I aimed for the base of its neck. The bear dodged the bullet at the last moment. I quickly ejected the empty cartridge and aimed again. 4 remaining bullets. I have to finish it by then. The white bear roared as it charged at me. My fingers trembled from fear. Second shot. It hit the leg, but it merely slowed it a little. It was far from a lethal wound. The bear was approaching fast. It was a very large one. I could feel sweat pouring out from my body. If I run away, I will definitely be killed. The only way to survive now is to kill the bear here. The third bullet hit its head. However, the bear did not stop moving. Bears have thick layers of fat. Even if the bullet hits a vital point, it may not stop moving. I recall Grandfather Burkham saying that. That's why bear hunting is dangerous. I'm an idiot doing this to marry a woman. I clenched my eyes and consoled myself. But then, I suddenly thought of the spider's nest. Like how a spider steadily builds its nest, your efforts will eventually fruition and receive recognition. When I thought that, I became surprisingly calm. Nothing frightened me. When I opened my eyes, the bear was on its hind legs, with one foreleg raised high in the air, revealing its sharp claws. Its vital point, the chest, was exposed, so my mouth curled up. I fired off the final 2 bullets into its chest. The bear flinched and shook greatly. The moment I checked the impact of the bullets, I was struck by a great shock. My vision darkened. Section. I woke from the sound of someone's voice. My hand was gripped tightly, that I felt that my fingers hurt a little. When I opened my eyes, I saw the ceiling of my house. The person next to me was Maruparon. Her face was in a tragic state, bloated and reddened from sobbing. "Why are you crying?" When I said that, she looked very surprised. Then, she started crying loudly. I don't get it. Hearing her loud voice, people came in. They were my parents and Maruparon's parents. Mother ran over to me. "Don't go," she said. "No, I'm alive." It seems that she thought that I died. When I asked for the story, it seems like that I was found under a large white bear. I was moved to my home, and I was unconscious for 3 days. Myuperon's father found me, apparently. He properly collected the bear after bringing me here. Indeed, was all I could say. On the other hand, when I honestly told father that I was at the forest to hunt for a bear, I was hit by father. He scolded that I was a thankless son. Both father and mother were crying. I prostrated on the floor and apologized that I did a foolish thing. Father told me to do whatever I want, and left the room without saying anything more. Mother said that she was glad that I am alive. Also, she told me to leave father to her. Father's reaction was the worst, but inside I had a sense of accomplishment. Though I wouldn't dare to do it again. Myuperon was sticking close to me, not letting go. Even though when I squirmed and said that we were in front of our parents, she did not budge. Myuperon's parents stared at us in silence. I mustered up my courage and asked for Myuperon's hand in marriage. The words didn't get through, but father nodded in agreement. Next to him, her mother was smiling happily. When I asked Myuperon if they understood, she blushed and said, "Probably." Like so, our marriage was accepted. 12th year. After many events, I was able to marry Myuperon. Father coolly allowed the marriage. Mother looked happy too. Today was a day of celebration. Father-in-law gave me something in a leather bag. It was the white bear fur that father-in-law always wore. He gestured for me to put it on. I wonder if he wants me to wear it to the banquet. It was something that was used for a long time, but it had a beautiful shine. I wondered if it was really all right, but he continued to gesture to put it on, so I received it thankfully. I attended the banquet while wearing the white bear fur. When I was guided to the reserved seat, all the attendees had animal masks, so I was surprised. Myuperon was wearing the fur from the white bear I had hunted. It was somewhat embarrassing. Somewhere, I heard someone jeer, "Yo, white bear couple." The one who made fun of us was the Lord. The Lord and his wife had grey wolf fur on as a set. Even children had wolf fur. Just where did everyone get those furs? I burst into laughter from the strange sight. Myuperon pointed to her friend. Aina and her husband had lynx, elves, fur on. They probably sewed that with other fur. Nice handiwork. I mused in awe. When I looked next to me, Myuperon looked happy. That was the happiest day of my life. Such was the memory of that day. Section. Few years later. The morning of the Rango family begins early. Every morning, my lovely wife wakes me up. Not. Hi. The one who shook me violently to wake me up was my wife's father, Taparanponu Rango. He's a mysterious man who bears the upper half of his body all year round. When I opened my eyes, he was holding out his spear, which meant that we should go out hunting. When I was a newlywed, I screamed many times from my father-in-law standing at the bedside with a weapon. Few years of marriage made me used to it now. Father-in-law draped on the bear fur hanging by the entrance. It was made from the fur of a brown bear that he had hunted recently. I put on the fur coat that was hanging next to it. While I was putting on my boots, father-in-law silently watched me tie the shoelaces with a soft look. And that father-in-law is barefoot all throughout the year. He never even had frostbites either. Just what kind of body does he have? I wondered. We went out together, but we headed to separated places. Father-in-law uses a spear while I hunt with a gun. It couldn't be helped since our methods are different. The reason is not only that father-in-law aims for bears. It was not just once or twice that I got scared after following him to his hunt. Bears are dangerous, yet father-in-law did not falter a bit and killed them with only a spear. I went deeper into the snowy forest with a dog. During the morning, I caught a rabbit and 2 ptarmigans. When I returned home, father-in-law had already finished butchering a large boar that he had caught. I don't have any plans to compete with my superhuman father-in-law. Even so, it always vexes me. As I was placing the prey I caught in a container and was moving to the storage for maturation, mother-in-law ran out of the house with great vigor. "Serious?" she shouted as she grabbed my sleeves and tried to drag me inside. Mother-in-law did her best to learn the language, but she couldn't improve to the level of my wife. There are many times I don't get what she wants to say. First, I asked her to calm down and explain what was so serious. After catching her breath, mother-in-law said, "Baby, about to come." Upon hearing that, father-in-law immediately let go of his spear and headed inside. I ran towards the doctor. It was before the consultation hours, but I knocked regardless. The doctor who peeked out reeked of alcohol already in the morning. It's the worst. The doctor peeked out while rubbing his eyes. Wah, tea's wrong? Groom of the Poron family, he said. Who are you calling groom of the Poron family? The family name is Rango. When I told him the proper family name, he called me Lucaperon this time. I don't have Poron in my name. But then I realized it was no time to be complaining about such things. I asked the doctor to come to the house because a child was about to be born. I also asked the ladies that promised to help with the childbirth. Thanks to my struggle, no, thanks to my wife's efforts, a healthy child was born. After everyone else was gone, I told her that she did well as words of encouragement. My wife said thank you to me for some reason. When I asked why she was thanking me, she replied that it was because she was so happy. I got an inexplicable feeling and grasped my wife's hands. My younger self could not have imagined that my Lucaperon and I would be celebrating childbirth as a couple while holding hands. Thank you, my Lucaperon. I'm happy too. It was the moment where I was finally being honest. Section. The next day, father-in-law was asking the Lord for a favor. He requested the Lord to name the newborn child. The Lord asked me in secret. Hey, Luca, are you fine with me deciding it? He said. I told him that I didn't mind if father-in-law said that. Why do we men have to be whispering in secret? I replied as I pushed away the monster lord who was still looking young. The monster lord asked, would you like something Poron after all? Don't ask me. Think normally. Later, the Lord bestowed the name of Miska to our newborn child. It means cub in a foreign language. Apparently, my family was happy, saying that it was a good name. Personally, I was happy that it didn't have Poron in it. Chapter 98. Ritz hard getting called out by women. Today I was going out. However, my feet were heavy because I was going out to meet beautiful women. Furthermore, I felt guilty for hiding it from Sieg. I still had time before I had to go, so I spent some time with my wife. So you are to meet with your friends today? Yes. I unconsciously averted my gaze from Sieg and stared up at the ceiling. Ritz. Yes? Really? Truly. I was trying to behave as natural as possible, but my voice shook from Sieg's questions. The other party asked me to keep this affair an absolute secret. Today. Yes. You're looking more handsome than usual. Since I didn't have the opportunity to wear the clothes grandfather gifted to me, if one is dressing nicer than usual, it does raise suspicions. Sieg's sharp gaze pierced me like a dagger. I started feeling restless, so I stood up from the chair and headed for the window. I took out a pocket watch from my pocket and opened it. There was still some time until the departure time. I have to wait in this room for a while. The sky was clear today. There was not a speck of cloud on the clear blue sky. Nice weather. When I murmured that with a hand on the windowsill, my body was suddenly pushed from behind. My forehead banged into the glass window. You are? It seems like Sieg approached while erasing her presence and silencing her footsteps. I didn't notice at all. And then she suppressed me from behind. She tightly twisted my arm to my neck and another hand was tightly grasping my wrist, which was being held at my back. Since the key points were properly pressed and her weight was on me, I could not move at all. She is indeed from the military. She's used to restraining people. Sigalin-san, what might it mean? The baby inside will be surprised, or so I said to calm her in a roundabout way. However, Sieg did not reply. When I calmed down and felt it again, her belly was not pressed against me. I sighed in relief that so stress was going to the baby. Usually, I would be excited if we were making body contact like this, but figuratively speaking, this is the arresting of a suspect acting strangely, not a pleasing position at all. Sieg-san, I have to go now. I have to buy flowers or something to gain the favor of the other party. Even if I went out early, I can easily kill time in the city. I'll be returning home as soon as possible, so sister-in-law told me that, yes? She spoke out in a frightening voice so I got chills all over my body. Just what might it be? When I asked that, she said something absurd, that half of the men have affairs during their wives' pregnancies, ! That, where's the information from? Where's the investigation from? I ended up shouting that. Indeed, I am going out to meet a beautiful woman, but I'm not having an affairing. Even if I told her that clearly, Siag's grip did not loosen. I told her that she was the best in the world, but her grip only strengthened. It hurt a bit, so I ended up yelping, "Hi." At that moment, the hold loosened. Was there ever a moment in my life where I was afraid of turning around? While I was frozen up, she called my name in a low voice, so I turned around. After seeing her face, I shouted, "Hi." Once more. Siag was in tears. Her eyes were brimming with tears. That even a blink would cause them to flood out. Such a frail expression. I never saw it before. I felt a shock as though I was smashed in the back of my head. "I am sorry." I apologized properly in a loud voice and prostrated on the floor, letting my forehead touch the floor. Then, I explained the details about the person I am meeting today as well as how that came to be. I talked after we regained composure and sat down side by side. The person I am meeting today is Siag's cousin, Hildegard von Hertling. The other day, her marriage was decided. A few days ago, a letter arrived from her. She asked me to meet her and let her complain. Sorry. I thought that it would be nice if your cousin saw me as a well-to-do person, so I was more focused on dressing up than usual. So that was why. In addition, she told me to not tell Siag. She was bothered that she might be disliked by Siag if she said that. Siag stopped moving while staring at the ground. I don't know what I should do in these situations. I could only feel sorry. As we were doing that, it was time for me to go out. However, I agonized whether it was all right for me to go out now. Just in case, I stopped by once more. Siag-san, I have to go now. I'll go too. Where are you meeting her? Well, where? The town cafe. Surprisingly, Siag said, my cousin is beautiful, so I don't want to let you meet her alone. Even though I told her that she is an unmarried woman accompanied by a maid, she did not let go of my hand. It's probably just me getting verbally bashed up by her cousin. I don't have a shred of worry. Rather, if Siag comes along, the other party will be returning home still frustrated. So it would be good for Siag to wait at home. Siag. When I said that I will return soon while caressing her hand, she let my hand go. Since it felt bad to just leave like this, I approached her to give her a goodbye kiss. Before my lips could touch her cheek, the docile Siag brushed me away. I was shocked that I was still hated even though I was being considerate, but she wasn't outright rejecting me. The moment I whispered words of love into her ear, her cheeks were dyed red. Siag with her eyes tightly closed is the cutest. I kissed her lips. I went out even as I felt sad. The footsteps were heavy after all. The cousin was already at the designated cafe. She was an attractive beauty, so I could tell from far away. She had 3 maids accompanying her. Hello, good afternoon. I trotted into the store and quickly greeted the cousin while taking off my hat. I wanted to meet you. When I said that in a frail voice, she glared at me. Sit down. Yes, thank you. I sat down while smiling slightly. I ordered fruit juice from the waiter who came to receive the order. Then, you're ordering that when you're a gentleman, she said in a denouncing tone. What is a gentleman's drink? I pondered seriously. The gaze from the front was not the only gaze piercing me. From above, the gazes of the 3 maids standing behind the cousin were headed at me. Could it be that they are also ladies admiring Siag's armor? It was a little scary, so I couldn't confirm. I quenched the thirst from the fruit juice the waiter brought, and then moved on to the main topic. So, what might you want? I heard that Siegerlinda Naizuma became pregnant. Is that true? Yes. Fortunately, Siag. She gets called a Naizuma. Unexpected. I also felt like calling her a Naizuma. From imagining her playing with her cousin, I felt much more relaxed. Maybe because I was grinning too much, she got angry. All I could do was to apologize. I cannot forgive you. I felt a fear I never felt before from the beauty trembling in fury. I lowered my head that my forehead almost hit the table, and waited for her to calm down. What part of an Naizuma did you come to like? Don't you dare say that you just liked her appearance. Of course, I fell in love at first sight. The moment I saw Siag, she's the one. I found her, was the thought I got, and my body moved naturally. Would that mean I proposed to her because I liked her appearance? I'm not sure. However, I can say for sure. I love everything about Siag. I revealed all of my heart, which I did not even show to her, to the cousin. I got embarrassed in the middle, that I ended up stammering a bit, but I could get it through. And that's how it is. The cousin had her fan open, covering half of her face, so I couldn't tell her expression. However, I didn't feel the piercing glares anymore. So does that mean I am forgiven? Other than that, any other questions? Rise. Pardon? Let me hear stories about an Aizuma! Exclamation mark. She told me that she wanted to know how Siag has been doing recently. I gladly recounted how she was in the remote land, how Siag captivated the women of the village, how she greeted Emmer with a roundhouse kick, how she stopped rampaging reindeer, how she shot an elk that was far away with great gun skills. I told her such stories. The cousin listened with a gleeful expression. That's nice. An Aizuma found a relaxed life in a foreign land without having to restrain herself. She told me, Siag would not be able to be a nobleman's wife since she did not receive any education as a lady. Even if she was doing well, the cousin was worried that Siag would have been holding it in every day. I had definitely thought that she was living a hard life in a foreign land. However, that was my mistake. All along, she was afraid of meeting Siag, she murmured. Apparently she was worried that Siag would have withered away in the harsh environment of living in a foreign country. In addition, she pestered her further to learn how Siag came to marry. She was worried that Siag might have got herself into an unwanted marriage because of her. The cousin smiled after hearing how Siag was living. I also felt relieved, too. After that, I listened to Siag's exploits during her years of military service, that we lost track of time. In the end, we were just worried about the person we liked. I came to when the sun started setting. You are? What might it be? Well, truth be told, I confessed that I was caught red-handed by Siag right before I came. My, that's some big trouble. After saying that, the cousin Hildegard-san followed me to the house. Upon seeing Siag's face, she started crying. She said that she did not have the courage to go meet her in a trembling voice. Also, she apologized for today. Siag gently embraced Hildegard-san and patted her head. I felt moved by the sisterly love. After the storm passed, I apologized to Siag once more. Siag, I'm sorry. No, I got what's going on. Yes. Siag also said that she was sorry for suspecting me. Hildegard is a beauty, so she was uneasy that I would be distracted. I brushed up her alluring red hair on her cheek and whispered into her ear. No other woman than Siag comes into my sight though. I continually stared at Siag looking downwards in embarrassment. Like so, I was able to safely survive the problem of Siag and her cousin. Also, this was a story of the day when I resolved to never make Siag cry again. Chapter 99. Emmer's newlywed diary. With cabbage and bacon soup. A long time after living in the countryside, Ritz-kun contacted me that the buzz was dying down, so I thought to return Aina-chan to the village. Of course, I will be moving with her. I was preparing to leave for village, but then a problem occurred. It was about the goat we were raising. The goat can't be taken by boat, and it won't be able to survive the winter cold, so it was returned to Uncle. Uncle was planning on eating the goat at the farewell feast, but I felt sad for it, so I asked him to not do that. That goat kicked me many times, but I was seeing it every day, so I became fond of it. It was healthy and the body was well built, so it would be delicious, or so Uncle said, but seeing me teary-eyed, he gave up on eating it. Rather, that's a milking goat, so it won't be that delicious, though. Not that I know a lot about the meat of livestock. Aina-chan, aren't you glad? When I said that, she replied, about what? I told her that the goat we were raising will be kept alive, but she said, livestock are for eating. Apparently, in her village, they raise livestock from spring to autumn when there's no snow, and then eat the livestock in winter. Since she was diligently taking care of it every day, I had definitely thought that she liked it. Indeed, they are a hunting people, I concluded in admiration. Well, anyhow, I asked him to continue raise the goat for milking. For the goods in the house, we solved it by either giving away or throwing away most of things. I did not worry about cost of living. There's the house that Ritz-kun promised for us, and Aina-chan said that she would be making the traditional clothing. Siegerland will be teaching me how to hunt. It was a thankful story. We packed our luggage in one bag for each of us. There were many gifts. The night before we left, I sat down next to her who was sitting on the rug. It was something I bought some time ago when I went on a business trip. Aina-chan. What? Maybe because she was in the middle of sewing, the tone of her voice was prickly. I kept speaking without backing down. This, if you don't mind. She stared at the square box with a puzzled face. What is it? Chocolate again? No. There wasn't any chocolate, this time. Every time I went out to the city for work, I didn't know what to get her, so I always chose the easy option of chocolate. She always received them gladly, so I kept gifting her chocolate, so I thought that she would gladly receive them again. In retrospect, I should have bought other gifts as well. Even if she was happy the first, I shouldn't have kept bringing the same gift every time like an idiot. Well, that's fine now. Aina-chan received the gift with a wary look. To be this suspicious of me, I'm not being trusted. However, Aina-chan's frown was also great, so I did not care. I want to forever stare at how she unravels the ribbon cautiously. When she opened the box, her eyes opened wide. My gift was a brooch. Some time ago, I heard from Ritz-kun, the best present for the villagers are silver brooches, so I decided on that as a gift. To be honest, I wanted to give her a marriage ring, but over there they don't have the tradition of giving rings and it would get in the way of work. So I decided against that. There's also the reason that I didn't have enough money for that. Aina-chan looked at me in surprise. Maybe because she was surprised, her cheeks slowly dyed red. It was lovely. This is for me? When I nodded in confirmation, she softly held the brooch in her hand. Pretty. It seems like she likes it. I bought a brooch in the shape of a cat from a jeweler. The curled tail was similar to Rossa. Aina-chan showed the cat that was next to her the brooch with a glint in her eyes. Hey, look, Rossa. It's like you. It's very cute. That smile. I wished that was not meant for Rossa, but for me. No, that's asking for too much. Her liking the present is reward enough. When I was about to stand up, Aina-chan tugged at my sleeve. I ended up looking at her in surprise. Unexpected words came out of her mouth. Thank you! Exclamation mark. While holding Rossa in one hand, Aina-chan thanked me with a shy expression and her eyes upturned. Really, she's too cute, etc. Like so. Our last night before moving past in this way. Section. Aina-chan and I returned to Ritz-kun's village. Along with the cat Rossa. When we arrived at the port, her mother was waiting for us. The mother and daughter hugged each other, rejoicing at their reunion. David-san, thank you so much. I felt sorry because she was thanking me. I had put her through hardships because I did not earn a lot. In the countryside, she served mushrooms from the forest and fish from the rivers to me. Every day was fun, and her cooking was all delicious. For making me happy, I should be the one thanking you, I said as I bowed deeply. The thanking battle between her mother and me continued until Rossa sneezed in the cage. We reunited with the lord and the lady in front of the village fort. Even though I say that, I did see them over there, but it had been a while since I saw them in traditional clothes, so it felt as though I had not met them for a long time. Emmerich, you did well to come here. Aina-chan, welcome back. It was exciting to be welcomed in. I'm sure Aina-chan thought the same. Seeing the two in good health, I felt relieved. As for Sieglind, maybe because she had given birth to a child, her expression had softened greatly. For reference, their son is being taken care of by Ritz's mother at their house. I'm looking forward to meeting his mother, who is rumored to be exactly like Ritz-kun. I parted from the two of them and headed to Aina-chan's place. I was worried about the scary grandfather, but Aina-chan reassured me that it was all right. I soon understood the meaning of those words. Aina-chan's grandfather was completely dispirited. The moment he saw his granddaughter, he started shedding large drops of tears. Grandfather said that he reflected on the actions. Afterwards, our marriage was coolly accepted. Section. Morning. I woke from Rossa kneading my belly. When I opened my eyes thinly, it was still dark outside. When I asked to have more sleep, the kneading got stronger. Sorry Rossa-san. A little more. It's not Rossa! Exclamation mark. I jolted up in surprise. I thought that it was definitely Rossa treading on my belly asking for food, but it was not the cat but Anya-chan. I mean Anya-chan. What do you want me to do? When I asked that, she asked me to go outside and dig out vegetables from the snow. I'm busy baking. You understood? She said that the vegetable was for breakfast, so I hurried. If the vegetables planted in the garden are left after the first snow piles up, they get buried in the snow. It's a natural refrigerator of sorts. Furthermore, these snow vegetables are sweet and delicious. According to Ritz, the substances in the water of the vegetables change into a sweet substance to not freeze under the snow. Indeed, a son of a scholar, he knows everything. I went outside and slowly dug the snow out from the area near the vegetables with a scoop. If a twig is found, it means that a vegetable is nearby. I changed the tool to a short one, dug cautiously to not harm the vegetable. There's no telling where it might be. It was like hunting for treasure. Today I dug out cabbages. When I returned home, the aromatic smell of baking bread had filled the room. I immediately felt happy. The cabbage I handed over was quickly cooked. Aina-chan brewed hot coffee. While drinking that, I watched her cook. The whole cabbage is put in a large pot and then boiled in hot water for a while. She then cut out thick pieces of bacon from the wild boar that was hung up. The cabbage was then taken out of the hot water and then slits were made in a cross shape. In between the leaves, bacon was filled in. To make sure the form does not crumble, the cabbage was tightened with a string. After that, it was put in a stock that was prepared beforehand. After the cabbage is boiled enough, it's done by seasoning it lightly with spices and salt. The cabbage is taken out again, and then split into 4 parts. A quarter of the cabbage was placed in my bowl. 1/4 was also placed in Aina-chan's bowl. Afterwards, a clear amber-colored soup was poured in the bowl. The rest of the cabbage and the bacon was put back into the pot. It seems like she will be taking them to her family later. Freshly baked bread and soft cabbage soup. It was a feast from the morning. I prayed to the spirit and then started eating. When the rye bread was split into 2, white steam rose from it. I couldn't wait until I split into a bite size and bit into the bread. The outside was crispy and the inside was soft. I could feel the luxurious texture limited only to fresh bread. As for the fist-sized cabbage, I sliced it with a knife. Even without having to put in much strength, the knife went through easily. The knife encountered a piece of bacon in the middle, so I sliced quickly. First, I used a spoon to have only the cabbage. The cabbage was soft and unbelievably sweet. The bacon had a proper chewing texture and a savory flavor. When I had them both at the same time, an indescribable flavor pleased the tongue. When I came to, I noticed that Aina-chan had not yet touched her meal. I ate on my own. Even as I panicked, I gave her my impression to smooth it over. Aina-chan, it's very delicious. Ah, I see. I thought that would have been the cold reply, but Aina-chan smiled slightly and murmured, I'm glad. You are. Aina-chan's super cute. The rest is omitted. Like so, our newlywed life continued. Every day made me think that I was in paradise. Chapter 100. Luca's pleasant picnic. Today, mother-in-law said that the whole family should go out on a picnic to the mountain. I had thought that we would spending the morning slowly since the whole family was on holiday. But yet again father-in-law was at my bedside, inviting me to a hunt. Like I said, from summer to early autumn, hunting is prohibited. Even though I said that, father-in-law did not understand. However, it seemed like he does know that hunting is prohibited in this period. So, we are going out to the forest for bear hunting, which is allowed all year round. Jokes aside, we focus our efforts on gathering mushrooms in the morning. Father-in-law hunts at least 1 bear a week. Not only that, he also catches large amounts of fish every day. In addition, he catches them diving. I recall him complaining even though we caught a lot because he did not catch a big one. However, it was still too much for us, so we had to share remainders to our neighbors. While I was collecting mushrooms with dew on them, father-in-law brought back a beehive. The honeybees were nowhere to be seen. The way how he has a large beehive resembles a bear. Rather, what is he fighting so early in the morning? Mother-in-law, who was coming out to greet us, was pleased at our harvest. My, bee honey, happy. As ever, mother-in-law's language skills are not great. Well, she's much better than father-in-law who rarely speaks. However, I learned that it's rather easy to tell what father-in-law is thinking after seeing mother-in-law's reaction. The corner of his lips curled up ever so slightly. Strangers won't notice the change in his expression. I also didn't know in the beginning. However, as I spent every day with him, I became able to read the emotions through his expressions. Well, there's still things that I can't read from my wife's father though. Luca. Welcome back. Maruparon, who was having breakfast, peeked out. She stuck to me so early in the morning, so I pushed her away. I wonder if she's not embarrassed even with her parents nearby. Mum and Dad are always close though. Come to think of it, you are right. Father-in-law and mother-in-law are very chummy. They're not flirting with each other, but they are always together when inside the house. How envious. When there are others around, I can't seem to calm down, that I take actions like the previous one. In addition to that, I didn't want to do that while it was still bright outside. Okay, I'll endure until nighttime! Maruparon said that with downcast eyes. Why does she have to be so cute from the morning? I looked at my father-in-law's rough face to calm down. Breakfast is fried bread and bear soup. It was not the cuisine of this region but cuisine of their homeland. Fried bread is flat like a dish. The outside is crispy, while the inside is chewy. It has just enough savory flavor, and it went well with meat. The bear soup was red. It had tomato in it. But that was not all. The soup has a spice called chili which has a strong spicy flavor. The first time I had it, I was very surprised. It was so spicy that I had tears coming out. However, the taste grows on one. Mother-in-law brought chili from overseas. She plants them in summer and harvests them in early autumn because they receive too much sunlight during the white nights. They are much spicier than the usual variants. Incredible, white nights. The fried bread went well with the spicy soup. The bear meat inside was amazingly soft and delicious. When I had almost finished eating, there was a lot of sweat on my forehead. Maruparon wiped them away as if it was natural to do so. After resting my stomach a little, I prepared to go out. Because I had sweated, I changed my clothes. While I was struggling to tie my hair, Maruparon came over with a comb while saying that she wanted to do it. You, braid it properly. But, fluffy, braids are definitely cuter. What are you saying? Are you stupid? I told her that she can't, but in the end my braids were looser than usual. Moreover, the bangs that I usually brushed back had been arbitrarily lowered, with a decoration to tie them. Look, it's pretty after all. Since I had to please my family sometimes, I endured it today. Maruparon was wearing the high-exposure foreign clothes, with a Sami women's shawl and a silver brooch on the chest. Also, she hid a feather of a different color than usual. Father-in-law and mother-in-law seemed to be ready as well. Father-in-law was half naked and crossing his arms. As for mother-in-law, she was dressed in the same way as Maruparon, wearing a shawl over her traditional clothing. Seeing me all dressed up, mother-in-law's eyes gleamed. Luca. Cute, cute, you look good. How nice. What do you mean cute? Even father-in-law's smiling subtly as well. Oi, don't you need to make father-in-law cute as well? Dad, Mum made him cute already. I was planning on giving him the same look, but it seems that father-in-law was made cute already. I checked, but it was the usual flawless, half-naked father-in-law. These people, aren't they mistaking the meaning of cute? Both the parents and the child were staring at me, so I said that we should get going soon. I had thought that a picnic was something people did to take relaxing strolls while enjoying nature. You're walking too fast. Are we training or what? With father-in-law at the lead, we started climbing a mountain. Moreover, they left me behind. They had unbelievable leg strength. I followed them while getting drenched in sweat. The mountain peak. Why did we come to mountain? Usually, picnics are just going to the lakeside or the riverside, those kinds of places. I shouted as I flung down a stick I found on the way up. My voice echoed back here, so I felt even emptier. They were not tired at all. Just what sort of body structure do they have? Maruparon talked to me happily. Mountaintop, scenery, pretty. Huh? I can only see forests, 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 lakes and the more forests. Village. Also sea. So what? I was out of breath after talking with Maruparon, so I collapsed on the spot. Luca, meal. Lunch. She tugged my arm, so I decided to head to the spot where father-in-law and mother-in-law were sitting. As for lunch, mother-in-law prepared it with great vigor from the morning. 4 lunch boxes were laid on the quilt. Luca, eat lots. Yeah. Mother-in-law served food onto the plate. Lunch was bear meat and fried vegetables wrapped in a baked bread of cornstarch in water, bear meat skewers, braised beans and bear meat balls. A splendid meal of bear meat. However, having cooked for the Count for many years, mother-in-law's cooking was great. My body was tired, but the food kept going in well. After that, I spent time staring at empty space. I wonder if father-in-law went somewhere to relieve himself. I couldn't see him for a while now. Even so, he's taking some time. From the unexpected turn of event, even my Uperon and mother-in-law were surprised. Father-in-law came back while hauling a bear. Apparently, he strangled it to death because it attacked while he was relieving himself. No, impossible. I shouted that. But indeed, father-in-law had a bear on his back. Rather, is he planning to descend the mountain with a bear on his back? I couldn't ask because I was frightened. Father-in-law easily descended the mountain while bearing a bear. Afterwards, he even had enough energy left to butcher the bear. I followed him to the slaughterhouse to help him, but when I sat down for a short break, I couldn't stand up again. I ended up staring at father-in-law with a vacant expression as he worked. Above was how the Rango family spent the holiday. Rather, the body didn't rest at all. I ended up retorting that. Chapter 101. Story of One Summer Day. First half. After Arno was born, grandfather came over to Siag's place every time he could. He even buys large amounts of toys as a present every time. I do appreciate that he's buying mostly animal dolls, but seeing the mountain of stuffed toys I can't help but tilt my head in wonder of who is making those. I was thinking of asking father to make the ones we will be using at our home, but then I remembered that his handiwork was bad, so I decided against that. Mother is more skilled than father, but I felt sorry about asking her, so it would become my work. Well, it's too early to worry about making stuffed toys for Arno though. Anyhow, grandfather came. When I went to the front door after hearing the news, he was just entering while holding a large teddy bear. Grandfather, that is, it's not for you. Well, I knew that already though. I heard someone running over here from afar, shouting something. They're here. Grandfather grinned, and then he crouched down on the spot. Grandfather Lundberg, Aru, wait, running's dangerous. It was the nieces. They came running, with Edelgard stopping nearby and Edeltraud hugging grandfather. I wonder when they became so close. I was surprised to learn that grandfather liked children. Grandfather has a scary look, so children of House Lüneburg are scared of him. However, Edeltraud didn't seem to mind, as she was talking to him with a smile on her face. Edelgard didn't seem to be used to it yet, since she was only glancing at grandfather's face. For now, I went up next to her and said, "He's a kind grandfather, so why don't you play with him?" Grandfather handed the teddy bear to Edeltraud and then beckoned Edelgard, who was fidgeting a little ways away. He always came late and left without staying, but today he will be spending a night here. It seems like I made it before the girls went off to sleep. It is still rather late though. The time was past 9. Since the nieces heard that grandfather would be coming, they were waiting earnest. Let's play tomorrow, or so they even made such a cute promise. Having received the teddy bear, the sisters were led away by a servant. Where's Sigurlinsan and Arno? They're getting up, probably. I see. He bought a parasol as a gift for Siag, the deep blue parasol and embroidered with a black lace on the edge. It's one that is a rather alluring, or mature design. From my imagining Siag using this parasol, I ended up smirking a little. Grandfather was also saying, "Wouldn't it be nice? This is for you, NN." Apparently he had a gift for me as well. I was given a heavy and large box from the servant. What could this be? Grandfather, what is this? Well, open it up in your room. When I returned to my room, Arno had just finished a meal. His belly was chubby, having had a lot of milk. Grandfather received Arno from Siag, and was making a smile as if he was melting. If people of House Lüneburg saw this sight, they would be surprised. I felt moved from seeing that sight for some reason. Grandfather had been overburdened with parenting. I'm glad that he's this delighted with children. Ritz, that is. Ah. I wonder? I remembered that I was holding up a box. Grandfather, if it's all right, please take a seat. I'm putting Arno to sleep, so later. Thank you. Grandfather put in a lot of effort and energy into making Arno sleep. Rocking his body, Arno quickly went to sleep in the cradle while letting out a sigh. He was looking at Arno's sleeping face, but a servant brought tea, so he came over here and sat down on a chair. What? You didn't open it yet? Yes. Open it up. Grandfather's gift was placed on the table. I opened it as my heart pounded in excitement. And then, there was something like a metal pail in the wooden box. There was a tightly shutting lid for it. On its side, there were handles. It had a mysterious structure. What do you think it is? A metal pail. Think more before you answer. No. Well, I can only see it as a metal pail. Grandfather asked the same thing to Siag. Might this be for making something? Yes. Grandfather, a hint please. For something called ice maker. Close. Could it be for ice cream? Indeed. Hey, so there's something like that. When I opened the lid, it was double layered inside. Ice is to be put in the outer layer, and then the ingredients are to be put in the inner layer. After that, the lid is to be closed, then the handle is turned to make ice cream. You can take it back to the village and set up a store. Ah, that is a nice idea. Selling berry-flavored ice cream to tourists and raking in money. That might be nice. Wait. What is the ingredient for ice cream? We need dairy, so the costs will be high. My dream was crushed from Siag pointing that out. We don't have cattle nearby, so milk is an expensive product because of the transport fees. Reindeers can only be milked in early spring, and we need to make cheese, so there won't be enough left to make ice cream. I went limp. Ritz hard. Could you have never had ice cream before? Come to think of it. After Grandfather pointed it out, I realized that I never had ice cream. There are many ice cream stores in the cities, but unfortunately there are none in the remote land. Stalls sometimes set up in the port. Only kids have them. Siag, have you had them? Well, a few times. Apparently there is a famous ice cream store in the city. It's a famous dating place for young people! I ended up complaining to Siag, asking with whom she went there. No, I just went there with my cousins. Then it's all right. I felt relieved that she didn't go with her colleagues or something. To me, who was acting like that, Grandfather put in an attack. Though you were playing with women every time you were coming here. Grandfather, those stories. What is he saying, now, at this moment? Of course, that's before I married. No. Well, I reported to Siag about those things, so it should be all right. Not. Siag was sending a sharp glare over here. Even when I said, Siag is the prettiest woman in the world now, with a trembling voice, she merely narrowed her eyes at me. I was playing around freely, yet to be worried about Siag's relationships, how hypocritical. For now, I apologized earnestly and told her that we should talk about it later. I might be hit using the parasol with the alluring design, but I vowed in my head to endure it. Now, why don't we rest? I was surprised at Grandfather withdrawing early. How cruel. Dropping a bomb and disappearing. Grandfather-in-law, thank you for the lovely gift. It will be good. Grandfather, thank you for the ice cream maker as well. Make some tomorrow. Yes. Tomorrow's schedule was decided. The problem is what happens afterwards. Siag was tapping the parasol she got from Grandfather against her palm. From the movements that were as though she was checking the durability, beads of sweat formed on my brows. Sigalin-san? What is it? What should I do for you to forgive me? Why do you ask? No. Well, you look a little angry. I mustered up courage and asked, but Siag-san replied that she was not angry, but her movements were quite scary. I said that I will do anything and then lowered my head. Well, if there's something I want to do, yes. I want to ride a boat on a lake, so won't you row with me? Pardon? I received a splendid parasol after all! I was surprised at the sudden date proposal. Also, my heart pounded from Siag's embarrassed expression. When I asked why she was swinging the parasol around like that, she replied that she was doing so because she was pondering about inviting me. I felt relieved that she wasn't angry. Tonight, yet again, I was thankful at Siag's magnanimity. Chapter 102. Story of One Summer Day. Second half. When I woke up, my wife had already got up. This happens because she's an early riser. Maybe because she was out for a stroll. My son's cradle was empty as well, which caused my shoulders to go limp. I touched the blanket, but not even the warmth was there. Very sad. At my bedsides, the clothes for today were hung up. Shirt, tie, vest, trousers and belt. Siag picked them out every day. While thinking, the way she does these things without saying a thing is the cutest. I changed into them. I brushed my teeth, washed my face and also shaved my beard while I was at it. I combed my hair and properly braided it as well. When I finished tidying up, I headed to the dining room for breakfast. Father-in-law was at the dining hall. It seems like he was working at the ranch again. I help in the morning only about once or twice a week. I want to help more, but unfortunately I am weak to mornings. Father-in-law goes out to the ranch every day early in the morning, so I admire him for being a diligent worker. Father-in-law, good morning. Morning. He greeted me with a smile again today. He is dependable and he loves his family. He's completely different from a prodigal father somewhere. Really, he is the epitome of an ideal father. I became envious of Siag. When I told him that, father-in-law told me a splendid thing. Ritz is also a proud son of mine. Father-in-law. I'm so happy. I want to hug father-in-law. Or so I thought, but I stopped myself because he might not be used to it. While we were smiling at each other, grandfather arrived at the dining room. He had Arno in his arms. Siag followed in shortly after. What? There are two suspicious people grinning at each other. He called our delightful father sometimes suspicious. How cruel. Arno was left to a servant and placed in a cradle at the edge of the dining room. It seems like the three of them were out on a stroll. Grandfather boasted it proudly. As we talked, the topic shifted to the ranch. Then I remembered something. Come to think of it, father-in-law, can I have some milk? I don't mind, but what are you using it for? I'm planning on making ice cream today. When I told him the story, father-in-law gladly agreed to help. Other than that, you'll probably need eggs and cream, he said, and promised fresh ingredients from the ranch. Would it be all right for Idlegard and Idledraud to make it with us? Yeah, I suppose there won't be any problems as long as you don't give them too much. Thank you. Some time ago, I heard of parents who don't want to give ice cream to their children, so I was a little worried. As I thought, would it cause stomachaches? Ritz. That's not the case. According to grandfather, ice cream stores use diluted milk and a lot of artificial coloring, and some stores even have harmful substances, so that was why he didn't want to give them ice cream. This time, we're using milk from the ranch, so there won't be any problems. Grandfather was well knowledgeable about the ice cream stores in the city. Soon afterwards, the nieces, their mother and mother-in-law came in. My brothers-in-law had already headed to work, so they're absent. It was time for breakfast with all the family present. After the meal, I asked my brother-in-law's wife for permission to make ice cream with the sisters. Surprisingly, the nieces, who were originally city kids, never had ice cream. One reason was because they were sickly. From hearing about the sudden event of making ice cream, Idledraud jumped up and down in joy, and Idlegard blushed happily. Dearest mother always said that only princesses can have ice cream. Idlegard nodded at that as well. Today you can specially have it. When I told them that, they looked joyful. What lovely princesses, I thought as I felt like hugging them. After I showed them the ice cream maker, the glint in their eyes brightened even more. When I told them grandfather brought it, they looked at him with admiration. This a magic passed down through fairies. You were amazing! Exclamation mark. Grandfather said something irresponsible again. It seems like father had been talking about fairies with the sisters. When I looked towards Siag for help, she also was smiling awkwardly. Since there was no reason to destroy the young sister's dreams, I accepted it without saying a word. As for the measurements, the patissier will help so there won't be any mistakes. Now then, let's begin. Yay, yes. For making ice cream, we headed to the dining room where there was a wide table. Grandfather brought over a reading chair and had Arno on his lap. Today his role seems to be a supervisor. The ingredients are milk, eggs, cream, sugar, vanilla, ice and salt. First, We sliced open the vanilla beans and took the husks off. "Dearest uncle, what are these?" "These are dried vanilla beans. The sweets smell nice when you put them in." "Hey, the pod-shaped fruit is a spice that gives off a sweet scent." The vanilla essences sold in stores are synthesized fragrance made from putting vanilla beans in alcohol, or so the cook said. Vanilla will be used as is, so the resulting ice cream will be an extravagant product where one can fully enjoy the original taste. The milk was put in, and then vanilla was put in. The fire was put out before it started boiling. "Did you measure the sugar?" When I asked the sisters, the sugar was properly prepared. Since they were free, they were watching Siag split the egg yolks and whites. As for the egg whites, I thought of making longer chat with it, so I asked a nearby servant to take it to the kitchen. First the egg yolks were whisked properly and then sugar was put in. Once the rough texture was gone, vanilla was added in. Next, in the bowl of sugar, egg yolks and vanilla, the milk from before is poured in then stirred, to make the texture on the tongue feel better. It was filtered through cloth and poured into a pot, after which it was heated with weak flames. If it's heated too much, lumps form, so we have to be careful. After a while, the fire is put out, then the contents are moved into a bowl. The bowl is placed in ice water to cool it. This mixture of milk, sugar, egg yolks and vanilla is called crème anglaise, French for English sauce. It's a light pouring custard used as dessert cream or sauce. It means sauce from a foreign country. Apparently this sauce comes from a certain country, so it's named after the country. The ingredients are the same as custard, but there's no flour in this, so this one is in liquid form. While the crème anglaise was being cooled, cream and sugar were whisked in a bowl. Once it became sticky, I stopped stirring. I asked Siag to mix the chilled crème anglaise and whipped cream. Meanwhile, I mixed ice and salt and placed them in the outer layer of the ice cream maker. After sprinkling some more salt on top, the preparation is complete. The ice cream mixture is then poured into the inner pot, after which the lid is shut tightly. Afterwards, if the handle is turned for about 30 minutes, the ice cream is complete, or so the manual said. I turned the handle while receiving expectant stares from the sisters. It was a little tough, so I became a little teary. As I turned the handle, the sisters tirelessly watched. No, attentively watched me. I appreciated it, and even got a little teary-eyed. In the middle, Siag asked if she should take over, but I told her the feelings were enough. 30 minutes later, when we opened the lid in anticipation, there was a nicely formed batch of ice cream. First off, to see if the flavor was all right, I asked our expert, grandfather, to sample. I mean taste. Right, I had him taste the flavor. It's pretty good for a beginner. You were. What a relief. Since it received passing marks from grandfather, we scooped ice cream onto bowls. A servant arrived timely with longer chat, so I placed them in ice cream. Dearest uncle, this is Lang's chat. Snacks made using egg whites. Could it be that you used the egg whites we did not use? Correct, meaning cat tongue. Longda chat is a dessert from overseas. I also heard about it from the kitchen staff. The ingredients are egg whites, butter, flour and sugar. It's a baked biscuit with a light texture. Like the name cat tongue suggests, it was flat and long. The light texture and the sweetness do not stand out, so it goes well with the ice cream which has a deep flavor. The used tools were being taken away by servants. Arno fell into deep sleep in his cradle. Now then, we'll have the ice cream before it melts. First, I watched the sisters have them. The moment they put some in their mouths, their eyes shone so brightly that stars might have come out of them. Delicious. Magical. I ended up grinning as I watched them happily have ice cream. They really are lovely princesses. I wanted to keep staring at them, but then the ice cream will melt, so we started eating as well. Just what sort of texture would it have? As my heart pounded from the mysterious food in front of me, I scooped up a bit and put some into my mouth. You are delicious. The moment I said my impression, grandfather burst into laughter. Grandfather, is there a problem? Problem? Your eyes are shining like a child's. Were there stars in my eyes? Really, making me laugh. Did I really have such an expression? I didn't. Did I? When I looked at Siag while asking that, She was hiding her mouth while her eyes were open thinly. She definitely was laughing. I felt a little embarrassed, but ice cream was really tasty. Using fresh milk, the ice cream was rich in flavor, while the texture was smooth. The way it was cool and melted in my mouth was like magic. When I had some ice cream with a longer chat, the crispy texture and the soft milky flavor harmonized in my mouth. The sweet scent of vanilla was indescribably good as well. I felt moved that it was a luxurious and elegant dessert that I couldn't describe well. The nieces praised that it was an amazing magic. It was a magic that required a lot of strength, but they enjoyed it, so I smiled along. The first ice cream making was a great success. In the afternoon, we went on a forest stroll to the lake with Sieg and Arno. But that is a story for another time. Chapter 103, compilation of short episodes. The story of Kenneth and Ritz. At the ball where dazzling young men and women seek for their lifetime partners, Kenneth, the third son of the Viscount of House von Brzeska, entered with a grimace. It was the first time he was attending a ball. Kenneth had been living as a commoner for 18 years. However, his father, whom he had never met before, adopted him into the nobility as the eldest son had died just the previous year. His mother, who was working in a factory, was apparently working at the Viscount's mansion when she was young. Having relationships in the heat of youth and getting fired after pregnancy, it was a common story among servants working for nobles. The Viscount's second son was sickly, so Kenneth was adopted as a backup successor. Of course, originally a commoner, there would be no way that Kenneth was used to high society, so he merely leaned against the wall and stared, and young men and women chat. When he gazed somewhere a little ways away, there was a crowd. At the center was an elderly gentleman, whom father had instructed Kenneth to remember the face and the name. Adalbert von Lüneburg, Marquis. He was taught that he is an influential noble who uses his private funds to build schools for common people, factories or stores where women could work, among many other businesses for the economically weak. The factory his mother was working at was run by the Marquis, so he felt an arbitrary familiarity. He was taught to greet him if he ever met the Marquis at a ball, but unfortunately he did not have the opportunity, so he was merely staring blankly at him. Next to Marquis Lüneburg, there was a young man that did not look to be 20. Kenneth was surprised at the appearance of that young man. Beautiful white hair that was almost like silver and blue eyes that were like gems. The beauty was something that was not of this world. Kenneth could not help but stare at the appearance that was as though it came straight out of the fantastical paintings at the Viscount's manor. It was not only Kenneth who was like that. All the people around, regardless of age or sex, had their attention stolen by the young man. While he was glancing at the white-haired young man as though he was staring at a rare animal, their eyes happened to meet. The young man smiled slightly at Kenneth before turning away. That time, Kenneth could only think that he was a frivolous man to smile at strangers. At the second year of the ball, Kenneth set off with a scolding from his father to put more effort into it. He properly learned the dance moves, and had remembered sentences that would please women. The ballroom was still dazzling and colorful. Kenneth was tasked to invite at least one woman to a dance. When his heart was about to burst from nervousness, his eyes met a nearby woman's. Excuse. The moment he was about to talk to her, someone bumped into him from behind. I'm sorry. He knew that he didn't do it purpose because the person had apologized, but the woman in front of him ran away. When he turned around spitefully, the person standing there was the white-haired young man whom he had seen a year ago. Is your back all right? I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Seeing the young man bow in apology, he concocted a plan. Thinking that the man would be a good bait to allure women, Kenneth invited him for a talk. That was the meeting with the white-haired young man Ritz Salon and Reventullet, with whom he would be acquainted for a decade. After introducing themselves, they started chatting while leaning against the wall. Ritz had a fleeting impression, but he later found out that he is from a hunting people who hunt their own food with guns. At first, Kenneth thought that was a joke, as if someone so fluffy like you can hunt. Yes, I can. There are many unfortunate people in the world, and Ritz is one of them, or so Kenneth thought. He had an enervating way of talking, or a unique relaxing aura. However, His ability to charm women was real, since Kenneth could feel glances from some time ago. "What did you come here for?" "Of course to find a wife." "Then that's convenient," Kenneth whispered to Ritz, telling him that they should to talk to the two beauties that were standing far away. It was a brilliant plan to use Ritz as bait, but it sank splendidly. Ritz failed to read the mood and started talking about butchering animals. How did talking about the recently popular spreads in the cities turn into talking about butchering animals? "No, I was just saying that ptarmigan liver spreads are delicious. You don't need to talk about the manufacturing process." "Hey, I see." Unfortunately, Ritz was a hunter deep down. "Hey, talk about things women are interested in, such as trending goods, art and flowers." "Ah, I know a lot about plants," he exclaimed as he pointed at the white flower in a vase by the wall. "That flower is very pretty, but it's toxic." "Cardiac dysfunction, was it?" "Apparently having some would cause one to have trouble breathing." "I think I recall hearing that having even the water in the vase is dangerous." "That's not it," Kenneth thought, but he did not have the energy to retort, so he quietly listened to Ritz talk. After that, Kenneth kept reuniting with Ritz once a year at the ball. He was doing a foolish thing, repetitively getting fiancés who would run away. "Come to think of it, Kenneth, aren't you marrying yet?" "I'm still alright. The year before the last, his father had remarried and had a son. Now that the succession was no longer unstable, people around him did not pester him. "I'm just here to take a break from the bleak life in the military." "Ah, I get you." In the snow country, Ritz was leading a bleak daily life without anything to play. Kenneth, following a strict schedule in the military, he could only had a break in the ball. "I wonder what marriage is like. As if I'd know. You might not be able to find a wife here?" he thought, but he did not say. He pitied Ritz who was looking forward marriage so much. However, that couldn't be helped. In the dazzling world of nobles, even Kenneth once had a dream. Section 10 years later, the ball was no different from usual. Tonight, the ball that would act as a meeting place for men and women was to open. What was different from usual was that a famous person who normally did not come to balls had come. Claus Von Waton. She was a very famous person, whom everyone in the army knew. Kenneth saw her only once in the army, but the vivid red hair left an imprint on his mind. The women were swooning over the gallant figure of Claus. The men were envious of her who looked more handsome and manly than any others. However, Ritz was different. He fell in love with her at first sight and suddenly proposed to her. As he was taking the soldier that was drawing the gaze of many women, Ritz earned much ire. First, to calm the commotion down, Ritz and Claus left the hall. Ritz left with a hunched back, while getting curses from ladies. Claus had her hand on his waist to protect him as she led him out. From the side, Ritz and Claus was the splitting image of a suspect getting arrested by an elite soldier. Kenneth laughed from seeing such a scene. Kenneth saw his friend off while praying that he would find happiness this time. A few months later, a letter with surprising news arrived for him. What was written was that Claus Von Waton and Ritz had married. There's no telling what might happen in life. That was what Kenneth thought. Thin, agitated Ritz. "It had been a few days since I started living with Siag. Other than the martial race family, it had been a decade since I lived with someone. So I was trying to not get carried away. I was fluffy every day, so I naturally made some mistakes. One morning, I woke up early for some reason. I thought of waiting for Siag at the living room. It was still dark as the sun did not rise yet. In the dark, I headed out of my room in my pajamas. For some reason, Siag's room door was slightly open. It was always tightly shut. But how come? I was worried. So I knocked lightly and spoke out. Siag, Claus. I called her name many times, but there was no response. I could only get bad feelings. The sound of my heart pounding echoed in my head. Excuse me, Siag. I knew that it was something I shouldn't do. But I entered Siag's room. Of course, it was dark in the room. However, when I went inside, there was no one there. Siag is not here. I returned to my room and lit a lantern to properly investigate, but I couldn't find Siag. I went down to the first floor and looked around the rooms in panic, but there was no one. Siag, where are you? I took a look around the mansion, but it was quiet here as well. The dog house, the reindeer shed and the workshop were all quiet. I felt a presence at the forest near the mansion, so I ran over there, but ended up flinching. I ended up meeting Tiburon. You are? I'm sorry. I was looking for Sieg. He did not falter a bit at my behavior and showed me the boar he caught in the forest. Did you see Sieg? I was asking, but I was panicking so I couldn't communicate well. I looked around a lot, but Sieg was nowhere to be seen within the grounds of the mansion. Could it be that Siegerland is already with the village? That thought was a frightening one. Could it be that she could no longer bear living with an overfamiliar man? I should have been more considerate. It's too late to regret. Before I realized it, I was running to the village. When I shone the lantern on the snow, there were signs of someone passing here. However, there was the possibility that it was Tiburon's footprints, so I could not rest easy yet. The villagers were working in the dark. On closer inspection, it was only the women, digging and getting water from the well. I had heard that it was the women's job to protect the house, but I did not know that they also did manual labor. However, I did not have time to think about those things. Finding Sieg is the most important task. While looking around, I ran to the fort gates. Unbelievably, both the iron bars were up, and the bolt to prevent intruders was not there either. I ordered them to at least lock the doors at night, so I was going to scold the soldier in charge of the night duty, but there was no one at the window. If it's like this, I can't even ask if Sieg came here. I complained for them to work properly at night, but it seems like there was no effect. I felt depressed at my weak-mindedness for being a lord. I went outside and checked the snow on the ground. There were no footprints, but if snow falls the evidence disappears, so there is no meaning to checking it. For now, I bolted the gate so that no one will be able to come in. If any merchants or travelers that visit in the dark, they can go to the shed outside the gate. There is a fireplace as well as food there, so they won't freeze to death there. After finishing the checkup, I felt fatigue washing over my body. I ran at full speed here, so my heart was pounding heavily. My chest hurts. That was probably not just because I was tired. There is another reason. I breathed in and out for a little, and then proceeded down the corridor to return home. I wondered who it was. My lord? Exclamation mark. Someone looked out from the window, so I flinched a little. The person who peeked out was the soldier in charge of security of the fort. So I complained about how the night duty was in poor condition right away. I did think that someone was here though. I thought so. It felt like a waste getting angry. Even if I shouted here, that would be me just taking out my anger on him. I decided to scold him lightly only. First, regarding this one, I have to talk to the army headquarters. Even if I talk their superiors, it will be useless. I thought that the conversation was over now, but the curious young soldier kept asking questions. What happened this early in the morning? Nothing. Just a little stroll. Could it be that you fought with your wife and was chased out of the house? No. Really? Even I talked with him. I would only get depressed, so I told him I had business and parted ways with him. Maybe because it had snowed last night. The path I was treading down had barely any footprints. I carefully looked around the village, but I couldn't find Sieg. Oh my lord. Hello. The store lady that I coincidentally met greeted me on a stroll this early in the morning. Well, I thought that going on morning patrols sometimes wouldn't be so hard. Is that so? It was rare sight, so I wondered if anything was up. No, not really. I hardly went on patrols. My intuition must have dulled from my depression. For now, I asked the whereabouts of Sieg. Have you seen Sieg? Not today. Not today. What do you mean by that? Siegerland-san takes a stroll around the area around this hour, so she should be back in the house by now, I believe? Exclamation mark. That was unexpected. Sieg was taking a stroll in the village every day. I thanked the store lady and ran back home as fast as I could. I ran through the forest and the small hills. The sky was getting faintly brighter, that it was easier to see the surroundings. When I passed the gate and ran up to the front door, I saw a tall red-haired figure standing there. Siegerland. When I called out the name, the woman I wanted to see turned around. I ran up and grabbed her arms. What's wrong? Even when she asked, I couldn't answer. I was having trouble breathing for the second time today. I never ran this much in my life, so I didn't know how to breathe, only puffing out white breaths. Are you alright? Why yeah. While grabbing Siag's arms, I hung my head down. I was tired from running so much from the morning, and an indescribable feeling of relief came over at the same time, so I was very exhausted. After I calmed down, I suggested that we talk inside. Sorry. It must have been cold outside? No. My body was warmed from taking a stroll, so there's no trouble. Is that so? What a relief. Aren't you the one feeling cold? No. It's not that cold. Is that so? Come to think of it, I was still in my pajamas. I reflected on my actions. Now, it's cold outside, so come inside. We went inside in a strange atmosphere. My Uperon had lit up the fireplace, so it was warm inside. It was a thankful thing. When I sat down across from her in the awkward atmosphere, Uperon served warm drinks. After having some herb tea and catching my breath, we started talking. So, Siag, you go out on strolls every morning? Sorry, I forgot to report. She told me that taking a stroll was part of her daily life. At her wonderful and composed hobby, I was at a loss for words for a while. No, it's fine going on strolls. To go on a stroll in the dark? I couldn't imagine such a thing. To immediate think the worst. What an amazing confusion. Since I also shouldn't keep secrets, I properly told her about that. Frankly, I had thought that you might have run away, so I went outside in panic. I did a bad thing. No. Thinking calmly, I can tell that Siag is not one to go out quietly. It might have been that my head was not working properly from just waking up. I felt really sorry for suspecting her. I think I told you before, but my previous fiancés ran away so many times. So when I couldn't see Siag in the morning, so that was how it was. Yes, my considerate wife understood my exaggerated action. Don't worry, I won't run away nor hide. It would be unthinkable to disappear silently. Thank you, thank you. I felt happy from her declaration that my eyes got very teary from that. I might have been afraid of people disappearing without me knowing. It's most likely because I had been scarred by fiancés running away. When I explained the situation, Siag suggested a few things. From now on, when we go out silently, we should leave a note on the living room table. But wouldn't that be a bother for you? Just writing a little on a piece of paper is nothing. Don't worry. What a magnanimous woman. I felt so thankful that I clasped my hands for her in my head. In return, I'll keep going on morning strolls. You can do that as much as you want. That was the story of the day when I made a promise with Siag. Luca saw. While passing the window of the store, Luca became disgusted seeing the inside of the store. Mother, are you at the meeting to see the Lord's wife again? Today, yet again. There was a meeting of people wanting to meet the Lord's wife. That person's quite amazing though. A woman charming other women. Luca wondered at the mysterious scene. Just who are there? He thought and checked. After checking everyone, he felt a chill run down his spine at the last moment. That person had especially pretty hair and the clear eyes were looking at the Lord's wife. Luca thought that the person who had the hair in one braid was the prettiest. The moment he realized who that was, he became angry. Shit, that is the Lord. Among the women, the Lord Ritz was mixed in there. How does he look so natural with the women? He wondered. To begin with, it's strange enough for the wife to look manly, Luca thought. This is wrong. Outside the window, the boy ran away from the store screaming. Finn, Iru and Aru's fantastical fairy story. In the summer of the 3rd year after meeting Uncle Ritz, me, my little sister, grandfather, father and Ritz the dog, 4 people and 1 animal went to the village of the fairies. Grandmother and mother are staying home again. Listen to grandfather and father and be good children. We promised that before we went. Father was worried about sleeping inside the ship, but that was undue worry. My little sister quietly read books, and I drew pictures. We arrived 2 days later. We finally arrived at the small port city. I was surprised that it was cold rather than cool even though it was summer. I put on the long sleeves we brought from home, and got on the carriage. After getting on the carriage, my little sister could not calm down. While looking at the scenery, She was throwing exclamations everywhere. Like Uncle Ritzhard had told us, the greenery of this country is beautiful. It's very different from the thick forests of my homeland. We could see a bright forest for the first time. I had read that most of this country consists of forests and lakes. When I told that to little sister, she was very happy, even saying, because this is the country of fairies. My little sister believes in fairies. Still, it couldn't be helped because the reason for that, Uncle Ritzhard really is like a fairy. His white hair shines silver when it receives sunlight. His blue eyes shine like gems and are very clear. His eyelashes are so long that they might even make sounds when he blinks, and his skin is white without any flaws. The appearance was as though it came straight out of a picture book. Both my little sister and I were fascinated by it. Uncle was also very knowledgeable about the forest. Trees where honey can be found, flowers that can be eaten, leaves that can be used for tea. We were taught many things. We had thought that the dark forests were scary places, but thanks to Uncle guiding us, the forest was a good playground for my little sister and me. Of course, we were keeping the promise that the two of us would not go in alone. While we were absorbed in the scenery, we arrived at the village. Little sister was surprised upon seeing the entrance of the village, because there was a huge wall in front of it. Grandfather explained, the walls were built 3 centuries ago to keep out harmful beasts. Hey, I see. It's all right now. Really? There are no bears? Please no bears. Grandfather suddenly shut his mouth and stared up at the sky. Having become uneasy, father asked if it really was all right. No, it's all right. I decided to not mind what he said in a small voice. From the way he speaks, it might be a safe bear. Before we went in, a soldier came out from a small shed. When grandfather showed his ID, he led us inside. Inside the fort, there were 2 iron bars, and when the soldier gave a signal, they were raised with a bell ringing. Grandfather then wrote something at the window in the middle, and when that was over we headed to the entrance of the village. You are pretty. Surprisingly, the inside of the village was full of greenery too. We were told that there is a house before getting to the forest. Uncle. Before we found the house, we met Uncle Ritzhard. It seemed that he was coming out to greet us. It's been a while, princesses. Uncle, you too. Uncle came over and hugged my sister and me. It had been a year, so I felt like crying from happiness. After that, Uncle also hugged grandfather, but father waved his hand, declining the offer, saying that the feeling was enough. After our reunion with Uncle Ritzhard, we were guided through the village. Wow! The red brick houses were lovely, but more importantly, we were surprised at the villagers. Everyone had white hair and blue eyes like Uncle Ritzhard. This was indeed the village of fairies. Until we arrived at Uncle's house, my little sister was absent-minded, but we were then surprised by something else. When the mansion door was opened, we saw an impossible creature, a giant white bear. Before we realized it, my sister and I were hiding behind Uncle. Idltrod, it's all right. But there's a bear san. A huge bear san. That's a kind bear san! After hearing Uncle's words, I slowly checked the figure. On closer look, it was not a real bear but someone wearing bear fur, but he was bulky and scary. His name is Tiburon. He greets people by pounding his chest. You too can return a lady's greeting. Uncle introduced the white bear san to us. Then, he pounded his chest as was said. Instead of curtsying, my little sister pounded her chest like the white bear san did. Father did a similar thing with a serious expression. I was a little embarrassed, so I curtsied slightly. It would be nice if I could do it by the time I am returning home. When we went inside, Aunt Siegerland greeted us. She had the baby that was born in spring in her arms. Arno, who could now walk, also greeted us. You are cute. Indeed. Named Veronica by our grandfather, the baby girl had clear eyes and quirky hair. Just like Uncle, this child will become a beauty in the future. Further said that while looking at Uncle Ritzhard, so he received a cold glare from Aunt. Grandfather had Arno on his lap while he was looking at Veronica, who was in a cradle. Cute. They really are cute children. Grandfather looked really happy. He always looked a little sad when he talked about Ritzhard, so I felt happy as well. Afterwards, It was time for lunch. On the table, there were only dishes that I had never seen before. I was especially surprised by reindeer meat. Uncle said that it might have a strong taste, but it was delicious. The raspberry sauce was sweet and sour, and went well with the meat. We even had blueberry pie for dessert. We ate so much that it was as though it was lie that we ate only a little with my little sister. That day, we were a little tired, so we rested early. The next day, we went to pick berries in the forest, and the day after that we went fishing. On the last day, we wore traditional clothes and played a little with the village children. The fun days passed in the blink of an eye. When we had to part with Uncle, my little sister cried so much that it was a little hard. However, Uncle Ritz had said that he will come over to play, so she stopped crying. I was glad that she was simple. The experience at the village of the fairies became beautiful memories in our hearts. Finn, the children and the summer forest. Today, I went out to the forest with my nieces and nephew. Uncle, today I made cream cheese and honey with older sister. Hey, sounds delicious. The nieces made snacks for eating in the forest. A simple sandwich of honey and cream cheese in bread. It's a snack that is loved by the people of this country. It seemed that she put in a lot of effort for going out today, so I felt happy. While I was feeling satisfied, I heard a deep sigh from next to me, so I looked over there. Huh? Not meat sandwich? The cheeky Claus voiced his opinion to the nieces. He looked discontent as he held the sandwich basket in his hand. After hearing that, Adultrod revealed the secret regarding the meal today. Uncle likes honey. Huh? He doesn't eat meat. Uncle, you said that you usually have meat. He murmured softly so that the sisters won't hear. When I patted Claus for his kindness, he got angry and told me to stop. Adolescent boys are hard to deal with. Even as he complained about many things, Claus accompanied us on our stroll. The early summer forest had beautiful flowers and lush foliage. Idlegard and Idletrod drew pictures to record flowers they found. Apparently they are going to find out the name with an encyclopedia when they return home. What's so fun about this? You think so? From a young age, I felt calmer when I walked through lush green forests, and I felt happy from finding herbs in the forest. But Claus said that it was not so. Then, why don't we try making cider? It's something similar to a pflüskel of this country, I guess. A pflüskel is a sparkling liquor made using apples. I told them the story of me getting surprised around 10 years ago, when I was served sparkling apple liquor when I asked for cider in a store of this country. I don't really understand. But you mean we can make sparkling water from things available in the forest? You're right. In addition, what I'll make is recommended for early summer? I called over the sisters who were observing flowers and told them the plan. Uncle, is there something? Thank you for coming. From now on, we'll be making sparkling juice using things available in the forests. That's amazing. The two piped up at the same time. Uncle, what will be making juice with? That tree. The ingredient was right in front of us. That's a pine tree. You know very well, Claus. I reached out to pat his head, but then I remembered that he got angry a while ago, so I stopped. Instead, I changed the trajectory and patted Idlegard and Idletrod. Why are you patting Aru and Aru when they didn't say anything? Well, you get angry when I pat you. Adolescent boys are difficult after all. I patted their head without much meaning, but the sisters received it gladly with smiles. Uncle, we can make juice out of trees, not flowers? Yes, if we dip the leaves in water and expose them to the sun, the water in the bottle will become sparkling water. Really? It's true. Let's get some leaves. The way the sisters' eyes gleamed as they heard my story was cute. Claus looked at me as though he was looking at a fraud. If fresh early summer pine needles aren't used for making cider, it tastes bitter. So this season is the best opportunity. I climbed the straight pine trees and collected leaves. Since the yellow bits at the edges create acerbity, the leaves were cut in the middle. Claus said that he wanted to do it too, so I taught him how to climb trees. After we filled a small basket full of pine needles, we took a short break. Claus was staring at the pine needles in the basket with a puzzled expression. Uncle, are these sweet? I wonder. I never tried them raw, so I have no idea. Full of curiosity, Claus tried some raw pine needles. Of course it was not tasty. He quickly spat them out. What is this? Well, I did think they won't be tasty. I explained that the juice won't be getting sweet from the pine needles. What do you mean? That's a normal leaf. Say that quicker. So, as to how the juice is made, the yeast in the pine needles become active when it receives sunlight. They then collect the sugar, and during their movements the water becomes carbonated. I made it a few times when I was little, but the fact that father had been using the sugar in secret was found out, so the production was halted. The juice has a sad memory to it. We had honey sandwich as we talked about the pine needle juice, and then returned home. After we returned, we promptly started making juice. First, we pour water in a pot and boil it. We worked at a corner of father-in-law's ranch. Claus, can you measure the sugar please? All right. I left weighing the sugar to Claus. As for Idlegard and Idletrod, I asked them to rinse the pine needles. If we wash it too much, the yeast becomes thinner, so rinse it lightly. After instructing the sisters, I got down to sterilizing the bottle and making sugar water. The bottle we were to use were empty bottle of alcohol father-in-law drank. To sterilize that, I boiled it in a pot. For the second pot, I merely boiled water. That was for the drink. Once the sterilization was complete, the bottle was left to dry. In the boiling water, sugar was mixed in. While letting the water cool, I helped out with father-in-law's ranch work. As a reward, I got freshly made sausages. 2 hours later, after checking if the hot water cooled down, we started working on the next step. Can you please the bottles with pine needles? In 2 bottles, we put in the lightly rinsed pine needles. The preparations were finished by putting sugar water in there. Don't plug it tight, but put a cloth over the lid and fasten it with a string. The reason is because if the lid is airtight, there is the danger of the bottle exploding from the fermentation process. At night, the activities of the yeast stop, so they have to be shut tight to not make the carbon fly away. Once it is left for a few days, the sparkling juice is complete. The finished sparkling water has lactic acids and acetic acids, so it tasted bitter. Since it was sour, I added in honey and squeezed fruit juice to adjust the flavor. I had my cooperators taste the amber-colored sparkling drink mixed with honey. It's bubbly and sweet. It's delicious. So, I think. The sparkling drink had a soft taste. The cider was very popular among the children, so we went into the forest again on another day to make more. Finn. The children's observation diary. Stupid. That's not true. It's not stupid. It's true. The 2 that are fighting fiercely are Claus, the son of the eldest son of House Waton, and Idletrod, the daughter of the 3rd son of House Waton. Idlegard was panicking a little ways away from them, as if Uncle Ritzhard would be a fairy. Stupid. It's true. He is a fairy. As to why this happened, while the sisters were drawing fairy pictures, Claus saw them and realized that the model was their uncle. Idletrod drew a person in snowy scenery, while Idlegard captured a fantastical snow fairy in the snow. White braided hair and blue eyes. From those traits, it was clear that it was Ritzhard. Seeing that, Claus was planning on lightly teasing, "Uncle's not a fairy," but that statement lit a fire to the anger of Idletrod, who firmly believed that Ritzhard was a fairy. What part of him is a fairy? He's just an old soldier. Uncle's not a soldier. That's not what it means. He eats flowers. Ha! What the heck? Idletrod suddenly ran out the room. Idlegard followed shortly after. Few minutes later, Idletrod came back inside with a flower. "I'll give this to Uncle." "No, feeding that to Uncle? Don't you feel sorry?" "Why? He said that he loves flowers. If you take it to him with expectations, he'd have no choice but to force it down his throat. Then I'll ask a maid to take it to him." Idletrod said that they can peek through the window to see what Ritzhard does with the flower. After that, they asked a nearby servant to take the flower they picked from the garden to Ritzhard. Then, the children started running. They headed for the window where they could peek into Ritzhard's room. Since the window was where Idletrod couldn't reach, they asked the gardener for a box and peeked into the room with that. Inside, the couple was sitting side by side in a great mood. Seeing that they weren't late to see the servant deliver the flower, Claus felt relieved. "Whoa, it came Mugu." Claus hurriedly shut Idletrod's mouth, while she was looking excitedly. They were peeking into the room using the gap in the curtain. but fortunately they weren't found out. So he let out a sigh. As he received the flower from the servant, he smiled slightly after heard that it was a present from the niece. He enjoyed the scent, and made a broader smile. The servant bowed and left the room. From here, the three children swallowed their breaths and watched every single movement of their uncle. After momentarily spinning the flower with his fingers, Ritz started talking to his wife. Sigurd darted his eyes about and looked flustered. What might uncle be saying? It's the first time seeing aunt getting embarrassed like that. Claus checked once again if aunt really was being shy. Of course. Her cheek was dyed red from embarrassment. Could it be that something that shouldn't be shown to the young sisters is starting? Claus started worrying, but he couldn't move because he was so curious as to what will happen next. Ritz hugged Sigurd by her shoulder and leaned in. He grabbed her hand and whispered something into her ears, before decorating her red hair with the flower he had in his hand. When he whispered something into his wife's ear again, the children witnessed their aunt blushing completely red. "And now, let's go," Claus said that and took the sisters away. Section. "Ha, that was nice," Adeltraud said in wonder. It seemed like Hildegard had the same opinion as her little sister. "We can take another flower to him later when aunt is not with him." "No, it's all right." "Eh? It's been confirmed that Uncle Ritzhard is not human." "Really?" "Yeah," Claus thought. Making that ferocious aunt become embarrassed like that is a feat impossible for a human. Uncle really might be a fairy. "See, I told you." By recalling his aunt acting shy, a chill ran down Claus's spine. From witnessing such a scene, he could not help but agree to the opinion of his cousins. Finn. Grandfather's joy. "Today, my grandson, his wife, and my great-grandchildren are coming over. I can't adequately describe how much I have been looking for this day." The youngest grandson, Ritzhard, became a father. "It was the first time I am meeting with their youngest son Eanfried. I'm worried that he might be afraid of me. As for the bear fur, I once ended up making Ulrich cry, so it was put away as decoration in the bedroom. For this day, I bought many new books for Veronica. I wonder if she will like them." I was also bothered whether Kriemhilde became a little calmer. "Really, that tomboyish lass, just who does she take after?" Anna was sending me a letter every month. From the firm wording, I felt happy that he grew well. The butler announced the arrival of my grandson's family. I wanted to go out to the front door and greet them, but I patiently endured. While I was waiting on a specially ordered sofa for 8 people, there was a loud knock on the door. "Come in, great-grandfather." At the same time the door opened, Kriemhilde flew to me like a bullet. I somehow caught her and released a sigh of relief. "Really? Are you trying to kill me?" Or so I was going to yell. "But, great-grandfather, I really wanted to see you." Hearing that, my complaint holed up in the inside of my throat. After Kriemhilde, other grandchildren came in. "Great-grandfather, it has been a while." "Indeed." Right. "Veronica, because I wanted to read some time ago. I bought dozens of books, so you can take a look at the library later." "Why yes, I look forward to it." Veronica was making a humble smile, but the moment I talked about books, she was smiling like a blooming flower. "Great-grandfather, it has been a while." "Oh, Arno." Arno came in while holding Ulrich's hand. He grew quite big. He still has a gallant face taking after his mother. The easygoing Ulrich hugged me without saying a thing, so I embraced him back without saying anything as well. "Rim, let me have the spot on great-grandfather's knee." "No way." "Both of you, stop fighting. Get down from his lap, because that burdens great-grandfather." "How come?" "Arno Unichins like a sister-in-law." "What? Rim, where do you learn those things?" "My great-grandchildren started fighting over me. The popularity is troubling." "Good, do it more." "You are." Everyone gathered around grandfather. At the end, my grandson, his wife and Eanfried arrived. Grandfather, it has been a while." "Yeah." "Grandfather-in-law, I'm glad to see you in good health." "Same to you." I'm meeting them after 3 years, but the couple still looks to be on great terms. "Now, show me Eanfried." Yes, the youngest child, whom Ritzhard was hugging, was looking over here interestedly. "Eanfried, it's the first time meeting you." "Yes, nice to meet you, Aeon. It's great-grandfather." "Great-grandfather?" "Yes, It's grandfather's father. When I showed him my palm, he stretched his hand out to me. The youngest son is a surprisingly amiable child, like his father. Even though it was our first meeting, he relaxed and entrusted himself to me. Sigurlind. Yes. Come here. When I beckoned her, she came over with light movements and kneeled on one knee. You did great. To have 5 children, it is an amazing thing. I will always be proud of you. Thank you, very much. Before handing Egnfrid over to Sigurlind, I gently hugged her. Ritz hard. Yes. I only called his name, but he quickly came over here and sat down in front of me. Are you a monster? Pardon? I had thought that he was the only one looking young, but on closer inspection he did have wrinkles under his eyes. When he smiled, the wrinkles grew deeper. Ritzhard was properly aging too. I somehow felt relieved at that fact. I was going to say something, but the words didn't come out. Things came welling up, so I covered my face with my hand. Grandfather, for a while, let's all live here. Ritzhard hugged this old man's body and patted my back. I forced all the work on father. Is that so? That is an amusing thing. I really have become useless through aging. To think I would ever be comforted by my grandson. For some time, this quiet mansion will become noisy as well. There were many things I wanted to do, so it will become busy again. I psyched myself up again. Finn, Chapter 104, Amnesiac Ritzhard. Today, I will be making linen with the village women. I will be away from the house the whole day. A year and 8 months old now, my son was left to father-in-law. He is not inhibited, same as my husband, so there shouldn't be a problem. Father-in-law, who likes children, gleefully started chatting to my son, asking what he would like to play. Mother was full of energy to make berry jam from the morning. It seems that she was going to bake pie as well, and she seems to look forward to it. My husband Ritzhard said that he will be doing maintenance of the sheds. I told him to not hurt himself. Then, I'll be off. Sieg, you be careful too. It's probably only my husband that says such things to me. My family, my parents had once said, even if you meet a criminal, go easy on them. I think there's a limit to being rude. Then, Sieg, a farewell kiss. It's just fine to have it on the cheek. My husband pointed his cheek towards me. This is outdoors, and mother-in-law had been going back and forth. It would be embarrassing if we were to be seen. Thinking that, I pushed my husband's body back. When I furtively glanced at him, he had his hand to his mouth, as he wore an expression of shock. Sigurlind, how come? There are others outdoors. I don't mind though. I do. All right. He looked dejected, but he seems to have accepted it. I like Sieg's tough side as well. He said something strange, but I ignored it. I patted his shoulder telling him to take care of the house, and then I went out. When I stared up at the sky, a clear blue sky was spread over me. The color was like the beautiful shade of my husband's eyes. In the evening, I was returning home after work. I had received chickpeas from Anna, so I was walking home while thinking if I should use them for soup tomorrow. But, Luncheon, mother-in-law was running over here. Just what happened? I also walked over quickly. Mother-in-law, what happened? Why you see, big trouble. Even as she did not sound as though she was in peril, I carefully listened. Richin fell off the ladder. What? He was just scratched a little. No big injuries, but I felt relieved that there were no grave injuries. However, at the next phrase mother-in-law said, I was aghast. It seems like Richin lost his memory from getting hit in the head. Exclamation mark. I dropped the chickpeas in my hand. That can't be. For my husband to lose his memory. For now, father-in-law judged that it would be best to not cause a fuss. It was decided that we will keep quiet about it to the village. We also decided that we will not provide unnecessary information. Father-in-law is to act as a doctor, while mother-in-law is to act as a friendly neighbor lady. Since there will be confusion if my son meets his father who lost his memory, Anna and Emmer are taking care of them. What an unbelievable situation, I thought and stared up at the sky. Seeing me like that, mother-in-law gently patted my back. Luncheon, it's okay. Richin will definitely remember. Yes, indeed. I realized something after talking that much. Would it not be better if I didn't return home? Luncheon, please stay with Richin. What should I say? Luncheon. I think you can stay as Luncheon. That is rather troubling. Just what should I do? However, my husband must be troubled too, since he doesn't have any memories. So I might be able to console him at the least. I returned home after making up my mind. I went back with an expression of nervousness, but there was father-in-law, relaxed as always. Luncheon. Welcome bar, CK. I'm back. It was a little hot today, eh? Yes, indeed. Seeing the ever-unchanging behavior of father-in-law, I felt exasperated. His only son lost his memory. How carefree, I thought. However, thanks to him, my fluttering heart calmed down. I breathed deeply and shifted my mood so that I could act normally. With the berry juice I received from mother-in-law, I headed for my husband's bedroom section. When I knocked on the door, a reply came back quickly. Yes, please come in. It was an unexpectedly bright voice. I started suspecting if he really did lose his memory. When I opened the door, I saw my husband leaning against the bed. He had a book in his hands. Huh. You are? I am. I then thought that I should have made up a story. I was at a loss for words. Seeing my husband look at me interestedly, I really felt that he did indeed lose his memory. Could you be a Lady Richelobus Nose? Well, that's about it. Surprisingly, I was shocked at the fact that my husband did not remember me. Uncharacteristic of myself, my fingers started trembling. Suddenly, I thought of my husband's dejected expression in the morning. Why did I reject that simple kiss? Such simple greetings, anyone can do that. Back then, I couldn't do it because of embarrassment. I felt deep regret that I should have kissed him and went off with smiles. What's wrong? Nothing. I noticed that I had been standing awkwardly at the door with the berry juice in my hand. I quickly approached and gave him a cup of juice. Thank you. What is it? I think you have strong and clear eyes. I recalled my husband telling me that he fell in love with at first sight. Since he was saying the same thing even after he lost his memory, I ended up chuckling. Did I say something weird? No. Nothing of the sort. I felt relieved after talking with him. Even after he lost his memory, my husband was the same. May I have your name? I stared up at the ceiling. I felt a pain in my chest. Sigurlind. When I answered so, he asked me how he should call me. You can call me whatever you'd like. Then, Sigurlind-san, the current situation is different from when we first met. Back then, we were talking with marriage as a premise. Thus, he wasn't calling me by a nickname this time. I certainly don't seem to have memories. Apparently, I may cause inconveniences. Yeah, it's all right. Don't worry. That was what I was thinking, but tears welled up in my eyes. Since there were no injuries. From the next day, my husband Ritz went back to working. He doesn't have memories, but it seems that the snow country life was embedded into his body. He woke up early, took care of reindeer and dogs, and chopped wood until it was time for breakfast. He greeted the Rango family in a refreshing manner as well. Surprisingly, it was the usual Ritz. I continued to him. I felt that there won't be a problem if I was with my son Arno, so I greeted him. It was fortunate that he couldn't say dad yet. Arno was calling me mum, so I introduced Arno as my son to Ritz. Sigurlind-san, so you were married. Upon hearing that, I felt sad. I told myself that I could only place away my feelings for now. Ritz doted on Arno all the time. I felt relieved at seeing that. Even after he lost his memory, Daly was surprisingly the same. The difference was that Ritz and I were not couples but strangers. We told him that I was a widow raising my son on my own. It really was a sad lie. A quack doctor, a neighboring lady, a widow and her son. In addition, a martial race family. Ritz did not seem to be suspicious of this strange cohabitation. He was bright as usual. However, I was going mad. I'm right next to him, but I am not able to act like we did. It was suffocating. I don't know how many times I retracted my hands as they reached for his innocent smile. Since Ritz always reached out first, I realized that I had never felt lonely before. Not knowing my feelings, Ritz said something very cruel. Sigurlind-san is a very diligent and pretty person. Your husband must have been the happiest person in the world. Hearing that, my chest tightened in pain. I wonder if this will continue on. When I thought that, The pain grew stronger. As Ritzhard smiled serenely, I turned my back on him. I didn't know what I should say to him. Section. A month passed since Ritzhard lost his memory. We managed to keep this a secret from the villagers and continued living quietly. I headed to the village to make linen. Everyone chatted as they spun thread. Today, talking about family was painful. I ended up making Aina, the only other person who knew, worry. When I returned home, the house was silent. In front of the door, there was a note from my parents-in-law that they're on a stroll with Arno. I wonder if Ritzhard is home? I peeked into the living room. Then, I saw the figure of Ritzhard sleeping on a chair. Even when I entered the room, he did not stir. I sat down next to him. I thought again as I stared at his profile. I love Ritzhard. I reached out to his silver-white hair. It was fluffy and felt nice to the touch. It felt like I was touching it after eons, that I felt very happy. I wanted to enjoy it fully, but since it would be if he woke, I quickly retracted my hand. Because Ritzhard's affection was too embarrassing, I ended up rejecting it quite a few times. Why did I do that? Regret washed over me. There's Arno and Ritzhard, and my parents-in-law are healthy. I was leading a life that did not lack anything. However, I felt empty. How wretched. I felt ashamed at myself for these womanly feelings. If this is a dream, I wish for it to end quickly. Suddenly, I had a stupid thought. In fairy tales, kisses undo curses. If I kiss Ritzhard on the cheek, won't his memory come back? I thought as I carefully approached. I was moving slowly, but the chair creaked. However, Ritzhard did not stir. I approached my lips to his cheek. The moment they were about to touch, "No, Siegelin-san," Ritzhard said as he still had his eyes closed. I was frightened. Unmoving from his posture, he opened his eyelids. An awkward silence enveloped us. I couldn't stand it, so I spoke up. "Since when were you awake?" "Ever since Siegelin-san came into the room. That's from the beginning. I never knew he was good at feigning sleep." Should I feel happy at this new discovery? I felt confused. As I agonized over how I should make up an excuse, Ritzhard spoke to me. "Even so, Siegelin-san is awful. I apologize for touching you selfishly. For trying to kiss you." "That's not it." He approached me and pressed my waist down with his weight. I couldn't move. "Anyway, what does he mean by that's not it? You don't know why I'm angry?" "Yes." "I won't let you go until you answer me." "Why is Ritzhard coming on me so severely? He is usually soft and does not act like this." Because of that, I ended up panicking. What should I do? "If you don't know, should I punish you?" What punishment would he deliver? I couldn't even imagine. However, I was resigned to my fate. "I am in the wrong. I'm sorry." "You're awful." "I won't ask you to forgive me." "Of course." "Because I feel that Siegelin-san, you see your husband in me." "Eh?" "In your eyes, I am not reflected. It feels as though you are looking at someone else." "Ritzhard, what are you talking about? I wonder if you still love your former husband?" "You're approaching to satisfy your own emotions." Then, I could guess why he was angry. Ritzhard was jealous at himself. Before he lost his memory, I felt relieved for some reason, and felt exhausted. Before I realized it, tears were rolling down my face. Seeing that, Ritzhard was aghast. You are, Siegelin-san. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you cry." His grip loosened and he sat down. Sitting next to me, Ritzhard could not do anything else but panic. After calming down, I slowly spoke to Ritzhard. "So, you love me?" When I asked that, he nodded in confirmation. "I'm glad." "Really? We can live like we always had." While I was feeling relieved, my parents-in-law hurriedly came back into the living room. "Welcome back." Ritzhard greeted my parents-in-law and reached out for Arno. "Arno. Welcome back." "I'm back, D.A. Ritzhard sounded surprised upon hearing Arno. After that, he turned around to me. "You are, Sieg. Did you hear? He just called me Dad." "Yay." As he lifted Arno high into the air, Ritzhard made an awkward expression. "What's wrong?" I remembered everything. The moment I heard that, a warm feeling ran through my cheeks. I unconsciously murmured, "I'm happy, Sieg. Sorry. Father, Mother, too." Ritzhard apologized sheepishly. "Certainly." He got his memories back. I really was in pain. Sitting next to me, Ritz had recounted about the time when he had lost his memory. Siag was extremely cute and kind, so I fell in love again. But you said that you were a widow and didn't look at me. Even when he had lost his memory, he still liked me. I never noticed. Please like me. I sent such gazes, but you merely smiled troublingly. So, I see. I would have never guessed. We were each other's unrequited love. When I was pretending to be asleep, I was doing it out of hope that I might be approached. I was happy, but I felt that it wasn't what I wanted. But I thought it might be nice after all, but it didn't feel good in the end. While talking, I reached out for Ritz hard. When I stroked his hair, he closed his eyes delightedly. It was a blessing that such a meeting existed. I went around and kissed him on the cheek. Foo-foo, Ritz hard laughed strangely. What? No, Siag fawning over me, is very cute. What was that? You're the cutest in the world. After saying that, he hugged me. He kept whispering words of love into my ear, so I felt helpless from the embarrassment. Indeed, his affection is overly embarrassing. But as there is no second time for the time we spent together, I decided to continue cherishing it. The end. Chapter 105. The happenings over a picture. From the morning, I helped father-in-law in organizing his library. Apparently this room was to be given to the eldest son. We packed books from the bookshelves into boxes. Most are to be donated to a library. Mother-in-law said that the cleaning should have been left to servants, but father-in-law said that he'll do it himself because of personal belongings. While I was struggling to arrange the books, father-in-law, who was working a little ways away, suddenly burst into laughter. When I wondered what it might be, he said that he found something amazing and beckoned me over. What is it? When I approached, there was something like a large album in his hand. The cover was smooth leather and did not have anything written on it. When he opened it, there was a picture of a gallant young red-haired officer wearing white uniforms and a sharp expression. The figure could only be expressed as handsome. The age is around in the late teens. He was holding a hat in one hand and sitting in a chair. He was handsome enough for someone to fall in love with him at first sight. Father-in-law asked if I could guess who it is with a trembling voice. Sigalin-san, right? Correct. As I thought. No, I felt that it was Siag at first sight. Compared to when I first met her, her hair is shorter and her eyes are quite sharp. When I asked, he replied that it was from a little more than a decade ago. What do you think? She must have been very popular with women. When I said that, father-in-law burst into laughter. Ritz hard-kun. Can you guess what the picture was for? I wonder. Let's watch over our healthy daughter. Would it be that? Siag in the picture felt a little prickly and hard to approach. However, I somewhat liked it. I thought that it would have been nice to meet her back then. I pondered about the purpose of the picture, but they were all wrong guesses. The answer is W. What could it be? Father-in-law teased me. It's not in celebration of her getting a decoration nor for her promotion nor for her birthday. Just what kind of purpose could it have? For marriage interviews. Once again, I checked the picture of the gallant officer. Yup, handsome. If such a picture came, I think any lady would instantly say, I want to marry him. Apparently, they called Siag over to force her to have a marriage interview, but despairingly none of the dresses looked good on her. In the end, her military uniform suited her best, so they had no choice but to make the painter draw a picture in her military uniform. Really, it was tough. No one wanted to marry her after looking at this picture. Back then, Siag was not interested in marriage. That's why she has a sullen expression, I thought. I bowed my head and got marriage interviews arranged, but Siag was busy so she could not come. Sounds like you had a tough time. However, when the interviews were cancelled, the men looked relieved in contrast. If a soldier that seems stronger comes to the marriage interview, it would feel depressing. If it was me from my younger days, I probably would have declined. I see. So Ritz hard-kun, you weren't interested in Siag, but I really love her. However, my taste a little more than a decade ago differs greatly from now. If it was back then, I wouldn't have proposed to her. Siag too wasn't interested in marriage back then, so the two had a fateful meeting as time passed. Indeed, rather than fate, it's more that our interests aligned though. Well, it doesn't change the fact that I am happy now, so it can be called fate. All right, I'll give the picture of a handsome soldier to Ritz Hardkun. Truly? Hooray! What an amazing reward. I unexpectedly ended up receiving a treasure. However, I was to keep it a secret from Siag. Section. The picture of Siag is wrapped in cloth and carried in secret. To not let anyone see it, I quickly moved through the hallways. At every corner, I checked if there were anyone. If Siag finds it, she will definitely confiscate it. It was a treasure I wanted to protect at all costs. A little more and I'll be in my room. The moment I thought that, someone talked to me from behind me. I felt as though my heart was going to spring out of my mouth. Ritz Hard-san, what are you doing? You are sort of sneaking around. Our brothers-in-law. I was discovered by dangerous people. The people who approached me from behind were the single brothers-in-law whose ages were close to Siag. I tightly hugged the picture of Siag to hide it. Could that be a nude painting? It's recently trending in the cities. I see. I didn't know. Leaving my uneasiness aside, my brothers-in-law heated up from talking about naked women. Apparently, lewd pictures of blonde beauties are popular in the cities. So, Ritz Hard-san, what did you buy? Even if you look fluffy, you are a man after all. No. What should I do? Should I say that it's a nude painting and leave? However, I don't want to my brothers-in-law. But, if I tell the truth here it will be found out by Siag. The latest? No, something from a decade ago. Hey, that's quite old. I wasn't the one who bought it. From father? No. To protect father-in-law's honor. I shook my head. I wonder what was popular a decade ago? Worrying! Exclamation mark. No. This is for myself. Because I said that, I kept getting cornered. What did you buy? I don't know. Ritz Hard-san's tastes are, that's. As I slowly took some steps back, I hit the wall with a thud. Being surrounded by brothers-in-law who are at least a head taller than me, should I say that they're imposing, or intimidating? What should I do? What should I do? Would it be alright to reveal it here, the gallant figure of Siegelind in her youth? No, I can't. Here, I'll just say, can I enjoy this alone this time? And make them give up. When I decided on that plan and was about to open my mouth, a yell came from far away. What are you doing? Exclamation mark. From the sound, my brothers-in-law flinched. I was also a little surprised. It was Siegelind. She started questioning what my brothers-in-law were doing. No, we were just talking with Ritz Hard-san, that's all. Indeed, we were talking about art, right? Yes. It looked to me as if you were cornering Ritz Hard. That's not what we were doing. We were just having an enjoyable conversation. When Siag glared at them, my brothers-in-law ran away. What should I say? Siag, she's strong. Are you alright? You were getting pestered by my brothers, weren't you? No. Not really. You don't have to mind my brothers. Well, it is true that she saved me. Why we're getting cornered like that? No, I'm not safe yet. This is a disaster. Siag noticed the picture I was holding dearly. I couldn't answer even when she asked what it was. What are hiding? But this is impossible. I'm getting even more than when I was with my brothers-in-law. Her sharp glare pierced me. However, they were much softer than the one from Siag in the picture. I can endure this somehow, I thought. However, there's no hiding anything from Siag. As beads of sweat formed on my brows, I handed over the picture to Siag. Siag removed the cloth and looked inside. The moment she saw the picture, her cheeks were dyed red. She looked at me with a slightly wet eye, but it was less intimidating than before. Siag, let's talk in my room. If she's going to get angry, let's have that happen where others can't see her. I invited her to my room out of that thought. Sitting across from each other on our seats, she started interrogating me. Where did you find this? From father-in-law's library. Did you get it from father? No. I thought that I shouldn't drag father-in-law into this, so I kept silent. I apologize. It would be unpleasant to you for me to take this without telling you. I honestly confessed that I wanted to enjoy the picture for myself since it was a dashing picture. Siag looked dumbfounded. When I told her that I'm sorry, she said something surprising. Ritz, what about your picture? Don't you have one at the Marquis's mansion? Mine? I think that someone painted some when I was young. When I answered so, another unexpected response came. If I can have a picture of you, I won't mind giving this to you. I'm also curious about how you looked when you were young. If I can have this picture with something like that, then gladly. When I contacted grandfather later, he brought over a few pictures. We flipped through each of them. Isn't Ritz hard when he was little like the snow fairy? Indeed, very cute. He showed pictures of when I was a baby, when I was 4 years old, and when I was 10 years old. 3 pictures in total. I only came thrice to this country when I was little. I don't remember the first 2 times. Siak joyfully looked at the pictures. I felt embarrassed for some reason. Meanwhile grandfather made an unnecessary, a wonderful proposal. Pick one. I'll give one you like to you. Is that alright with you? It's fine. So choose one. Siak seriously pondered for about an hour. In the end, she settled on the picture of me as a baby. Grandfather-in-law, thank you very much. I'll treasure this. I'm glad you like this. Like so, the picture exchange was over. The picture of me when I was a baby is now hung up in the bedroom. Yeah. Embarrassing after all. Chapter 106. To Grandfather. After Arno was born, we received many presents from grandfather. So Siag and I wanted to repay him somehow. Before, we already gave him wooden animal carvings and cuxes, so we thought that we shouldn't make handicrafts. Then, why don't we go to the department store at the capital? All right. She told me that there is a large commercial complex a few hours away from House Von Waton's fief by carriage. Would it be all right take Arno as well? Well, that's a delicate issue. Moving for long periods places a burden on children. For that, we decided to consult a doctor and my parents-in-law. The next day, I consulted my parents-in-law, and they suggested that I should call a department store employee from the city. It seems that it would be possible to know what kind of goods people around grandfather's age prefer. Since they said that they knew the person for a long time, I asked them to take care of that. When I told Siag about that, she smiled, saying that it's a good thing. The doctor said that moving in carriages does not cause problems, so we can take Arno to the city. Grandfather will be happy too. However, it hasn't even been a month since his birth, so we shouldn't strain him. For the present, I decided to take it to grandfather's house in person. That's how it is. So Arno has to watch the house with Mum. Arno was staying still on my lap. When I rocked him, he let out a yawn. Even though he's my child, he's too cute. I wanted to smooch his puffy cheeks, but he was nodding off to sleep, so I didn't do it. He fell asleep a while later, so I placed him in the cradle. I knelt down and slowly moved the cradle. The faint baby scent made me feel happy. My cheeks kept getting loose from seeing his sleeping face. But since there would be no end to it, I returned to my original spot. I sat down next to Siag. My wife had her arms crossed and had a frown on her face. Just what might she be pondering? What is it? Ritz hard. Yes. Are you all right with the payment? Money for the goods. Payment for grandfather's present. If I'm giving a gift to a marquis, I have to give a top quality item. He is a gentleman living in high society, so he has to be careful about what he wears. What Sub-Zero Dant is the feeling doesn't work for people living in that world. To be honest, I haven't used the allowances I received from grandfather. 29 years since birth. The money I received from grandfather every year was not used and stored in the bank of this country. Grandfather told me to be a proper gentleman using the money, but for some reason I ended up not having a use for the money. Of course it was forbidden for me to use it for the village. It really was money with no good way to spend it. Isn't that money for Ritz hard to buy clothes? Well, that's right. I did use the money to buy dress suits and other goods for the balls every year. However, more enough money was deposited every year. The usage was limited, so I didn't think of that as my money. I think giving a splendid present is something a gentleman should do. Anyhow, I can only use the money here. Even if I use it for grandfather, I probably won't be scolded. Then, let me pay half. No. I have money I saved up from my days in the military as well as lifetime gifts from father. I found out about Siag's assets for the first time. It seems that she had been receiving money from father-in-law, and the amount was easily much greater than the total amount I received from grandfather. Siag. Amazing. I never had the opportunity to use it before. She never withdrew money. Apparently, she thought of using for the village, but she thought that it would have been nosy to give aid when it wasn't requested. It sounds like you were rather bothered by it. No, well, it is a difficult problem. Indeed, Siag really is kind, not harm my trifling pride by just suggesting means to raise money. If I did ask for money from her, I probably would have been extremely embarrassed. However, Captain Artonen saved the village from a financial crisis. Now, we can function smoothly with just the budget from the country. This was also thanks to her advice, so I have to be very thankful. Siag, thank you. I didn't do anything. Being modest again. More importantly, there was something bothering me, so I asked. Why did father-in-law do something like giving you lifetime gifts? He thought that I couldn't be able to marry, so he specially gave me those. That's why. Apparently Siag's family couldn't even imagine that Siag would marry. Really, I am a lucky person to marry such an amazing woman. What are you thinking of? Siag. Because I was grinning, Siag eyed me suspiciously. It seems like my road becoming a gentleman is far away. Section. A few days later, a department store employee came to the house with many goods. When I went to the living room, there were various items laid on the table. The clerk told us to take a look without hurrying. Unlike the door-to-door merchants in the village, the clerk was not noisy, merely standing against the wall until called. Pocket watches, canes, accessories, gloves, coats, hats, shoes. There were many expensive goods for nobles. What would be good? This is rather tough. I don't know anything regarding whether the products were good or not. My parents-in-law went out, so I did not have anyone I could ask for advice. Siag was also frowning, saying, I have no idea. Siag held up something. What's that? Shades. Shades apparently protect the eyes from sunlight. Come to think of it, grandfather squinted often when he went out. Maybe the sunlight was too bright. I asked the employee to explain further for more details. The good consists of two colored lenses fastened in a metal frame, after which earpieces are affixed so that one can wear them on the ear. They were originally used in the military, but recently ones for civilian use were made. Since they're not very common yet, it would be a good gift for grandfather who is very curious about new things. I discussed with Siag and decided to buy shades along with a case for it. Sometime later, a nicely wrapped product was delivered. Along with that, we decided to send a painting we commissioned recently. It was a picture of Siag, Arno and me, the three of us. Siag is sitting on a chair holding Arno in her arms, while I'm standing behind them with a hand on the chair. Siag proposed that grandfather would be happy if he received it, so we commissioned a painting. Then, Siag, Arno, see you later. Have a safe trip. Roger that. This time, Siag and Arno will be house-sitting. I will be spending a day at grandfather's place, then I'll be returning the next day, after a few hours on a carriage. I arrived at the capital. Maybe because he knew I was coming, grandfather was waiting for me at the entrance. HMPH. What? It's just you. I'm sorry. I did write that Siag and Arno can't come in the letter, but he might have been having a faint hope. I felt sorry that it was just his grandson who was turning 30 soon. Since he told me to wait in the drawing room, I headed there without anyone guiding me because I knew the house. For the bag containing the picture, a servant carried it. While I was waiting on a chair, my uncle came. He's my father's older brother. He's a praiseworthy man whom I can't make a correlation between him and my father. It seems that you received a prompt welcome from father. Haha. Well, he complained that I was alone, but that might be his way of welcoming me. For the last few days, father could not calm down when he heard that you were coming. He was looking forward to seeing my wife and son. No, he said that it was only you who was to come! Gee, grandfather, he's not honest. I wonder if he was looking forward to it so much that he came out to the front door to greet me. If he was welcoming me, he could have given me a hug or something. While we were chatting, grandfather came. Uncle exited. I smiled and gestured for him to sit next to me, but father sat down on the chair across from me. After that, he was eyeing the packages on the table. What's that? A present for you, grandfather. Do you want allowances or something? It's different. First I gave him the package containing the shades. Having received it, He opened it as if he was looking at something strange. Shades, I see. They're to protect your eyes from sunlight. I see. Grandfather looked at the glasses interestedly. How is it? When he asked that, I replied that it suited him very well. The response is great. It was indeed something that Siag picked. Then, after that, I gave him the painting. Disregarding me, Siag and Arno were very lovely. This is. Grandfather stared intensely at the painting. Since the picture's drawn very well, he must have liked it. Then, while dining, I talked about Arno and Siag. Grandfather listened with a benign expression. To be honest, I wanted to bring Siag and Arno as well. Well, riding carriages would be tough for a baby and a mother that just had a delivery. Well, I can say the same for grandfather. He looks healthy, but he's in his late 70s, so long carriage rides would burden his body. If it's just me, I can come again. Well, it can't be helped that it's just you. There you go again, saying something like that. What do you mean again? I couldn't say you love me too, don't you? He probably can't get honest in front of the person in question. For now, I felt relieved since he gladly received the presents. Later, when Uncle wrote me a letter, apparently he wore the shades every time he went out, and the picture was hung up in his private room, where it can be seen clearly. It seems like he quite liked them. I thought that it would be nice to get a picture with him next time. Chapter 107. Add Albert von Luneburg's activity report. Time and time again, I was told that I have a scary face from people close to me. However, I thought that it wasn't something to fuss over, and did not think of it for a long time. But then I realized what those words meant. My first child was born. At first, I scoffed at the thought of children. I really did think that because I did not have any experience with children. However, when I saw my newborn, well, it was lovely. I felt that my child was the loveliest thing in the world. My wife held my son out to me, so I took him in my arms. I was told that it was a child that did not cry easily. However, the moment I embraced him, he was crying as though a fire was lit on him. When I returned him to my wife in panic, he stopped crying. He might have been in a bad mood. I had thought that back then. However, even after that, my son cried greatly when I held him. When that happened around 10 times, I started getting cautious. I realized that I had a face that was not loved by children. As I spent busy days, my child grew quickly. They were so small, but before I realized it, he started walking, talking and eating on their own. I had been busy, so I did not have many opportunities to spend time with my child. When I saw them after a long time, he cried the moment our eyes met. Meanwhile, my wife conceived our second child. This time, I have to put in effort to not be hated. I pondered greatly to how I should go about it. They're so cute, but it's painful to be disliked. To get a good idea, I went out of my office during lunchtime and spent time thinking in the park. Children were running about happily. I was watching the sight contentedly. Yet when a child's eyes met with mine, he screamed and ran away. So it's the face after all. I couldn't really accept it for some reason. The next day, I headed for the park again. It was to understand and observe children. Children were happily playing about yet again. There were quite a lot of adults too, unexpectedly. I wonder if everyone's enjoying their leisure time. When I sat down on a bench, a young woman around the age of my wife approached, asking if I wanted to buy some flowers. The flowers she had were merely wildflowers organized into bundles. I couldn't believe that she would sell this. She did not even have the money to procure flowers. The woman's clothes were in poor condition as well. They're struggling to get by. It's a sad story. The bouquet cost 10 pfennig. I didn't have such small currency. I passed some coins I had in my pocket for the flowers. When I took a closer look around, most of the adults in the park were women. They all had baskets, selling something. I heard that the employment rate for women were low. Even when they need money, they don't have places to work at. It really is a sad state of affairs. Well, more importantly, the children. They were playing tag happily. It seems that children like playing tag. Indeed, I thought, and chased my 4-year-old son, but I ended up making him cry for his dear life. It seems like not all children like tag. I continued to observe children at the park. One day, I saw something great. An entertainer with a strange appearance had captivated the children. He was well liked as the mustache guy. Indeed, the way how his mustache was upturned was interesting. Right. It's the mustache, I realized. I neatly trimmed my mustache and waited for my second child to be born. Our second child was a girl. Children really are cute. I had a funny mustache, so I thought that it would be alright. However, the result was a miss. Just by me looking at her, she cried, "What is this?" My daughter grew into a beautiful girl, but she did not like me at all. When I peeked into the children's room, my son and daughter were huddled up together in fear. It was a somewhat cruel thing. I had thought that they might get used to it if I saw them every day, but unfortunately I had only one body to keep up with my busy schedule. 2 years later, another son was born. My wife said that he was too quiet. Even as I did not believe that, I held him in my arms. As my wife said, our third child was too quiet. He did not cry, but when I embraced him he cried while remaining expressionless. Our third child was an oddball, hated by 3 children. I might have given up, but I didn't do that yet. I thought that I would have more leisure if my business was failing, so I started something new in a desperate mood. I had thought that I would be able to spend more time with my family that way. The new business was running factories with women employees. I thought up the idea after seeing the women in the park. People around me tried to stop me, saying that it was a foolish idea. However, if there's less work, I can spend more time with my family, so it's a good deal. Or so I thought, but my desperate business was very successful. Of course, I became even busier, that I could see my family only once a month. My first son grew into an adult before I realized it, with all traces of cuteness gone. My first daughter was married off. She had grown into a beauty like my wife, but looking back I could count the number of times we talked with my 2 hands. I'm sure about my second son. The oddball was doing some research in university. In addition, he's not just any oddball, I told him as well, but he was lacking emotions as a human. I thought that his emotion did not change no matter what I did, but that wasn't exactly so. If there was something he liked, he got so absorbed that he would forget to have meals. Go study about people's feelings. When I told him that, he started researching psychology or something. I wanted to scold him that study does not necessarily mean research, but I patiently endured. Then for some weird reason, he said that he will go on a trip and disappeared. A few years passed after my second son disappeared. My first son had married and had family. The next year, my grandchild was born. Of course, the baby did not like me. I had already given up on the matter. A few years after that, a letter detailing surprising events came from my second son whom I had forgotten about. He told me that he married in a faraway land, and even had a child. I quickly sent celebratory gifts, but nothing came back. After that, I sent gifts every year, and saved up money for my grandson. I did not get careless about the preparing for the child I had not seen yet. My grandson's name is Ritz. According to my son, he was cute like the snow fairy. I told him to come with his wife and child many times, but apparently the father of the wife was reluctant to come to this country. My wish was granted 4 years after that. My son came back with his wife and child. First and foremost, I was surprised at how my son had changed. He felt softer, and could smile. I could understand why from seeing his wife. My son must have been greatly influenced by her. My grandson was just as my son had described. White hair like snow and blue eyes like sapphire. I couldn't see him as anything other than the snow fairy from fairy tale. Believe it or not, the child smiled after seeing me. Ha! A child smiling at me? I was dumbfounded for a moment. When my son introduced me as his grandfather, my grandson trotted up to me and bowed. "Grandfather, nice to meet you. I'm Ritz." After introducing himself, Ritz spread his arms open while fidgeting. "Whatever could that mean?" My son said. "Father, won't you hug him?" I realized it after he told me. My grandson wanted me to hug him. I cautiously approached. When I glanced at him, his eyes were shining. I embraced him quickly. I was worried that he might suddenly start crying, but Ritz laughed joyfully. What should I say? What an innocent child. I thought that he was the cutest in the world. I had thought that my efforts came to fruition, that I was now loved by children. However, my first son and my first daughter's children still cried upon seeing me. How regretful. Section. I was scared of father when I was little. I heard my son's confession a decade later. At the time when you chased me, you appeared in my dreams for many days. He asked what I was doing that day. I couldn't tell him that I was trying to play tag. The grandson feared me married as well, and had a child. I did not expect anything, because if I showed up the child would cry and hate me. Well, I could dote on Ritz hard, so I thought that was fine. I did not have any regrets. However, an unexpected change came for me. The man who could not marry, Ritz hard had married, and the children at his wife's place miraculously came to like me. More miracles happened, as Ritz hard's child was born. I was happy just having a great-grandchild, but Ritz hard wanted me to name the child. I felt moved that such a thing would happen. I agonized for days and days, and decided on a name for my great-grandchild. My grandson and his wife were happy too, so I felt great. In addition, the great-grandson was the cutest in the world. Another miracle occurred, as the child did not cry even when he saw my face. What bliss! That day, I thought that living long was not so bad after all. I felt thankful to Ritz hard for making my dream come true. I did not tell him in person, but I should show him my appreciation sometime. End of Volume 2.